now, and they both are working, they're working together to build their relationship and their family and their business. So I believe it's the individual. If the man is willing to do it, then it gets done, as you said. But if they're not willing to do it, the relationship could never grow because you need both parties.
Yeah, 100%. You can't, and one person can't fucking drag another person along the whole relationship. That shit is crazy.
You
That
get
they
tired.
get
I
tired, man.
honestly, I felt bad for the girl, but I honestly thanked her in the long run because if she didn't come around, I would have probably tried to fight for our relationship because we had a child, and that's the excuse we use. And I would keep fighting for something that would never work.
Hmm.
And
Exactly.
I, and if he doesn't want it, you can't fight him for it. And it's not even just men; women do it too. I do know that there are women who will fluctuate, but you usually do see it more so in men. However, you do find there is women who will hold back a relationship by way of spending too much or anything like that, and not trying to save for retirement, things like that. I've seen that happen too.
Yeah, me too. And nobody's perfect, right? Like
No.
there's people contribute in different ways to the destruction of their relationship, but typically, what I found is mostly men lacking self awareness and being unwilling to change is usually the reason why the shit ends up imploding. Because if both of you guys have issues, that's one thing, right? But if one person is like, okay, I recognize I have issues, I'm going to work on them, right? Cool. But another
Definitely.
person's like, yeah, you work on yours, and then they don't do anything, then you're going to start to grow apart because one person's growing up and one person's not, and there you go.
Definitely, because even the day when my ex-husband looked me in my face and said, I'm the type of person that would, if I was on a boat drowning, I would give my life vest to that other person. And I'm like, wait a minute, first off, it hit me like, wow, this is something that I do. Number one. Number two, you know this about me and you're using this against me. And so you also find that they see things in you that allows them to continue. So once you learn your faults, you just have to fix it.
Hmm. Facts.
So once a person tells you, you don't never let a person tell you twice. You let a person tell you once what the problem is, you fix it, you nip it in the bud, and you head on out. And I was like, thank you for this, my friend. So now better. I'm better at choosing what I want.
Bet. I appreciate you
But
coming up, Winter.
thank you so much for listening. You have
No
an
problem.
awesome day.
You too,
Alrighty,
man.
bye.
Uh, Michelle, the psychologist. What's your different perspective? Oh, hold on. I got some people in here. I gotta get to the. What up, Joker?
What up, boss?
Shit, what's good with it?
Nothing, man. I was just hoping to come up here and tell you my story, and then I'm hoping it changed. You know, I'm a changed person now, but I'm gonna tell you back then. So what happened was, back then, I was in the military, so I was working, and I had that mindset. Oh man, um, if I'm working, she was only working 20 hours. Man, I don't need to do nothing. I'm making money. She should be cooking and cleaning, and you know what I'm saying. I had that dumb mindset. I was young. I had that
Right.
stupid mindset. You know what I'm saying? And I realized, like, having that mindset, especially in the military, you're around those kind of men. You know what I'm saying? They all have that same kind of mindset. You know what I'm saying? We're in the
Yeah.
military. We're protecting the world. We don't need to do stuff at home. Oh, that's what the women do and stuff like that. And I'm like, and then, that relationship fell completely apart. And then, I'm working on of course, you already know me. I'm working on myself now, and I'm still doing a lot better.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm currently not in a relationship because I'm still making myself a better person. And thanks to your platform, I'm starting to see a lot of mistakes I made.
It's crazy,
But
bro.
that my thing was this is that a lot of men have these kind of mindset and it needs to be broken. All right. When you go into a house with someone, all right, stop looking at your woman as like an object or like someone less than you.
Hmm.
You should have them at equal grounds. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I had a woman, I'd be cleaning. I hope she don't
Yeah,
even
you
have
can
to
contribute into the
ask
yeah. Hmm.
me. I'll be cleaning, cooking, whatever I need to do to keep her happy. And then people are going to call it simp. It's not simple. You love that person. You want everything you can do to make her happy.
Mm-hmm.
Saying, "No, I want to see her at the happy." Who am I? Why would I be with her if I don't want to see the best version of her? If I don't want to see her at her happiest? You know what
Yep.
I'm saying? I want to see nothing but pure joy on her face.
Mm-hmm.
Is she going to have to contribute? Yeah, of course. Everybody is going to have to contribute. But that also means I have to contribute just as much as her without her having to ask me. I don't want her to be like, oh, can you
Can
mop
you
the floor?
do? Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, can you cook?
Yep.
Oh, can you watch the kid? Oh, you know what I'm saying? Oh, can you put gas in my car or clean the car?
You want to take also want to relieve her of the mental load too, because yeah,
Yeah,
a lot of dudes might be willing to do the work, but then they also are requiring the woman to still tell them and dictate to them, this is what I need for you to do X, Y, and Z today, and do a honey-do list and all of that shit. When you see that the sink is fucking leaking, you see that the damn doorknob is loose, you see that the kitchen is dirty. Like, why the fuck do you need her to tell you, hey, can you clean up? Can't like nigga clean up? Like, she would just clean up. She wouldn't go to you and be like, hey, you think I can start cleaning up now? She would just start cleaning up. She would just be like, hey, the
that
fucking door is fucked up. I'm gonna call the maintenance, like whatever the fuck. Like, so that, yeah, being proactive
exactly.
instead of
And
reactive.
a lot of people don't understand that, especially as women what that's going on in the world. There's a lot of trauma that come with being a woman just in general. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? They never feel safe and anything like that. There's gonna be days they're gonna need a break. Give them a
Yep.
break. Let them lay down. Hey, go watch your favorite TV show. Let me take care of today for you. All right,
Mhm.
I'm gonna clean. I'm gonna cook. I'm gonna do all that. You
Yep.
relax. Okay, you need people both on both sides. They need breaks. They need to get their mental stability all together. All right, they need break. And this is what I mean. It is that us as men, we don't see it that way because we were taught, oh, be a man. But that, you know what I'm saying? Oh, but even us as men, yo, go go see a psychologist, get help.
Hmm.
Even if you don't think you need it, you need it.
Go
There's a
check
lot of
in.
things you gotta break. You gotta break, especially
Mhm.
stuff, and that's why we call it like generational curses because none of y'all want to go and fix yourself.
Facts. That's real shit, Charm. I appreciate that, man. That was it. That was a that was a good, happy ending. So you know what I mean? Like, you still going, but I like, it's always good to learn and grow. So
Of course,
I
bro.
respect that. I
And
appreciate
like
the
I said,
love.
I'm still growing. Hey, keep doing the good work, bro. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Me and you saw different sides in the beginning, but
Hmm.
nothing but love for you, bro.
I appreciate you, fam. Thanks for coming up, man. All right.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Eric is doing some good. I'm
What
just
up,
saying.
Navi? Look at that. Kay said it right. Look at God.
Eric is doing some good over here. I love it. I love to see it.
Look at God.
No, but for
Crazy.
real. I just love hearing stuff like that. Like, especially since he said that. Sorry, I'm in the middle of chewing, but
Clearly.
it's
You know.
sorry if I'm smacking in y'all's ear. But
Hmm.
especially since he said that y'all were on different sides of the spectrum at first and he saw things
Hmm.
completely different from you. Like, I feel like those are the stories that we need to hear, and I want more people to come up and say, because I think it's hard to accept, like, or it's hard to think when we have these conversations that we're changing anybody's mind or anybody's actually learning or anybody is growing, because we get so much like pushback and dissent. Chewing on lives of ableist. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so no, because I hate hearing that sound too. You're right. You're right. It does something to me.
Go on mute while you smacking. Jeez. Wait till you get done. Take a goddamn breath.
I'll be back.
What
Hey,
up,
thanks for
Michelle?
having me on.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just what she said. I really enjoyed that the last live speaker was taking accountability, and I think that's huge because I oftentimes see that it's more likely the female counterpart is willing to go to therapy and get the help because they actually want to fix a relationship. However, I'm going to play devil's advocate here.
Uh-oh. We hate the
Uh-oh.
devil's advocate. The devil
Yeah.
don't need an advocate. Where BPG at? If BPG was up here right now, she would unmute and say the devil don't need an advocate. But go ahead.
You're right. The
I'll
devil
hear it
doesn't
out.
need an advocate. Now, we live in a society where we are always looking for instant gratification. And that works. That also applies, rather, to our relationships. So when things don't look right, people bounce super fast. And it's usually the females that are getting the divorces because they're frustrated. However, there's a lot of it, it's they let a bunch of small things pile up on each other and then they explode. Sometimes it's important to just be communicative while things are good, not just when you're frustrated, but just to check in with them and see how you both can be fulfilled in a relationship. And then also, in this day and age, I mean, marriage is declining. We can be honest with that. A lot of people are having children out of wedlock. A lot of women are trying to trap men. And I think that, yes, I think that has a lot to do with the failure of marriages and the failure of relationships in general. A lot of people are trapped through either finances or children, and they almost feel like their back is up against the wall. I'm sure you've heard the phrase, "It's cheaper to keep her."
Okay, hold on, Michelle. Before you
Sure.
keep going, I do have to ask a quick question to
Yeah.
interject, because you said kind of two contradicting things.
Mhm.
You said that a lot of people are quick to leave marriages, and it's the women that are like quickest to leave,
Yes.
which I agree with. But then at the same time, you said women are trapping men. So are we leaving them quickly, or are we trapping them to stay with us?
Both can occur at the same time with two different populations. There are
Wait,
lots of women,
also, wait,
there are
wait.
lots of women that enter a relationship faithfully with good intentions. Their man also wanted the relationship. Their man also wanted the kids. And those are the ones I'm talking about that they're trying to make things work.
I don't,
So is
Michelle.
that
I
is that
also,
trapping them if they're trying
wait,
to make things work?
No,
Oh, okay.
no.
yeah, I
But
also want to
there
push
are
back a
some
little bit too
women
because I
that
don't
they're,
think,
yeah,
wait,
go ahead.
I don't think women are quicker to leave relationships than men are. I think women are quicker to leave. I mean, I think men are quicker to leave
Um,
when they actually feel discomfort. And the reason why I say that is because women have more patience. They give so much grace to men. They kind of expect that men are going to be shitty in the beginning and they hope that they could like mold him and they hope that he grows. You know what I mean? Like women have a lot, women marry us, date us based a lot on hope and potential, not on where we're at that time. Like they understand that we need to catch up a little bit the majority of the time. So to say that women are the ones who are leaving quickly to me flies in the face of logic. Like I think that men, when the difference is though, men aren't presented or they're not, we don't experience much discomfort in relationships. Like it's not that the woman almost always is adding a lot of value to our lives almost immediately, right? Like from beginning to end.
absolutely.
Whereas with women, it's reverse. It's like they put in, they buy cheap and then they hope to build you know what I mean? They hope the guy develops into a fully functioning human being at some point. But in reality, let's just be honest, the majority of the time, men don't actually develop into full functioning human beings. So then the woman at some point in time gets tired of waiting on him to do so, and then they leave. So I disagree with the notion or the
So,
premise that women leave quicker or women leave quickly. I disagree with that.
so
I think
say
men
that,
leave way faster than women do.
yes. So when I say that women leave quickly, what I mean is the people that are generally filing for divorce statistically are females. However, you're right. Men are the first ones to leave in most situations. They usually leave physically and emotionally. And then the woman just, yeah, we're just going to get a divorce. But no, I think that a lot of it, oh, it's a lot, right? Because we're kind of generalizing things, right? Because there's so many different circumstances. But I think that just for the sake of having a successful relationship, both of you should be on the same page. No looking for projects, no hope like, oh, he's going to be this one day. He should come built. You should come built. Because a lot of, I mean, the same could be argued for women, right? Yeah, sure. Men, they're seen as a project. Oh, they got to develop, they got to mature. What about women? A lot of women, they don't come fully prepared to a relationship. A lot of them bring a lot of trauma and baggage to relationships. Men are almost kind of, I don't want to say they're quick to drop their
Michelle,
trauma,
wait,
but
Michelle, real quick. Wait, Michelle. Who when you say women bring baggage and all this
Yeah,
stuff to relationships, who created the baggage and the damage? Who did it to them?
yeah. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. That's what I
It's
mean.
not like
That's
they
why.
just mysteriously just, oh, I showed up with luggage. Like somebody bought him the luggage and gave him the luggage, right?
Yeah.
So that's a weird statement to make, to
No,
act like they are just bringing, like, no, no, no. When most of
no.
the time when people say women are bringing baggage into a relationship, to
Mm,
me,
yeah,
usually
yeah,
it's
you're right.
how especially because I hear men say that a lot. That
Yeah,
is a man saying that the woman is bringing her knowledge that she has gained in her previous relationships into her new relationship, and she's not allowing this man to take advantage of her as like she did the last man. And a lot of men get mad at that. They be like, "Oh, you bringing your old baggage into," because she's calling out his problematic behavior because she just got damaged by a man that did exactly the same shit. So she's spotting the red flags. Oh, he's a narcissist. Oh, he's love bombing me. Oh, like they're calling it out in real time now. Now it's, why are you saying that? Well, my ex did the same thing. See, you think I'm just like her? I mean, you actually are just like my ex, though.
no,
You're
and
doing the same fucking thing as my ex.
you're absolutely right. And there's a lot of relationships that fall apart because of that, because they're just projecting, rather. That's the word. They're projecting, previous trauma onto this person. Um, See, that's the thing. There, in some cases, it's what you just said, right? That they are calling out the red flags, and that's great. That's why it's important to date before you get married. That's why it's important to not just settle down with the first option, unless it's a great option. But in some cases, it is projection, and like they might be acting a certain way, and then instead of talking to them about it, I'm going to snoop through his phone. You don't find anything. Well, I need to dig a little deeper. It's such a complex issue where it's like I don't really want to bash men because it takes two to tango. Like, and every single relationship is so different from the other. Yeah,
That's
sure, some of
that's
them.
that is not true.
Not
Every
well.
single relationship is not that different from the other. There's actual like that's what I'm saying. Human beings are very social. We all grew up in the same society, right? So why are we acting like in relationships all of a sudden they're just completely different? No, 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 they're very much alike. Like a lot of relationships are very, that's why I can get up here and say stuff in general, and then 90% of people or women specifically, if I'm talking no on certain topics, they'll be like, yep, I went through that. Yep. Like if I, like for an example, if I talked about women being harassed by men, just in general, being catcalled or something like that. You would say, "Yep, I've experienced that." Shan would say, "I experienced that." Every woman in here would say, "I experienced that." So it's not so different. Our experiences are very similar. We grew up in a culture. Culture creates similarities in relationships. Environment creates similarities in relationships, so on and so forth. So they're not like to act like we have no idea what's going on in relationships in general is crazy. It's
No, but
crazy. Of course, we know what's going
that,
on in
yeah,
general. We do understand what's going on,
sure,
right?
there's similarities, but there's nuances. We're not carbon copies of each other. And we can't just say, like, oh, the reason why all relationships fail is all men. Men suck. Men. It's
Well, who
so.
said that though? But who said that, Michelle? Who's saying that? Does this say all men? Does this say every relate? No. It's just in
But
general, this is what happens the majority of the time. You said you're a psychologist, so you should know this, right? Because there's
there's,
psychologists that studies on this.
yeah, but
And that's what the psychologists have come to the conclusion that the majority of the time when a relationship ends, it is because of the man's behavior. Is that not true?
not really. It's so
Can I,
much more
are you?
That's
complicated
a
than
lie.
Can I
it's
speak,
That's a
please?
lie.
Can
That's a
I
lie.
speak, please, Michelle?
100% that's a lie, without a doubt.
For
I
one,
promise you.
are you? Well, don't answer this question. It's a rhetorical. You can have a psychology degree and you could be a psychologist. You can have a bachelor's degree in psychology and you could be a psychologist. I'm curious to know which one applies to you. But the other thing I wanted to point out, you and I'm not coming at you at all, but
oh,
I
no,
think
crap.
the things that you're saying kind of contributes to men's unwillingness to grow. And I think it kind of contributes to the overall problem, and it's a part of the coddling of men that we do. Because essentially, what you continue to go back to and what you came up here to basically say is don't be so hard on the men. it's not all their fault. Let's put some of that blame and accountability back on women too. What about what women do in a conversation where we're talking about men's unwillingness to grow? You are trying to save them from the discomfort of that conversation. You are trying to save them from having to face that they are the problem sometimes. And nobody, like Public said, nowhere in the post does it say all men are the problem, or men are always the only problem in every relationship. That's very like absolutist, and nobody is saying that. But I think like everything that you've come up to say has basically been you kind of trying to shield them from having hurt feelings and facing the reality and facing the truth, because you kind of go back and forth. Like when we say something that you can't even deny about the dynamics of some relationships and men, you have to agree with it because it's hard to deny the actual truth. But then your default is to go back and say, but no, we can't put all of this blame on men. We have to make sure we shield them from feeling like everything is their fault. So that's just what I'm hearing.
No, that's
Hmm.
fair. And I have 2 degrees in psychology, and I'm actually working on my PhD as well. So I have the knowledge behind it, but I
I,
just think
I was
that
just saying, are you a psychologist
yes, yes,
or
yes, I am a psychologist.
okay?
Yeah.
Yes, yes,
My wife is a psychologist too, which is great, right? And my wife is the one who actually showed me the data and showed me the studies, and I read the
yes.
books about this. So that's why I think it's funny that you're like, that's not true. And I'm like, that is completely without a doubt true. Like, no, I stand 10 toes down on that. I don't care how many degrees you got, I will cook you on that all day long. You ain't about to, there's nothing. Where is the data? What
No,
are you
and
talking about? What
no, and
studies? What are we
fair.
talking about?
That's fair. Usually, the top causes of divorces are communicative issues, money, financial stress, that type of thing,
Yeah.
and then also infidelity, right?
Yeah.
But
Who
I
cheats?
mean,
Wait. Let's
yeah,
do it step by step. Who cheats more, men or women?
both,
Nope.
easily both.
That's it. See what I'm saying? I didn't say do women not cheat. I
Yeah,
said who cheats
more
more. Let's
more
be
means
honest.
somebody
Who
has to
cheats
be more
more based on the numbers, based on all the empirical data? Who cheats more?
Based on
Historically, currently,
based
men or
on who's
women?
getting caught.
No, it's not. See, that's a weird take. It's not about who's getting caught because when they ask people, when they poll people on have they cheated, private polls, men cheat more. When they ask the man who cheats more, it's not about getting caught. It's about who cheats more. And they ask the men who have you cheated, and more men admit to cheating than women do. So what do you say? I don't understand. In every scenario, men cheat more. When we admit that we cheat more and we get caught more. So either way, men cheat more, and we could break this down logically too. Women have more to lose when they cheat, like we know that, right? And I'm talking about because if historically, when women cheated, what would happen to a woman that cheated in the 1950s? What would happen to a woman that cheated in the 1970s? What would
There would
happen
be
to right?
nowadays. The man has more to lose. The man usually has more to lose.
How? What do wait wait? What do men lose?
Oh, if you file a divorce, I mean,
Mhm.
a lot of them, most of the time, they are the main breadwinner of the house. Yes, a woman
No.
can contribute, but if she has kids, she might not be able to work as much. I mean, they
So
have a
how
lot
is he
to lose.
losing? If he wait. That's y'all money together, right? Because you're doing all the house stuff. So that's unpaid labor. So he's not losing anything. He won. He still won in the end because he just got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years of a fucking slave in his house, right? So how are you saying that he didn't lose anything? She never gets that money back. The woman loses money. Single women make more money than married women. Is that not correct?
It depends on the person's education, but as a
No, no.
whole, yes.
Yes, single
Michelle,
women
there are
make
some
more
empirical
money.
truths. It's okay to
Single women
accept
make
that.
more money than married women, right? So, is it safe to assume that being married to a man and having kids costs the woman money? So she loses the whole time during the marriage. And you're saying that the man has more to lose because he gives her some lump sum money or he's paying. That's restitution for all the money she lost during the marriage. That's what that money is. So he ain't lost shit. He just paying it out slowly with no interest. And she never gets that money back. And most men don't even pay alimony. So what money are you talking about? What do men lose when they get divorced? I'm very curious.
Also, most men are not the breadwinners, even men with children. 70% of women work. So
Well, no,
most
they still would be
men,
the bread. Whoever makes more money is considered the breadwinner. The breadwinner
Yes,
isn't the
yes.
person that only
The
works;
women
it's the person
obviously
that
they're
makes more money.
right?
contributing.
But within context though, like when we say breadwinner, okay, whoever makes the most money is the breadwinner.
Yeah.
But when we say like losing within context of losing everything in a divorce, just because you might make $10,000 more than your wife doesn't mean that you are responsible for 90 to 100% of the bills in the household. Most of the time in these situations where the wife is working too, they're as close to 50-50 as it gets when it comes to finances, because you don't make that much more than her to where you're the one that's footing 100% of the bills. And so that when you go to court in a divorce, you have to pay her all this money in alimony. That's not usually how that works out. Most people are pretty neck and neck with what they make within households.
Yeah, and only 10% of divorcees pay alimony. So that's the minority. The majority of men don't pay alimony. What else are they losing? I'm very curious, and I'm still asking you. What do men lose in divorce?
Absolutely. You know what? Honestly, I think this boils down to demographics. Because when we're dealing with other populations, or let's say middle class, lower class, not as educated, yeah, it's going to be pretty even keel. The woman's going to be losing out. But in a lot of situations where divorces happen, I mean, men do lose a lot of their finances and the woman's just sitting pretty. I mean, that's not to say that I'm
Yeah,
saying, no,
you
I'm
just
not.
Michelle,
contradicted
that is
yourself
not
again.
true. That's just not true, though. That's just not true. So I don't know where you're getting this information from. That's not true. Women aren't winning like literally both parties lose, technically speaking, right?
Yes, yes, both parties lose.
But
That's
first
the
you
thing.
just said women are sitting pretty, so you can't say yes now because you
Some,
just said
some,
no.
some women. Most women are not sitting pretty at all. No, you're right.
Okay.
But
Yeah, you
there
just
are
said a
some.
lot. You said
That's
in a
why I'm
lot
like,
of cases, in first you said the middle and lower class people, this may
mhm.
not be happening, but in a lot of cases, men are losing a lot and women are sitting pretty. How can those two things be true at the same time? Most
No, women
people
are
are
sitting
middle to
pretty
lower
now.
class. So how can
No,
it also be
upper
true that
class.
a lot of men are losing a lot of money in a
And
divorce and
most people
women
aren't
are
in the upper class, Michelle. That's my point.
right?
Most
Most
people aren't even
people
in the
aren't
middle
in upper
class.
class. So how
Most people
could
aren't
that
in the
be?
upper or middle class or upper middle class, right? Most people are in the lower poor class, right? 50% of
But
Americans can't afford $1,000 emergency, right?
but
Majority of
this is
Americans, the median
why.
income in America is $55,000 a year. Like most people are broke. Most people are poor. So when it comes to being a working class person, which the vast majority of Americans are working class people, right? The vast majority of people that are married are working class people as well, right? Maybe lower middle class even at best. Men aren't losing. I just want to be clear. Men are not losing in the divorce. They're not losing. They're not losing because it has to be a net loss, right? I'm talking about a net loss.
What about
So
their influence over their children?
what about it?
Michelle, I feel like you grasping at straws now,
Yeah,
and
you
this
just
is
saying
why
you just
we
moving the
I
we
goalpost.
just,
really
I'm
have to
just
we really
trying
have
to
to
bring in
like
several
really.
perspectives because I don't like to paint all people with the same brush because
We
everyone's got some
know.
different
We
shit going
know,
on.
and I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I kind of have to if I want to get a chance to talk. So I'm sorry, like, because I get it, like y'all are going back and forth, but I'm gonna interject. I don't mean to interrupt you, but we know that I've already pointed out that that's what you're up here for, to make sure men know that it's not all their fault. You keep going back to that, but you have to again examine your logic and examine your beliefs when you keep saying things that contradict each other because you're just kind of spewing out talking points because you're just trying to play devil's advocate. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Like there's really no sense and logic behind it because it's not really coming from a genuine place. And again, I'm not saying this to be rude. I'm saying this to be honest. It's
yeah,
not coming from a genuine place of like, this is actual like empirical facts and evidence that I'm speaking. You're really literally grasping at straws just to make sure men don't feel like they're being blamed right now. That's why you're kind of like, fighting for your life in the conversation and you're kind of drowning a bit because almost everything you say contradicts each other. And we can
yeah.
we can debunk it in 2 seconds because it's not coming from a real place.
Yeah,
No,
and you said it. To be fair, you said it before you came up here. You said that you're just playing devil's advocate. And I think to Shan's point, exactly right, and that's why the devil doesn't need an advocate because what it should be is I don't believe what you're saying, and the reason why I don't believe it is because of these facts and this and da 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 da. Right, and it can't be I'm just here to push back because the pushback has to make sense. The pushback still has to be consistent, and you're not being consistent. It's like you're changing that with the wind. You're moving the goalpost every 2 seconds. Like it's unnecessary. That's why I said it from the beginning. It's really unnecessary. Like I don't need somebody to play devil's advocate. I don't mind you disagreeing. If you just said I disagree, I disagree. That's fine. But I think you actually are trying to save men. To be honest with you, you're trying to save face. You're trying to help men save face which is a weird thing. We, as a man, I'm telling you, we don't need that. It doesn't help us. I do not need a person telling me that it's not my fault when it's absolutely my fault. Do you know how many times I've talked to my friends or my family about like something in my relationship and they would like be like, oh man, men, I'm saying, oh man, you know, she tripping. And I would have to check them because that wasn't what I was looking for. I wasn't looking for them to just be like fucking yes man me and tell me that I was right. I was actually looking for really just somebody to listen, but if anything, give me some actual guidance, right? Not like oh like nah man, she wilding. I would have to correct them in the conversation. I'd be like no, it ain't that. Like she wasn't all in the wrong. It just was what she said, and now I end up like kind of in that conversation, I kind of like find a resolution by pushing back against them, if anything. So I guess they help me by on accident, but very rarely when I talk to men about relationships or whatever, I'm talking about in my personal life, the dudes do not understand accountability when it comes to relationships. We just don't understand it. So you don't have to, please don't make it harder for us to understand it by saying, oh, it goes both ways and doing the same thing a bunch of men be doing. Like that's all, you're using their same talking points. Like have it be rooted in reality. If it's rooted in reality, I'll agree. If it's not, if it's just rooted in the idea of pushing back and not holding men accountable, that's crazy. That's crazy. Because I'm not saying all men are bad. I had this conversation with a dude yesterday. 80% of divorces are filed by women, roughly, right? By 80%. Cool.
Right.
So based on that number, let's just say it's safe to assume 20% are filed by men, 80% are filed by women. I'll even, for margin of error, I'll go 5 points, right?
Yeah.
So I'll say 75%, 25%, 75, 25. Is it safe to say that 75% of relationships are the men's fault when they end are men's fault? Divorces, men's fault. That to me, that's obvious because why would a woman leave a healthy, happy relationship? Doesn't make sense.
For several reasons. I mean, I just brought up the point initially for instant gratification when things don't go the way that they want. And a lot of it is mostly financial stress, to be honest
He
with you.
said
That's
healthy, happy relationship. He said, why would they leave a healthy, happy relationship? That's
no,
not things going your way or financial stress. If your
no,
relationship is financially stressful, that's not happy or
That's
healthy.
not healthy or happy.
yeah, no.
Right. And most of the reasons aren't financial, by the way. Financial stressors, financial reasons are like number 5 or 6 on the list. Like you said, lack of communication, lack of whatever you want to say, emotional intelligence, things of that nature, emotional availability. Like there's a lot of reasons why before you get to money, but money plays a role, right? We live in it. We live in it in a capitalist society. Of course, money plays a humongous role, and money stresses people out, which could exacerbate those other things, right? Like
Right.
you could be broke. Like we jokingly but seriously we talk about how broke men are so mean, right? Like broke men are mean because they broke. Like it's hard to be happy when you broke. You ain't been to the dentist in 3 years. You ain't seen a doctor. You can't get no meds. You fucking you gotta wake up. You gotta go to sleep at 12 and wake up at 5, and you know what I mean? Like it's tough. It's tough.
Michelle, I had to mute you. There was a lot of feedback. You can unmute when you need to
Yeah.
talk.
If you need to speak, you can
But
talk.
I
But
did want to say one more thing before you unmute. If you were if you were you speaking the way that you're speaking right now, like the men appreciate it, they love it, like they're gonna big up you, they're gonna thank you for sticking up for them and all of that, and that's great. But what I want to point out in the irony of all this is that if you were coddling and not holding your son accountable for his actions as a child, and you kind of raised him up in a way of like avoiding accountability, and every time he does something wrong we got to make sure we point out what somebody else did wrong first, or how somebody else could have contributed to him doing whatever it is. These same men that are praising you right now would blame you for how your son turned out. If
mm-hmm.
they love when you, and this my point is, a lot of men will praise you and big up you and congratulate you for coddling them, while turning, because they want you to coddle them and not hold them accountable. But then they will turn around, and if you do that to your sons and your sons turn out to be some of these men that we see out here, some of the worst of the worst, they will blame the mothers. We hear it all the time. The single mothers, y'all raise these men out here, y'all raised them to be like this. But as long as that single mother is coddling you, a grown man, it's fine, it's cool, we love it, thank you for sticking up for us. But if that same woman coddled her own son, you would blame her for the falling of the Black community.
Michelle ain't black, but yeah, she
But
somebody
I'm just
would.
saying that we hear it all the time.
Yeah,
Well,
we hear it
in
every
general,
day.
it's
So,
not even
somebody
black
would do
people.
it, no
We
doubt
hear it in
about
every community. But when we talk about the black community and the failing of the black community, the single mother, the black single mother is what gets blamed.
it.
But y'all love when women come up and coddle you and not hold you accountable as a man and point the finger at everybody else but you. Y'all love that. But y'all again hate to see a single mother coddle her son and not hold her son accountable. So it's not, and this is why I always say it's not the accountability that y'all have a problem with. It's the fact that you, as a grown man, don't want to take any accountability. You only want the accountability to be on certain people.
Hmm. Go ahead, Demarcus.
Hey, what's going on, bro? I couldn't mute. That's why I just kind of stayed quiet. But dang, she kind of really hit on everything. Yeah, I just kind of agree with the statement. When men's unwillingness to grow is what leads most to divorce and splits. Because I don't know. I've kind of seen the common theme, from the marriages in my own family and outside the family, where there's a lot of men who have these fixed mindsets where they don't want to do more because they don't have to,
Hmm.
or feel like they don't have to. Whereas women, they'll only be cool with that, but for so long,
Hmm.
because they see it as a stage and not a state. When a man develops a fixed mindset, that's a state. That's something that he is choosing to rest in. I kind of reminded by, a family who's married, where by the time all the kids are out the house, the wife is upset.
Mm.
Even though she has the car, she has the nice house, she has really anything that, materialistically that a wife would want. But she looks at the relationship that the father has with her son and sees something different. You got one son who's not talking to either parent,
Hmm.
another son who doesn't really want anything to do with it, and then a son who is really kind of acting aloof. And that's the part that my father couldn't see. He saw the house and the cars, and he saw that as success. But my mom was like, your success is your kids wanting to come back to the house.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we have in the black community. A lot of these fathers or a lot of these male role models that we have in the black community assume that success is the businesses that you have, the money that you have, the cars that you have, the women that you attract. But we don't talk about the nitty gritty. Do you have healthy relationships? Are you able to maintain those relationships? How are you emotionally? Are you able to think quick on your feet without operating on that emotion? Are you diplomatic? Are you to be able to be assertive and not aggressive? Are you able to do you have self-control? Are you able to keep your legs closed? Are you able to wait till marriage? Are you able to, pretty much whatever you decide is in society is a healthy male role model as opposed to just having one. We have many male role models, but we have a lot of bad ones right now. But we kind of, and I say we because it's kind of the general norm. When someone steps up to do some good, whatever their background is, we kind of don't throw on them because we feel like they're just as fake as we are.
Yeah. Trust me, I know. I hear it all the time. Hey, Demarcus, man, I appreciate you coming out, brother. I'm gonna rotate you out. I'm gonna keep the panels kind of light today.
Cool. Thank you, bro.
No problem, man. Yeah, man. Go ahead, Michelle. I saw you unmute.
There we go. Sorry, technical difficulties.
You're good.
No, I mean, just from the statement that you made on your live, men's unwillingness to grow is what leads to most divorces and splits. It's just, I don't know. I don't feel comfortable just bashing a gender, like, because there's so many nuances in relationships. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to defend men. There's some men that are absolute garbage, but there's also some women that are absolute garbage. Like, we can't just paint.
Does this not leave room for some of those men? And you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't what's the need in saying that? Like, and I'm not bashing the gender by just acknowledging. Like, if I said that the reason why racism exists is because of white people, would you come up here and say I just don't feel comfortable bashing white? Like, I'm not bashing white people by acknowledging a truth. I'm just acknowledging an actual truth, not an objective truth. A factual, like study, empirical data, truth. That's all I'm doing. And you're trying to equate that to bashing. Then what does bashing look like? If this is bashing, then what? Give me an example of bashing and outside of this one, please. I would love to know.
No, but I would say, like, the only way that I would edit that is The reason why some divorces and splits occur is because of some men's willingness. I mean, just to say, men's willingness to grow, like, there's so many reasons why a lot of divorces happen.
And they almost always trace back to this, right? Lack of communication, men unwillingness to grow. Lack of vulnerability, men's unwillingness to grow. Lack of intimacy, men's unwillingness to grow. Honesty, men's unwillingness to grow. Transparency, men's unwillingness to grow. Lack of contribution to the house, to the household duties and chores, men's unwillingness to grow. Lack of service to the wife, to the children, showing up for the men's unwillingness to grow. Stop me when I'm wrong. I don't know why why is that so hard to understand? Cheating, men's unwillingness to grow.
I mean, that's your perspective, but I mean, I've seen it on the other end, and
I didn't say it doesn't happen, Michelle. It's not. Don't do a whataboutism with me. I don't know if you haven't understood that so far. I don't do whataboutisms. I didn't say, once again, for the 20th time, women don't do this. I didn't say women aren't responsible. Some women aren't responsible for the demise in their relationship. Like they are the majority of the reasons why. I never said that. I'm talking about the majority of the time. And I asked you straight up, is it men the majority of the time? And you said no, and we all know that that's a lie, though. That's what I'm saying. That would be your personal opinion for sure. But I would go off of the data and say, well, based on the data, I think you're wrong, right? So what data have you seen to counter that data? Where is that data at? Where you see it's 50-50, where you see it's more women, where is that at? I would love to know that. I would love to see it, point me to it, I would read it.
Well, I guess I could pull it up for you and then bring it to you after the live.
Please. Or you can DM me. You can hit me in the DM. You can send me a link and be like, this is where it's at. And I will read it.
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
Yep. I'll be there for it. I appreciate you coming up, Michelle. Thank you. What up, Mario?
What's poppin', public? And what's going on with shenanigans? Living and breathing. The last point you was making as far as the different data that's out there, and you can basically look at same-sex marriages if you were to other.
Nope. Don't care about same-sex marriages because you don't know. You don't have the data on same-sex marriages. You don't understand.
The reason why I said that.
You're not. I know. Trust me. I've had this argument with a ton of people. If you're starting off with same-sex marriages, already starting off on the wrong foot.
But you're assuming where I'm going with it, and
go ahead.
You're not letting me get my point out.
Go ahead.
I appreciate you, public. So, as you probably have heard before, because you've had these conversations with other men, that relationships involving women, their divorce rates are normally above 70%. And it's for the same reasons in both the same sex as well as the hetero relationships.
Exactly what I thought you were going to say. What else did you say? That's my point.
I was about to say what you said. So what you had said earlier was in the men's unwillingness to grow. I agree with that point wholeheartedly. Men's unwillingness to grow is what leads to divorces. But I want to change the word grow to change. Because the fact grow has a positive connotation to it, people was like, oh, he wants to stay in the same place that he's been, woo-doo. When the fact of the matter is that he got into a relationship as himself, happy with himself, and no, he did not want to change. While women like to get into relationships with a partner who and she desires her to change over time, or desires him to change over time. So what I'm saying is that
everybody
if the relation. But you're saying but you're saying that men refuse. But you're saying men refuse to change.
Yeah. So
if men refuse to change and they're changing, what point are you making?
Stop. Change and growth are two different things in this particular context, because change could be good or bad. Growth is going to be positive, like you said, right? Change could be good or bad, right? So men and women and people change all the time. We change in relationships all the time, for better or worse. We change all the time. So it's not about change. It is literally about growth. So why would I change the word? Because if you don't grow, then the relationship probably ends. You can change for the
by growth. No, I hear you, public. What I'm saying is, by growth, a lot of women are meaning he's not communicating properly. He's not taking more accountability in the home and doing more work around the house. He's ignoring me. He's still cheating. Things of this sort. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah.
So if I'm right in this aspect, and you're saying that men are the problem in these relationships, being that infidelity is top 5, and there's 4 other reasons for the most common divorces. But these same reasons are prevalent in the same-sex marriages. How does that not mean that a lot of the a lot of the communication is a woman's fault as well as excuse me, as well as the house load? It comes on who's acting or who's participating as being incompetent. Because a lot of the time, what I have heard, I would give an anecdotal experience. What I have heard is that a man will do housework and the
This
woman will
nigga
tell him
just
he's
said
doing.
all of
Hold
that
on,
to say the exact
hold
thing that
on,
I knew he
hold
was going
on,
to say. Why are you acting
hold
like
on.
you're saying something different, Mario? You're saying the
because
same stupid
because the
shit.
fact of the matter is that a lot of men will do the housework and then be told he's doing it wrong, and then she'll take over. And the problem is that if a man only wants to make her job easier, and so if he can't make her job easier, he'll step to the back. He'll step to the back end of it, which leaves her doing the brunt of the work. And that
Yeah, that's
that
not what
oftentimes
happened.
happens
So
in both relationships,
yeah,
both same sex
that's not what
or
happened.
or
First,
not.
wait, Mario, you don't know what happens in same sex marriages. You don't know. None of us. We really don't know. I'm not. First of all, I'm not a woman, and I don't go. I've never. I don't know how lesbians get. I don't know how they get down. I don't know anything about it. Right now, no, wait. Now, I don't. Their divorce rate aside, when you talk to lesbians about it, I've heard lesbians talk about how they get married. They fall in love fast. Like, there's been a bunch of reasons that they've given, right? For the marriage ending, for the marriage ending in divorce. That's one thing. They say that lesbians are quicker to get married, right? They vet less or whatever people like to say. So stuff like that happens. So to assume that it's like they're having the same problems is weird when you don't even know and I don't know. That's why I was saying leave that shit to the side. It doesn't prove anything. You don't know. We don't have enough information on it. You gotta unmute. There's not empirical evidence. Mario, you gotta mute. I know, sir. You got to mute. You got to Mario. Stop. You got to unmute. You're muted, and you have to stop. And you have to stop citing just a statistic when you don't know why they got divorced. You don't know why they got divorced. You just know that they got divorced. Where? What does it say?
It says that they got divorced for the same reasons that heterosexual reasons get the divorce: unequal workload, communication problems, infidelity. Top three, right there.
Oh yeah. I can believe that. Yeah, that makes sense though. To be honest with you, so that yeah, but
I'm saying that. So if it's a heterosexual relationship, and they're the same problems, who's really having the problem communicating, and who's really having the problem with trying to work through issues?
so do you know? Wait. So do you know how the patriarch? Do you know how misogyny works? Do you know that women can be misogynistic? And you know that women can have internalized misogyny. And do you know that like the same way if you see like they would say like a femme presenting woman and a masculine presenting woman, right? That in that relationship it could function similarly, where there could be a woman in the relationship that has taken on
Between stud,
masculine
fem,
traits
and
or
stem
sir,
relationships.
stop, Mario. I don't want to have to drop you, brother. Don't talk while I'm talking. There could be that there are feminine presenting women, masculine presenting women, just like there's feminine presenting men and masculine presenting, same thing, right? Cool. Now, in the relationship, it could happen exactly the same way. That a woman in the relationship takes on the characteristics, right, of a masculine man and tends to perform just like a masculine man in the relationship. Gender roles are not excluded in those relationships. So it can happen exactly the same way, right? So then you would have to dig into it but you don't know. That was my point. You don't know and I don't know. They haven't studied it enough. There's not enough data out there. We don't fucking know. So don't bring it up.
They
That's
just
all I was trying to tell you. I
they
know you
just
think
got
you
the
got these
right.
little numbers in front of you and you're like, oh my God, 72%. Oh, and they say this for the same reason. You don't fucking know. We know
Yeah,
way more about heterosexual marriages. Way
yeah, they
more.
just
Been
got the right
studied for
to get
50
married
years.
like less than 10 years ago. So it's crazy to even compare the two. It's crazy to compare lesbian or homosexual marriages in general to heterosexual
They
marriage
literally couldn't even get
marriage
married
stats.
10 years. They went
Yeah,
on.
they couldn't get married 10 years ago,
Like,
literally.
what the hell are we talking about?
So
You
some of
don't
these
have the
could be some
information
of
on
I
these
it.
mean,
divorces could be people that's
so
been
what we're
together
saying
for 20
is,
years and couldn't get married until just now. Like we just don't, it's too much unknown. We don't have enough evidence. We don't have enough research. We don't have enough stats because again, they in some states they didn't even get it when it first came out. Some
Mhm.
states people just still are getting the right to be married. So these again could be couples that have been together for 10 plus years already, but they just got the ability to legalize their relationship. So we don't really know why a lot of these marriages are in. We don't know all the context, we don't know all the nuance. Let's stick to what we're talking about. And another thing, stop using homosexual relationships and people to make y'all's fucking points when y'all don't support those people in any other thing. You don't support their marriages,
Conveniently.
you don't like them. And I'm not talking about you, Mario, because I don't know you, but I'm tired of hearing this. A lot of the same people who will use the divorce rates of homosexual people in marriages to make some kind of stupid point in reference to heterosexual people do not support homosexual people in any other way. So don't do that.
Period. And also, I just want to talk to this dude, Casper West. Casper, you don't know how data works. Like I said, there have been studies, that 30-year studies, I'm saying, on married couples. Like literally, like they studied like a set of married couples for 30 years and saw how the shit played out. Like 1,200 couples, right? Like there are extensive studies on heterosexual couples. There just are. There's none that I know of on homosexual couples thus far. Not that extensive. I know there's none that are that extensive, right? There's some out there, I'm sure, that are just starting in the early stages. We don't know why. That's all I've been trying to tell y'all. You don't know why. I tried to tell them that from the beginning. Just don't use that. You don't know. You don't understand it. You heard it on TikTok, then you looked it up, and you was like, I got a talking point. But I'm trying to tell you, I saw the same shit, and my takeaway was, I don't know. I was like, I don't fucking know. I don't know nothing about being gay. I don't know nothing about their relationships, because I understand there's a difference. Right? So don't use that right now. Like, it's weird. The same way y'all always bringing up fucking lions and hyenas and shit when we talking about humans. Stop doing that shit. You're not a lion. You're a human. What the fuck? Like, we're just different. Like, there's different things. Like, stop. Everything ain't the fucking same. Go ahead.
So I'll ask that you speak to me and my points versus speaking to everybody else's points that have been made. But I will say at the same time that if you're saying that these, I'm sorry, hold on. Sorry, I got a call.
You good?
But what you're saying is that in this 10 years of them being able to be married, that no data can be taken from it because you don't know. And what I'm saying is that in this data or whatever, the statistics, whatever, is that your ignorance to if there's a stem, fem, stud, whatever kind of relationship it is irrelevant. The fact of the matter is that they're both
Not
female.
irrelevant though, and he also didn't say no data could be
Shenanigans.
taken.
May I finish? So
you keep
what
making the
I'm
same point, and we
may
don't
I
really want to keep
may
it.
I finish? May I finish?
I
So
don't know if you can finish
thank
though.
you.
You do keep making the same point, and it's getting tiresome.
So I hear you, and I'll pivot just a moment.
Okay.
And so
Thank you,
what I
Ali.
was saying. What I'm saying is that in that statistic, if you can't take any statistics from it, and the point that you just made a second ago is that it's not even a national statistic, or it's only can be done statewide. If you take away every kind of statistic or data point that is made in a closed frame, then you're taking away 90% of the statistics that's ever been done. But that's irrelevant.
I know.
Okay, so
and that would be stupid to do, but to say
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying as
but
well.
that's not what I'm doing though. So to compare once again an event that we only have a limited amount of information on, right? That's all. That's it. I'm gonna break it down simple. We have a limited amount of information on homosexual marriages. Very limited, mind you. They don't even want to study it. I feel like they don't even want to study homosexual marriages at this point, because I feel like they would have, right? So we have very limited data on this, right? And we have extensive data on heterosexual couples, right? So I feel more confident in talking about the data on heterosexual couples because there's more extensive data. That's it. There's been more studies done, longer studies done, more extensive studies done. That's all it is. That's how you vet information. That's how that's critical thinking. That's how you apply it in real life.
Yeah,
I
nobody is
understand.
saying we
So if you're
can't
going to take the
use.
statistics,
Hold on,
if you're
Mario. I
going to
was
take
already
the
talking. Mario, I was already talking. Nobody is saying that we cannot use any of the data that has come from studying homosexual marriages. What we're saying is there's no point in comparing it to heterosexual marriages that have been going on for way longer, and it's also no point in bringing it up in a conversation about heterosexual relationships and marriage dynamics because
Yeah.
we're not talking about homosexual marriage and relationship
All right.
dynamics right now.
And
So
Mario, can
bringing
I ask
it
you a
up, let
question?
me
Oh, I'm
finish.
sorry, Shan.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
finish. Bringing it up in this conversation is disingenuous, and you're basically just trying to make the point that at the end of the day, it's women's fault and women are the problem because even when they marry each other, they get divorced for the same reasons. But if that were true, if women are the problem in heterosexual relationships, why aren't men filing for the divorces more? Why
Yeah.
are women still the ones
I
leaving
can
the
tell you that
marriages?
reason too, but I'll let you continue.
No, go ahead. No, Finn, no. Let him answer that,
I'm done
please.
now.
That's
I'm
what I
done
want to
now.
get to.
Yeah, I was
Go
done.
ahead. So why? Why are
A lot
women?
of a lot of men, a lot of men are not filing for the divorces because they actually take the commitment more seriously, and wholeheartedly, they will die on the hill of I chose this woman. That is, they will be unhappy, and as you guys said earlier, that a lot of men will leave the relationship mentally and physically, and
Such
he will stay
noble,
in the
good,
relationship.
kind people.
Do you hear
No, no,
this?
They're
no.
such like
No.
like the same men
This
That's
is
that
the
the answer
leave
highest
to
level of
everything for
delusion.
public. I want you to understand
the
exactly what I'm
same
saying.
men.
I do understand what
I'm
you're
sorry, I
saying.
gotta flex my mod power real quick.
Hold on, Shannon.
The same men that started every nuclear world war, all of a sudden so
Oh
noble, kind,
God.
gentle, courteous
Wait,
to everybody else. They're staying in these relationships and marriages to be
Talking to
nice
me. She's
because
talking to other men public.
no, but I got a question. But I got a question for you, Mario. So for an example, I just got it just real quick. Okay, this is just humor me, right? So in the when it comes to, because you said men take relationships more seriously. Okay, but men cheat more than women do.
No,
Okay,
no. That's not
whatever.
what I said.
They
That's not
do.
what.
No,
That's
you did.
not
You
what I
said
said.
they
I
take
said
you
men
did.
take the commitment more seriously.
Same
Yes,
relationship commitment,
yes.
commitment to the
The
relationship. They
commitment
take
of
it more
marriage.
seriously.
The commitment of marriage, meaning that he will not file for
Yeah. I
divorce.
hear you. All right,
Meaning he
cool.
won't
I
file
hear
for
you.
divorce.
We got you. We got you. We got you.
Don't
I'm
change
not
my
going to
words. All
argue the
right, bet.
semantics. I know what you're saying. So the commitment to the relationship, they take it more seriously, according to you. Even though men cheat more and they check out more and all that. So okay, cool. But I got another example, because right off the bat, it flies in the face of logic. So, but then if men take the commitment to staying with their partners more, why is it that men are like 7 times more likely to leave their wives when their wives get sick? When their wives get diagnosed with something, they're like 7 times more likely to leave their wives than their wives are to leave them, right? Why is that? If men are so
I can
committed
tell
to the
you.
relationship, right, through
I can
sickness
tell
and
you.
health, why are the women the ones that will stay around when the shit really get rough? The women are the ones that stay in there. The women are the
Well,
ones that show up. The
because women
women
are
are,
5 times more likely to leave a man when he loses his job. It's the same statistic. It's when you are no longer of
what?
use.
Wait, what? Say
Time.
it again.
Yeah. Women are 5 times more likely to leave the man when he loses his job.
So what?
She got sick. He lost his job. They are of no use to each other in a lot of different scenarios. They leave. That happens.
Where did
Am
you
I
get that
lying or
from?
what?
Wait, where did you get that
Answer the
from?
question he asked you.
That's
You just
literally a stat.
deflected to
That's on the
women.
same website that you got that men leave from. It's on the
You
same
didn't
website. I
answer the
promise
What
you.
question though,
website?
Mario. You just
He's
deflected
just
to
yapping.
women.
What website? I read it in a book. What are you talking about?
So answer his question without deflecting to women. Why, if men are
I'm not
trustworthy and
deflecting to
committed to
women.
the relationship,
Men
why
leave
do
the
they leave when the
relationship.
woman gets
I
sick?
got that. I got the question already. Shenanigans.
Okay, then
Men
answer it.
leave the
Stop
relation.
deflecting.
I'm trying, but you keep on talking. Men
No,
leave it.
you keep
Men
on
leave
talking.
men shenanigans. You're asking me a question. Duh.
I'm
Men leave the
asking you.
relationship. Shenanigans.
You don't have to keep
Shenanigans.
saying my name.
Your petulance is hilarious,
They
but
can read my name.
thank
Petulant.
you so much. Petulance, yes. What I'm saying is that men will leave the relationship more often than not if the woman gets sick, and it's not just sick. It's a death. It's a death sentence of a sickness, usually like cancer, things that are mental being a vegetable, or things of that sort, because he does not find use in her anymore. Honestly, that is the case in point. In all honesty, and you would know that. And so, on that same point, was what a point I was making, is the same point why a lot of women leave when a man loses his job. He is of no use to her, and
Deflecting
therefore
to
she
women. We're just
leaves.
answering the question for the
Oh
men.
my God, shenanigans.
But wait,
Oh my God,
no,
Mario.
wait, y'all. But wait, hold up, y'all. I'll entertain that, right? Let's play that. Now, you just said because they're not of use. Okay. So because what else could it be? Like if a woman gets cancer or she's a vegetable, it's not like she's being mean to the man, right? She's just sick. She's just sick, right? And it's just a lot to deal with. So he
That's
has
not
to take
where you're
care of her. Huh?
I see where you're going, but that's not fair.
What do you mean that's not fair?
Where you're going. When a man loses his job, often he does act out. Is where you're going? Yes.
Yeah. So acting like that has nothing to do with it. Trying to just being like women are 5 times more likely, which I don't even know if that stat is real. I'm just saying. Let's say I believe it, right? Let's say I buy into that. Cool. Because
Okay.
but we also know. Wait. But we also know that a broke man is an angry man. Broke niggas tend to be angry. They become abusive. They become controlling. They like there's a bunch of other things that go along with you being broke and losing your job and shit. It ain't because you're not used to her anymore. It's because you're fucking abusing her. It's because you're neglecting her. It's because you're mean. It's like, but then yeah, but in the statistics gonna show up like, well, she just left because after he lost his job. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
we can say the same thing. We can say the same thing about a stressed woman. A stressed woman is who is sick normally. It is angry, mentally abusive, emotionally abusive, and the whole plethora as well.
Dying
The whole
from
plethora as
cancer?
well.
I'm happy you brought it up
And
because
she
you
can be
actually gave an
emotionally
example. You said,
abusive.
what if she's a
Absolutely,
vegetable?
is what I'm saying. Is at both of these cases.
Mario, you
She's a
said
vegetable and she's emotionally
Mario,
abusive.
you said out your own mouth, she's like you gave an example of a vegetable, right? You even acknowledged that. So it's not about if she's acting out or more stressed. Nigga, she's sitting in a bed, she's not moving.
On her deathbed.
She's a
She's on her
vegetable. She's on her
deathbed and
deathbed.
she's
She's
mentally
abusive.
abusing
She's
him.
neglect. What are you talking about?
How the fuck?
You don't make any brother. That doesn't make sense.
She can be abusive. Can she or can she not be abusive when she's stressed out? When a woman is stressed out, can she not be abusive?
You're just yapping, bro. I didn't
No.
say now you're trying to
Answer the
change
question.
it to stress
Answer the question.
out.
No. I'm not.
Bro,
I'm not changing. I'm not changing.
I promise you yapping because you're trying to change stress. I said sick.
Moving the
You're trying to be
goalposts.
like, oh, if she's sick, she's gonna be stressed out. Like you're just making these like
Yeah.
leaps or whatever to make a point, right? But it's not true because even you said once again, I'm using your same example. If she's a vegetable, he'll leave her because she's not of use to him. Now you're trying to act like it has something to do with the fact that she's stressing him out, like by being mean to him or some shit like that. Like that's not, bro.
You literally
not
said
what's
she
going
was
on.
so sick.
I'm addressing
on her
your point,
deathbed,
Public.
and
You're
she's
not.
You
You're just trying to
said
make a
you
point.
said that him losing his job can make him angry. I'm saying that her
Does.
being sick can make her abusive in the same manner. Anything but
How?
physical usually. Anything but
You
phisical
said-
usually.
You said
That's
she's
a
on her
fact.
deathbed.
It is clinically
Not a
proven.
fact.
It is clinically
Stop
proven.
using words like
It's
fact
clinically
and
proven.
proven.
No, it's clinically proven that sickness causes stress on the body. Yes or no?
Yeah,
On the brain.
sickness
on the
also
All
body.
these
causes you
things.
to be
And
very
so
weak.
yes, and so that stress
Sickness
and that
causes you to
stress
be
can
very
cause you
weak
and that stress can
lethargic
cause
and
you
not able
to have
communicate. Like there's a bunch of things sickness causes. Like there's a bunch of things. Like what do you mean? So you're just assuming that
that
everybody
stress
that's
causes you to
sick is
act out.
mean? Like
Stress
what
on the body is different between mental and emotional.
Have you been to a physical therapy
Mario,
office?
you have to be quiet sometimes. There's other people up here that need
You-
to talk too.
Talking to
Stress on the body is not
All
the
of-
same thing as stress on the mind and the mental. So you just said being sick causes stress on the body. Yes, stress on the body means it causes your body to break down. It causes your body to ache. That's what they mean when they say stress on the body. That doesn't mean like, oh, I'm mentally stressed out because my job is hard. That's two different things. You're reading that wrong. So
Yeah.
just because somebody has stress on their body does not mean that they are mentally stressed out to the point where they're going to start abusing another person. Because your example said they are literally on their deathbeds. They're going through
Abusing their
terminal
partner on their
cancer,
deathbed.
or they're vegetables, and they have the energy and the mental wherewithal on
I
their
said it's-
deathbed
Imagine
to be
I did say
mentally,
vegetables.
sitting there like this.
abusive to a partner.
Gimbo, take the bedpan out of here. Like what the fuck? Like that.
Huh?
Oh man, that's crazy.
proof on this moment, and it is comical. But at the same time, if we're saying that a man losing his job is going to be causing stress and going to be angry, we can also say that a woman being sick is giving the same abusive tactics as far as verbally and emotionally in the relationship.
Women. Mario,
Okay, Mario.
when men lose their jobs, the physical abuse goes up. It ain't just mental abuse, brother. The physical abuse goes up because they're fucking mad. They're mad because they're broke. Because being broke, like you said, causes stress, and that type of stress with a lot of men, because it does a lot of things, by the way. Losing a job for a man because men have bought into this idea and perpetuated this lie that we're only good as the checks that we bring home, right? Men have told other men that. That's the lie we've told each other. Okay, so how do you think that's gonna play out if you're in when you're talking about in a relationship, you lose your job, you've been telling yourself, I'm a protective provider, I'm a protective provider, I'm a protective provider. Now you're not a provider anymore, right? So now you're, where's my man? My manhood's being like it causes a fucking chain reaction of emotions and events, right? And a lot of times it leads to abuse. A lot of times it leads to abuse, physical abuse, not just yelling, not just being mean, not just being ornery.
Public. How are you not seeing the other side of that argument? How are you not seeing it?
Because there is no other side of that argument. There is no woman with cancer that gets diagnosed with cancer. Now she's fucking beating up on her husband. What are you talking about? You're just making shit up. You're just assuming.
What you're saying is public.
Your arguments can never.
We're having an amicable conversation here.
Can never be because men do it, women must do it too. Because it happens over here, it must happen over here. That can't be your argument.
It's not that at all. My argument's never been that.
It has. It literally is that. That's what you just said. You made some shit up. You just said
no.
Stress and being sick causes stress, and stress can cause you to be abusive. Like what the hell are you talking about? The fuck is going on?
Public. Let's keep it honest here. You're public. Okay. You know what? For all intents and purposes, I'll concede on that point so that I can get back to where I was really going.
Okay, go ahead.
For all intents and purposes, I'll concede. All right. You guys said I could not use homosexual relationships to prove my point. Okay?
Please
so I hear you. You know what? I get it. You got it. Won't do it. What I will do is something that has been had statistics put up on it for a long time is women's camaraderie relationships and why they often break up and why they often lose each other. And you'll say that a lot of the time it is due to emotional abuse as well as communication problems in those relationships as well. They've been studied for a long time, as well as and it's just women, period. It doesn't have to do anything about staying in the same home, anything like that. But what my point is that in the heterosexual relationship, you'll say that men unwillingness to grow, and the references that you made to growing is through communication, through not cheating on her, through doing housework. Those are the places that he needs to grow the most, and emotional intelligence.
A bunch of places.
Yeah. I'm getting. I was trying to name a few, but what I'm saying is that if you're going to name all those places, why is it that in almost every other relationship that women have, she has those same problems? Whether it be friendship, whether it be parental, because they have a lot of problems with their parents as well through studies, and it'd be the same problems.
Mario,
so why is that?
Wait. Who has more deeper, longer lasting friendships, men or women?
Men.
That's a lie. See, like when I ask you to be honest,
no. Public.
Like,
I'll say this. That was not backed up by facts. What I just said. I will say that is, but from my experience. I'm here to. I'm hearing you.
So
all I'm saying is that's.
I know, based on the facts.
Based on the facts from what I read, they'll say women have more meaning.
Stop. Who dies alone more, men or women? Who's more likely to die alone?
Absolutely.
Men, right? Okay, cool. So let's go there then. Fuck it. Because I would assume if you got friends, you ain't gonna die alone, right? Okay, cool. So men die alone more. Wait. That's on the back end. Who, I guess successfully commits that. And for what reason? From loneliness, from lack of friendships, from lack of access to
from lack of living up to the potential that they've been told to live up to. Men all day.
Nah, I'm not making no assumptions right now.
Yeah. I mean, but you just said from the mental stresses of life.
I didn't say that. I said from a lack of connections. Interpersonal connections with other human beings, deep interpersonal connections. Men suffer from that on the front end because they're unaliving when we're in our fucking 20s and 30s because of that. And then on the back end, we're dying alone because we don't have those interpersonal connections and everywhere in between as well. So for you to get up here and act like, oh, women just they stop being friends with each other because of like, nah, bro, we not nobody believes you.
Who has
Men
better
don't fucking have
relationships
real
with their
friendships
children?
to begin with.
Who
So even go ahead,
Break up
Jay.
for what reasons?
who has better relationships with their children, Mario? Both when they're kids and when they're adult children. Who has better relationships with their children?
Study are we talking about here?
Any study.
Who do we always talk about going home to? Grandma or grandpa? Whose house we going to? Grandpa's house.
Well, I mean, what are we referencing right here? What are we
Go ahead and
referencing?
Bro, you
lie.
got to stop acting
When
like
we
you
talk
referencing
about
studies this whole time
when we
when you
talk about
not. Because I
getting
know.
No,
together,
no. I mean,
when we
she's
talk about
she's saying
getting
it like
together as
she's saying it like
family,
she
if you
knows.
let me
When you
finish,
have said
if you
yourself,
let me
public, that we
finish,
don't know. We don't know. This
if
is
you
all
let me
anecdotal.
finish, because I feel like you have a problem with talking over people, but especially women, and I don't like that. Like I was saying,
Nah, he been yapping over me too. I ain't
we
gonna hold
talk about, no, I know. That's why
you.
people, he's been doing it to both of us, but he definitely won't let me talk. He definitely hates to let me say a goddamn thing. When
They're
we
only
talk about getting together as a family for holidays or for whatever it may be, whose house are we generally talking about going to? Even if both live there, even if grandma and grandpa still live there, even if mama and daddy still live together, who house we going to? Grandma house. We
together.
going to mama's house.
If you're going,
Who has
no,
better
that's a lie. That's a
relationships?
lie. That's a lie.
Forget
And
that.
you're
Okay, forget that question, Mario.
that's a
Hold
lie.
on, let me finish. Damn. Forget that question. Who
Question.
has better relationships with their children, both while they're kids and when they become adult children? Who has better relationships with their children?
What are we quantifying it on?
Who contact?
Now we have to quantify.
No. No. Let's quantify
No,
it
no,
by
no. Who
I'm
spends?
saying.
Here we go. If we're talking about
contact.
spending time, we're talking about mothers. If we're talking about spending time, we're talking about mothers. Period.
Mhm.
But
Yep.
that can't say who you
Better
have a better relationship
relationship.
with. But if you spend more time with somebody, you're gonna have a better connection with them. That is irrelevant. So what are we talking about here? If a
I
dad is
mean,
always at work,
wait. But that's, I
Okay, so
mean,
then the mothers.
yeah, I was gonna say, you don't get to bypass that. Like, well, I guess it's the like, yeah, because the
no. So
fathers, because the fathers
the,
choose not to, sir, because the fathers choose not to have that much contact. They choose not
no,
to be in their kids' lives that much. They choose it. That's a choice. It's not. It ain't because they working 90 hours a week. No. They choose to not show up for their kids as much as the mother do.
provide for the family, and so therefore they choose to
Women
not.
work, brother. The vast majority of women work too. Miss me with that shit. Trust me, I see it all the time. It's fucking. It's studied. It's
But
not.
they don't work as
Men
much.
neglect their
They do
children.
work, but they don't work as much.
Mario, men. That's a lie. Men neglect their children all the time. Men neglect their children. Who is more likely to neglect their children? A man or a woman? A man. Who is more likely to abandon their kids? A man or a woman? A man.
Women.
Not even fucking close. It's not even close. So what are you talking about? That's what I'm saying.
But single mothers, though. We even see this with single parent households. Even when it's a single mother who has to work just as much, probably has to work double, she still has a better relationship at the end of the day with her child than the completely absent father. So what's
That's
the excuse then?
is a
How is
lie.
that a lie? How does a
Look up
single
this.
mother have a worse
A single
relationship with her
father,
child
and
than an
you'll
absent
see
father?
you'll look up the statistics of a single father, and you'll see that he spends more time with the kids, whether it's taking them out or
First of all,
doing
I wasn't
projects together.
comparing
Yes,
Wait.
single
He
mothers
spent.
it's the
Wait.
same thing.
Whoa.
Single fathers,
Stop.
spend more time with the child.
Then who?
If it's a single father, than other single mothers.
You's a
That wasn't
fucking.
even what I was comparing.
But wait, he's
That
a
wasn't
liar.
even what I was
That's what I'm saying. Hey, Mario. I normally drop people for lying this much.
Stop.
Playing in my face this long. But I fucks with you because you be in my comments a lot. We disagree. But I ain't gonna drop you. I'm gonna let you drop yourself.
I'm not.
You gotta go, brother. I'm sorry. I ain't gonna drop you.
Hold on.
I ain't
Public.
gonna drop you, but you gotta go. You ain't
Public.
gotta leave, but you
I
gotta
hear you.
go.
Let me make my last point then. Let me make my last point. I'll drop freely.
Okay, go
I'll
ahead.
drop freely.
I'll let you make one more point.
My last
Go
point.
ahead.
My last point to shenanigans as well as to you is saying that in that scenario where you're saying that a single mother is spending more time with her children than a single father of the equal caliber on the opposite side, not in a relationship. These two are not in a relationship, just a single father and a single mother comparison. It has even been seen. You can see in many TED Talks and seen in other statistics that those men spend more time with their kids. Now, my final point, and I will leave.
You're
From
I
lying.
Thank you
You're
appreciate
for
it.
having me
lying.
up, and you guys had it. I
I'll let
enjoyed the
you go
talk.
out on your own. You can go out on
You're
your own,
lying.
man. Show yourself out, fam. I ain't gonna do it to
Yeah,
you.
because that was a lie for one, and for two,
That
that's
was a
not
bit.
even
He lied a lot,
that's
but
not
that
even
one
what
right
I was
there,
comparing.
that
That's
was
not
the
even
one.
what I was saying.
No, I couldn't
Like
do
he's
that one.
so busy trying to like do what he's doing and gaslight that he's not even actually listening to anything we're actually fucking saying, and that's the annoying part. What I said was, when you look at single parent households of single mothers and absentee fathers, obviously the single mother has a better relationship with the kid because the father is absent. He's not there at all. I was never comparing single mothers and single fathers. I said single mothers and absent fathers. So you're arguing something nobody was even talking about.
Good point. But I was arguing single mothers versus single fathers, and that fool said single fathers spend more time with their kids than single mothers, and I was like, nah, bro, you not. Hey, my guy, we not doing that. What's going on?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Long time no see.
I know, long time indeed.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, so I was listening and I did hear, and then I read something similar to what Mario was writing, but he was twisting it, right? So he was cherry picking the study. But in essence, it was the the difference in finances, right? So single fathers, men tend to have a higher financial, they have more resources than a single mother, so they're able to provide more um, tangible things.
Mm-hmm.
There was the only point in that, but that
Mm-hmm.
has to do with patriarchy, with the difference in pay, et cetera. Like we could go down that, but there
Yeah.
was a cherry picking of it.
Yeah, I was gonna. And without even studying that, I was gonna. I was right off the bat. I was thinking like, yeah, men make more on average, and I
Mhm.
could see, like him being able to like provide some services or whatever. That, but actual like time, like hours with the children, no, no. Women
Exactly.
look, women. Let's say women work less than men, right? Like my wife works. She works. I think we work the same amount of hours actually. Even though, yeah, I think both of us work about the same amount of hours a week. But let's say my wife worked 10 hours. No, let's say my wife worked 5 hours less a week than I did, right? My wife would still spend probably 30 to 40% more time with my kids than I do, I would say. On average. I think she just spends more time with my sons than I do. Right? I'm doing other stuff. I got hobbies. I got, you know what I'm saying? But her hobby is literally just our kids. I'm not gonna sit here and lie and be like, no, it's equal. No, I spend just as much time. No, men spend like, no. Let's be real. Men
Right.
typically don't spend as much time when they're in the home, right? When they're in the home with the kid and they have access to the kids and they have another person there that can help them and all of that stuff, they still don't spend as much. They spend half as much time with the kids than the women,
Correct.
right? Okay, so then Mario's trying to convince me that now they're a single father, right? You got a
Mhm.
single mother versus single father. And all of a sudden, he's going to leapfrog her and spend more time with the kid.
Exactly. No, he was
Stop.
cherry picking. He was cherry
Stop,
picking
bro.
and twisting the study for sure. And even with that, you said something interesting that, your wife's hobby is the kids. I think that is a commentary on how, as women, when we become wives and we become mothers, oftentimes we lose our identity, right? We are then just mothers and wives. So it was interesting to hear you say that. Because as a mom, right, I would say the same thing. And I think there's a lot of women that can relate to that. And I wonder, is that because of social conditioning? Is that because that is all we are, quote unquote supposed to be?
Mm-hmm.
It was very interesting. It was something.
Yeah, we men tell our we are the I mean we tell women too. We tell women what they are, and we also tell men. We tell ourselves what we are, right? And we
Hmm.
tell ourselves we're providers, protectors. That's what we're supposed to do. Whatever, right? We make the money, blah blah. Even though fucking the vast majority of women work and make money and stuff like that too, but we're still telling ourselves we're still buying into this like lie that we're the providers of the household, which is crazy. And then that's why when men lose their jobs, or that's why when women make more money, Because he didn't talk about that. What happens when women make more money?
They feel emasculated.
What happens when women make more money? The women make more money. They start to, the same way when men make more money, they demand more labor out of women, right? That same dynamic happens, right? Okay. When women make more money, they demand more labor in the home than the men do. And the men reject it. They reject it so much to the point that it's in studies is proven that women who make more money than their spouses or mates actually do more labor than women who make less money. They do more of the home labor than the women who make less money, right? Because I believe that's literal, like a punishment that men are trying to exact or yeah, that's a sort of, not exact, but yeah, I guess so that would be the right word. Yeah, on
I think
women,
it's
right?
women trying to micromanage and coddle their husband's feelings in that,
Maybe
out
that
of
too.
fear of
Maybe that too.
emasculating them, for
Yep, maybe
sure.
that too. Mm-hmm. But he's allowing it to happen, no matter, you know what I mean. Like at the end of the day,
Oh,
like he knows what's going on.
absolutely. Like
Yeah.
I remember even handing like the debit card to my debit card to my ex-husband for him to be able to pay, even though I was the one paying.
Oh, you was a real one.
And like, sliding it in so that he could like feel like he was like, but I now look back and go, why did I do that?
Oh, you was a ride or die.
Why?
Oh, you was a
No,
ride or
yeah,
die.
you a good one, Ivory. I've
Oh, well,
heard
thank
that a
you.
lot. You're
He
not the
fucks
first
with you.
woman I know. Like so many women have done that. No, no. Let them be embarrassed. Let them
I
be
used to just,
embarrassed.
I used to just stand behind my girl and let her pay and be like kissing her and shit. I never was bold enough to take the debit card, but I definitely be behind her like, good looking.
That's crazy. Don't slide the debit card. Like, no, don't
I
do
ain't
it,
need the
ladies.
debit. You can pay
But
for it. I
but
don't want to know
I
your
did want
opinion.
to, before we get too far from it, I did want to comment on like the whole, even when we talk about like spending time, a lot of what gets left out of that conversation is the mental labor and the mental load. That gets left out of every conversation when we talk about this.
Facts.
But when we talk
Yes.
about spending time with our children and like why women get so immersed in like you know raising our kids and it becomes our whole identity, because it's not just about spending actual physical time with them. It's all the things women are doing even when the child is not in your physical presence. Like you're always thinking about, the theme for the next birthday party, or where the birthday party's going to be, or who you need to invite, or when's the next doctor's appointment. Oh, his pants were getting a little bit too small, I need to order him some new clothes. Oh, we got to go to the grocery store, he's running out of the snacks that he needs. Oh, he's been, and I'm saying he because I have a son, so it's just natural for me. But oh, he's been doing this thing lately. Let me do some research to see if that's a normal behavior or if that's something I should bring up with the pediatrician. It's like all of these things that add up to the mental work, and it may not be like physical time, but I feel like a lot of that lands on women and mothers as well, and
Mhm.
people don't really count. You could There's no way to quantify that. There's no way that I could sit up and add up all the hours outside of my son being in my presence that I spend thinking about or doing something that is relative to him.
Right.
So I think that part gets left out of the conversation a lot, that even when it's not physical time, there are so many hours spent on the mental labor of raising children that women never will get any credit for.
And that's interesting because they're still expected to do so, right? But yet, even within that expectation, they don't acknowledge it. There's no applause, right? There's no kudos, there's no credit for it, but you're still expected to do those things. So they will damn sure recognize it if it's not getting done, if those snacks aren't in the cupboard, if they aren't getting their doctor's appointments, if the laundry's not done, that whole list of the mental load that's constantly running. If that's not done, then they'd notice. But when it's done, it's not appreciated. That's
And
mm,
when people say like that's exactly why it's hard to understand as somebody who doesn't have children, when you say like, oh well, when people have kids, that's all they want to talk about, or when women have kids, that's all they want to talk about, that becomes their whole identity. Like, yes, we need to work towards that not being the case, but we need help from the fathers and the men to help make that a reality, because it's already hard enough when you become a mother for that to not consume your whole life and identity. But when you have all of the mental load as well,
Like, imagine that's like somebody telling you, well, don't make your job your whole identity, but you're the only person that they call every time something goes wrong and you have to work 80 hours a week. When do you have time to have another identity?
Never.
Correct.
Go ahead, T.
Oh, okay. Jumping up. Bring me up because what he said is completely just false. Mario at this point, he was so desperate to win the argument, he was pulling shit out of his ass. Now, this is the information for single father households. First of all, the single household with the fathers that have the most successful children are divorced older white men. Are divorced older white men who have custody of their children, who have the financial means, because they said the average father who has custody of their kids has a minimum of a bachelor's degree versus the mother that was a stay-at-home mom only had the highest education of a high school diploma. So of course when he takes custody, he has more of a success rate because he has the financial needs to do so versus a mother who only got a high school diploma. She will have to.
Cut out there, T.
Can you hear me? Can you
Yeah, you good.
hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Hear me? So
It's echoing a bit.
Yeah. I think you had a phone call or something. Mm-mm.
If you swipe out of the app, like
hold on.
completely, and then come right back,
I
it should
keep getting.
fix it.
They keep calling me and I keep canceling their phone call and they're not listening. So anyway, the studies is showing that when these
They calling her. It ain't about her phone tripping.
That
She
might be an emergency. You might want to
yeah, you
grab
might
her.
have
We
to
be
answer that.
wild on live. Not you ignoring calls. Wait.
Yeah, call that. Hey, answer that.
no, it was just hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got
Can
you.
y'all hear me? Can
Yeah.
y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? No, it was just my sister trying to remind me to take out the chicken.
Yeah, but
Take out the
now you
chicken
got
out the
an
Hey,
freezer.
that's
echo.
an
Swipe out of the
emergency.
app
That's what
and
I'm
come
saying.
right
We all
back,
know.
love.
We all
It
black.
will fix the echo.
We know what. And we know what happened when you don't take that chicken out. We all know what happened when you don't take the chicken out. So make sure you take that chicken out, T. Don't do that.
Not the chicken.
Yeah, don't we don't. And that phone call was important. Just so we all clear. We thought it was an emergency. It was. It was definitely an emergency. And I'm
Everybody
glad.
remembers that, like their parents coming home and it's like, oh shit, like right then you run to go take that chicken out
It's
and
too
act
late.
like, I don't know
Try
why
to
it's not
grab one.
defrosted.
It's too late. You get your head. You was gonna get your head beat in by that point.
Mm, it
If
sounds
you
so funny
remember
real
when you saw
fast.
your mama car pull up, it's too late.
It's too late. But my mom, but she never did that. She
Listen,
would just be
bro.
like, "Oh, I guess I'm not
Listen. I
cooking."
can't with this. It was just chicken. I
Take
heard
that damn chicken
some
out, T.
noise.
Don't fuck. Hey, do not leave that and put it under and put it in some cold water too. Let it speed it up.
Listen,
Shit, you a little
all
bit
that for
behind.
some damn chicken. I said, I got it. I got it. I texted her and said, I got you. And she said,
Yeah.
I just got to make sure that I
Nah, man, she did it right. I'm with sis on this one. I ain't gonna even hold you. She do that
Oh
shit right.
my God. It's just
Don't do
some
that.
damn
Put it
chicken.
in some
Hold
cold
on.
water. Let it
Give me a
sit.
second.
We need it. We need. What time she gonna be home?
In a few minutes.
Oh, a
She
few
listen,
minutes.
dude.
Oh
Listen, dude.
yeah.
Listen. First of all, is we got an air fryer. I'm just
All right,
FYI.
bet.
I'm
Right.
just saying we got an
Okay.
air fryer. So anyway, just to make this short, why the success level for the fathers, the men are not doing is not doing the labor of raising those children. They have a commodity of women that do it. Mothers, sisters, grandmothers, neighbors, sociologists had confirmed that the reason why these men become more successful because women are stepping in the role, taking care of the children while he's out at work. It's impossible for a man that's working 80 hours a month or 80 hours a week have time to take care of his children. That is impossible. Use your brains here. This is a man who have to work to take care of children. So who is taking care of the kids while he's out working? Women. And a lot of times, a lot of those men, they said sociologists had confirmed, a lot of those men get into another relationship so the women could take care of the kids. Just a prime example, we all know the guy that was on social media crying about how his baby mother don't want to be with the kids, he's stuck with his son, blah blah blah. What he's gonna do, he's gonna get a girlfriend and come in and take care of the child so he can go off at work. They said study has shown a lot of men do not want to do the labor of taking care of children. They rather just pay for the financial means and let the women take care of the children. That is why the children are more successful in his custody, because it's showing that the children are legally in his custody. That is not that hard to comprehend. I did a whole lecture on this for like 6 hours. It's a whole study with this. It's a whole study with this. Why it's showing how men are more successful with their children than single mothers, because it showed poverty. Women are usually in poverty taking care of their children.
Yeah.
They have to rely on government assistance, especially if her highest level is only a high school diploma. And not to bring race into this, as you can see, they only showing white fathers, not Black single fathers. Because it shows statistics shows, even in this chart, as I'm showing it, the blue is the men, pink is the women. Black mothers always get the custody of the children because usually the Black fathers do not show that they have the financial means to take care of a child. And when they do have the financial means, 68% of the custody with the children that was done in mediation, both parties agree, let the mother take the kids.
Well, without mediation, 51% before they even go to mediation, they say let the mother have custody. So
exactly, for let's just say if we're gonna go by race, what Black fathers do, Black fathers don't say I'm gonna leave, let me take the kids. No, they go let her keep the kids, because the taking care of the children is far more stressful than just paying for them if you have it.
Yep, 100%.
That's what they do. That is what they do. So when he said, "Oh no, it showed that the father," no. Even with single fathers, still don't have all that much of a relationship with their children. They tend to be outside the house more.
Yep.
Because the kids are with them. What he do? Drop them off at his mother's house, and he goes and he leaves for hours on end. We think why you hear kids saying, "I was with my father. My father got custody, but I was raised by my grandmother."
Facts.
Right then and there. That's all I was gonna say. Now let me go deal with this damn chick. Oh no, I'm gonna
Go
stick
get
around
that
just in
ticket,
case.
T.
I'm gonna stick around just in case a question. I'm gonna just go on mute.
Okay. Go.
Can I just add something real quick before you go to the next? When she's talking about the high school diploma, not only the lack of education, but also the time off the resume.
Yeah.
So I feel like
the
oftentimes we
lapse,
forget that.
the lapse, the
Exactly.
gap in work and employment hurts too. Yeah. What have you been
Yes.
doing for the last 7 years? Raising my kids? Oh well, too bad.
Right. And that's not seen, keeping it all together isn't seen as a job skill,
Yep.
which I think is a shame.
We got to change that too. Dan.
Yeah.
What's good, man?
You know, I'm. This is what intrigued me about this live is I'm in the middle of all this right now. So, like, I make 10 times as much as my ex-wife. We got 2 boys. The house is in my name. The cars are in my name, and we've been in the middle of a separation for like 2 years. So I'm printing out the divorce papers and all that, custody and all this, right? And I'm just really trying to think what's fair, honestly, because like she did support me through my career in college, and she took online tests for me, my accounting class. I forced her to take a test for me, and she really helped me get to where I am. You know what I mean? And she's a good mom and everything like that. And so now I'm about to probably break 200K, and I'm thinking, what proportionate amount of this is due to her?
Half.
Pay that lady. Get that lady that whole 200K. Fuck that shit.
Well, how am I gonna eat?
No. Half.
Be hungry.
Half.
Yo,
Half. She did have to work.
this is the value people put on men, and that's my gripe. It's zero.
No, she wasn't like 100% serious. Like she was partially joking, but half is fair. Half is more than fair.
You just said the lady took the test for you. You
Yeah.
said you made
I
the
say
lady
half,
take
bro.
the test
I
for
say
you.
I say
I say
half.
half. She did all the child rearing, she did all the labor at home, and she helped, and she
Literally took
actually
your
helped you in your
test
And
for
she
you.
career.
built you.
Yeah, and she helped you in your career. Give her half. Half
And
to
you
the
need to
credit.
get that lady monthly. And you still need to go over there and eat her box every goddamn like you owe her.
Mhm. You got to eat it from the back one time though, at least on the way out.
Do all the above.
On the
But
way out. That's why I don't want it. I
On the
don't want no
way
baby.
out is crazy.
feel
I don't
like
want to date it. I don't want to date a girl. I don't want to date a woman that got a baby dad. I want to. I would only if I was single. I would only date a woman that had kids. But I also at the same time don't. I don't want a woman that got a baby daddy. Like I want that nigga to have abandoned them kids. Like I need
What?
because I don't want to deal because I know that nigga still eating it from the back every now and again, and I don't want to
That's
put up with that
false. That's a myth.
shit.
False, because he
That's a
could touch
myth.
you with a
If she
10
wanted
foot
that man,
pole.
she would have been
Yeah,
right over there with
completely
him.
false.
That's a myth.
Completely.
well,
Ugh,
Ah,
gross.
Trust me. Once
hey,
you're done with that nigga, you're done with that nigga. But
that's what
anyway.
y'all be saying. I don't be believing it. I don't know,
Well,
man. I
hey,
ain't gonna
you
even
ain't got
hold you.
to. It ain't for you to believe.
Yeah, exactly. I'm off the market. I don't know. I'm just
Exactly.
saying.
she
But
But
said
my
the
Donatello,
oil
question though,
changes
in all
and like the
seriousness,
house appraisal
Danatello,
and all that
why
shit.
is everything in your name to begin with? You said the house is in your name, the cars are in your name. Why is everything only in your name?
Well, I had all that before I met her.
Oh, okay.
So I, and the thing is like 12 years of marriage, I did kind of, drag her through hell a little bit, and I know that she helped me get to where I am. But I've been paying her 30%, honestly, and it's been more than enough to meet all her home's needs and everything she wants. I
Mhm.
mean,
Hey, can
50,
I ask you a question? Why are you guys
Transition.
getting divorced?
I had a porn problem, and then she started uh, running around with all the guys in town because
so
she
you
didn't.
was watching
She didn't feel
corn
wanted.
and not eating her from the bite?
I did
Basically.
direction. I did
Shit.
everything she ever wanted. She
Well,
wouldn't let me
why would
cook
you
at
only
home.
do 30% though, when the first thing you said was that she took the test for you, that she's the only reason you were able to be successful in the first place? Like,
Yeah.
how can you even justify 30%?
I just, this is the only reason. It's all economic because I know she deserves damn well 50. But the thing is where we started was at a $720 mortgage, and where we ended was at a $1,900 rental payment. So, in order for me to survive, I had to at least pay that amount just to have shelter.
Yeah,
Where
like you need money too. I get it. I don't, you know what I'm
yeah,
saying? I get
she
that.
had
Sure,
locked in a
she's
mortgage of
changing
seven.
your lifestyle a bit, right? Like, she's going to have to change her lifestyle a bit as well. If you know what's fair.
Well,
I feel like you're wanting us to tell you, sure, 30% is fine, when you know damn well 50% is what you should be paying.
Yeah,
we're
I think
talking
morally 50% is right though. Just from what you told me, I think 50 sound about right. But what the fuck do I know?
two different economic time points where inflation, and housing values exploded after 2011.
Yeah, trust me, I know.
It's a whole different economy right now.
You better move into the hood then.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
still justifying
You all right, you right, man. You good.
undervaluing her. Like, you're justifying throwing her. That's not right. It's just not right.
She still has the same value um, of life,
Mhm.
whereas mine, as is still at the same quality of life. She has the same quality of life. Our children have the same quality of life, but it's at different economic timelines. So
Well, go get you a
cost
studio
of
apartment.
living is way
Go
higher.
invest in go to Publix. Right now they got that turkey. They got they smoked turkey on sale. Go load up on a
She's
whole bunch
fine.
of that.
She's doing well. I just went to her house. She smoked me up with the blunt, and she gave me a couple of shots. She is living better than me.
Hey,
Good.
this shit crazy, bro. But you didn't eat it from the bank when you was over there?
I was trying.
Well,
I know you was
you better
sorry. I
beg
knew
that
you was a
woman to
freaky
come
boy.
right.
I knew you was on some freak shit. I heard it in you. I heard it in you. I
Yo.
heard it in your Adam's apple. You was on some freaky shit when you
Turn
came up
her
here.
on
I
to
knew
some
it.
stuff. Let me tell you, I turned her on to some stuff.
He said, I mean, I tried.
That nigga said tried to eat from the back when he was.
See, I couldn't hit the cervix though, so I'm immediately disqualified.
Nah, bro, you got it.
But you know
Y'all
what?
are
But
out
you
of
know what?
control.
In all seriousness, Donatello, it sounds like, I mean, I'm not going to shit on your wife because she got her reasons, but it sounds like y'all can benefit from some kind of counseling and y'all can work this out.
Think?
Maybe.
I think it sounds like you don't want to let her go,
No.
and it
Nah,
sounded like
bro.
she was acting out like when you was doing your thing, like she started doing her thing because she probably felt emotionally, physically, mentally
Mm-mm.
neglected.
Yep.
It sounds like y'all can work it out, but otherwise you need to go get some turkey and some bread and shit, like, and go get you a studio apartment.
No, you want me living out of a fucking cardboard box?
Nah, not a
Hey,
cardboard box, bro.
not a
You can just
cardboard
get you. But wait,
box.
no. But wait, because he got kids, so the kids come over, so you need bedrooms for the kids and
Yeah,
shit too. Yeah. So
yeah.
nah, he can't do that.
Minimum,
I can
minimum,
live out of
2 bedroom.
my car, but I got kids. I can't do that.
Yeah. You gotta let them babies come over. I got you, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan. On some real shit though, fam. I appreciate you coming up, and I really do hope that shit work out for you. I hope y'all smoke another blunt tonight. You know what I'm saying? And you get active. You maybe make a movie with her instead of watching the motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
All right, thank you, man.
Yep. Shit, man. Uh, who came up here? My nigga. Hey, my guy. Hold on, wait, kid. I gotta let my. What's good? What's good, Artie? What's good with
What's going on, everybody?
it? What's good, fam?
Listen, I wanted to say two things. I haven't been from the start of this live, but I just two things I wanted to talk about, and I get out your hair. First thing, just to put this in context, I'm not flexing at any point. It's a point that I'm trying to make. I'm relatively successful. I make six figures, right? Good job, great benefits. We good. My wife doubles what I make, right? More than doubles what I make, right? She's a doctor, right? In no way or shape or form does that bother me. Not even in the slightest bit. And it's one of the reasons why I feel like we have a successful marriage, because neither one of us has that money tension. Like, oh, I got this meal, she better got that meal, and
Yeah.
we don't even think about it because the our relationship has never been about money.
Mhm.
We already feel like that's taken care of, and we know we work in the best interest of the family. So
Yep.
it doesn't bother me at all that she makes them. I'm happy. I am so happy she doubles that money, because if God forbid something happens to my job and I'm out for a couple months, she got it, and she
Yep.
knows if whatever happens, and I take care of. And I don't just watch her take care of the bills. I take care of the bills. They come through my and I know whatever happens that we're good. I'm not worried. I'm not penny pinching. I'm not looking at her account. And for any guy who is like insecure about it, if their wife makes more money than them, the issue is they're not making enough money. So my suggestion for them is get your money up, not your funny up. So you know what I'm saying? Like, don't why would you want to be with a girl who makes less money? Like, that's no problem. But if they make more money, then like you should be happy for them. Like, especially if they got like promoted while you're dating them. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Like, that means you created a good house environment that they got to do well at the job that they got promoted in, and that got more money. And now, like you know what I mean? Like, oh, like it's funny because the other day, y'all gonna laugh at me, but I was like, oh, the new Switch. I told my wife, oh, the new Switch 2 is coming out, right? And I'm like,
Mhm.
oh, I can't wait for that to come out because I'm gonna buy it. She's like, no, I want to buy it for you. And like,
Oh,
you know what I mean? I was like, oh, that's super fucking sweet. And
yeah.
like, I didn't have to feel like a bum ass dude who has to ask his wife to buy him a PlayStation 5, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't got the money. This was just like, oh, what a sweet thing. What a sweet thing. Like, she wants to buy me the gift, not because she think I can't, not because she thinks that I can't afford it. It's
Yeah.
because it's
Just nice.
hard to buy me gifts because I buy whatever I want. Like,
Yeah, me
if
too.
I want something, I buys it.
Yeah.
And so it was just like, it's so sweet thing.
Like what you get for Christmas? Because I got a bunch of bull. And, hey, I'm sorry. I like what I got for Christmas, but I ain't gonna even hold you. It is hard to buy shit for people like us because I don't. Whenever I want something, I just buy that shit. Like it don't be nothing. I'm like, oh man, I can't. Ooh, when payday come, like I just go buy the shit. Like I don't even think. Like I go shopping, I don't be looking at fucking receipts, and I just be buying shit and whatever the fuck. You know, I'll order shit online and shit comes to the house. Like I don't think about none of that shit. So
My
my
wife
wife
is
had a
slick.
hard time. She be having a hard time buying me shit.
My wife is slick. My wife is slick when it comes to buying me stuff because I'll never tell her, "Oh, buy me this." Right? I'm not
Yeah, me
four.
either.
But she be looking at my phone sometimes
Yeah.
while and she sees me, and so she bought me this sick ass L.A. Rams, those starter jackets, like in the
Oh yeah,
like.
yeah, yeah.
She
Hmm.
saw me. I was like, "Oh, that's tight." Like I was just saying, like, "Oh, I got one of those tracker ads," and I'm like,
Hmm.
"Oh, that's pretty cool, right?" And so
Hmm.
she looked at the website, oh, Culture Kings, and
Yeah,
it's like, oh,
that's
and
my
then
favorite.
boom, Christmas, she got me. I'm like, oh, that's super dope. Something I wouldn't buy myself because it's kind of like I don't know, 100, $200, whatever. It's cool.
Yeah,
I wouldn't buy it myself, but she know like she would buy it for me. So that's really so she's really slick. She's always got an eye out to buy, like to see if I like something.
that's
But
dope, man.
that's really.
I know.
But
I like your wife. She good. She
yeah,
good. She good. Peoples, man. She
she's
good.
good people. You know what's so funny about her? Because she grew up in OC, so she doesn't. And I'm from LA County, right? So the stuff that I've opened her eyes to, like she had no idea what LA street gangs are all about, right? And so when like something like randomly shows up on TV and it's like, is this guy a Crip or a Blood? I'm like, baby, he's Mexican. He's neither one of those. Like she's really naive to that stuff because she grew up in the OC bubble. So it's kind of like funny, like teaching her these things. It's super funny. But my second point was, it's kind of a left on what you guys are talking about, but it's what is really the fundamental reason of why not every relationship, but what a lot of relationships end up in divorce or they break up, whatever, is capitalism. It is
Yeah,
a lot of it is capitalism. And I'll give an example of my own family, my own mother and father. Right, when I was a kid, they were all I don't want to say they were always fighting, but they
yeah,
fought a lot. You know what I
yeah.
mean? And I didn't know why, but it was. And then when I grew older and blah blah blah, and there was a point I realized I was like, God damn, mom and dad ain't fighting as much. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And I figured it out.
The money
It's
wasn't funny.
when we figured out it was when the mortgage got paid off. When the
Mm.
mortgage got paid off, the tension in the house, you can
Hmm.
see it. Because that means no matter what, we ain't gonna get kicked out the house. We ain't never gonna be
Hmm.
homeless, right? And so with that mentality, you ease up, right? Because when you're like stressing at work, right? Your boss gave you shit, then you come all grumpy to the house, then that leads into the fucking, you know what I mean? Then
Yeah, it just
your
leads into one thing leads
one
into
thing
another. It may
after
not be
another
like
after another.
the money
Exactly.
is the issue. Like, oh, I don't have enough money, and we get it. May not be that. It just may be like the pursuit of money because you guys got to work all the time, or you can't save up
Exactly.
enough, and you can't buy a house, and then yeah,
Yeah,
it could be a
my
bunch of
my
shit.
boss my boss treated me like shit. I have to eat it, so of course I'm in a shit fucking mood when I come to the house. That
Yeah,
affects everyone. It's a whole ball and chain effect. And and so we can talk about all these little things that happen or cheating and blah blah blah. But the root cause of all this is economic uncertainty. If I feel like I'm about to get kicked out the house, or if I feel like I don't got food or the job is stressing me out, well, how can I come to the house with all cheery and like ha ha and
no,
geeky?
wait. I got to push back a good amount though because rich people get divorced too, and at the at the core of it is usually the same shit that poor people be getting divorced about, and it's like what I got up here. It's the men aren't fucking especially in rich could you imagine like a fucking basketball player or a celebrity or some shit like that? Like he ain't listening to his fucking wife. You know what I'm saying? Like he ain't listening, especially if she ain't rich and famous. Like if he's like taking care of her and paying all the bills and all that shit, then yeah, definitely not. But yeah, most of the time it's I mean it's still not most of the time. It still happens no matter what to wealthy to unwealthy. But the money definitely the the pursuit of money and all that stuff definitely
Sure,
it fucks with
for
the
sure.
relationship.
100. I'm not saying this
No
is
doubt
across
about
all relationships. I'm talking about for regular folks, right? That I'm just saying, like that tension in the house. It's just lot. Like how many times have you heard? Oh my God, like we have financial issues, and oh my God, my wife spent so much money, it led to an argument. You know what I mean? That's a lot. That's like for my parents, like that
it.
money.
Yeah.
It just keeps pulling that stuff down, and and it's I don't have a solution for it, but to get your money up, but. It's just that is the underlying effect that we don't want to talk about. We want to say this and that stuff, but when you basically pull down a lot of these problems if we are working on the relationship because our mind isn't on, oh my god, I need to get every penny because I don't know if I'm gonna get kicked out the house. Then we can grow as a person that's both man and female and all that, and then we can actually grow this relationship rather than like being stressed and fucking and just hating life because fucking everyone knows that 9 to 5 grind is fucking bullshit. I have a good job and I still don't want to go to fucking work. And so you know what I mean? Like, so, but that was basically it, man. It was good. Thank you for getting me on, P.
No problem, man. One love, my guy. One love.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, man. You gotta love it. Who else? Who up here? Shan still up here. Everybody else dropped. Okay, cool. Let's see. Yeah, I see Shan and T up here. I got a few more people. I'm on my way. I got to leave in a minute, but I'm about to. Damn, this dude been in the queue for a cool minute. He probably gone. I'ma still invite him up. I'm gonna invite you up. I'm gonna get all y'all. All y'all can come up here. Where you at? There you go. Hell yeah, I am. That difference, yeah, yeah, yep. We not focused on that enough. That's for sure. Oh man, hold on. People keep coming up, but y'all not coming up. What's going on? I'm inviting. I'm letting you up. What's going on in the box though? Oh, the thing. Hold on.
But who?
There we go. We bike.
We back. No, that those last two, that was the laugh I needed. Especially
Danatella.
Crazy Dan.
My nigga
I
Dan,
lost y'all. I had to
man.
go get my car out the parking garage. My phone dropped.
Dan the manly man. That was crazy.
That was hilarious. But yeah,
God
her
damn.
taking tests for you and doing all of that, yeah, you owe her whatever the hell. But his story isn't unfamiliar. And I think that's like the issue with, a lot of these guys when they come up and they complain about like, oh, well, men have to give up alimony or child support, whatever it is, in divorce. But they just completely overlook the fact that, like, I mean, yeah, like this woman been with you since before you had any of that, and she helped you get it. Like you literally would not have what you have if it weren't for her, either because she was at home taking care of your kids so that you could work as many hours as you needed to work, or because she was at home making it a easy environment for you to come back and relax and have a meal and have your house clean. All of that helps contribute to the amount of money that you're able to make. But it's, again, more of that unpaid labor and just labor that women don't get the credit for. And people are wondering why women are just opting out of it altogether now and saying, well, if I'm going to do any of that labor, whether it's cooking, cleaning, whatever it is, I'm gonna just do it for myself. Because y'all don't value women enough or give women enough credit for this type of stuff. But then you complain and whine about how, oh, women don't want to be women anymore, women aren't traditional anymore, women don't want to hold their man down anymore. Because where's the reward in that? Where's the reward? It's never like the
Women don't
minute
want it.
y'all make it to doing whatever it is that y'all wanted us to help you do, if the relationship breaks down and it doesn't work out, all of a sudden we deserve nothing. We did nothing. You could have done all that by yourself.
Hey, real quick, before I forget, can y'all do me a favor and go subscribe to my YouTube page, The Public Offender 100, and go to I don't know if we fix it yet, Shan, but anyway, I'll do that on a different day. I
Oh, I
don't know
didn't
if it's
fix it
fixed
yet.
yet, but
Can y'all
okay,
hear? Can
yeah,
y'all
but
hear
go to
me?
yeah, we got you. Real quick, Kay, hold on. Y'all can go check it out. Go to the public offender 100 on YouTube. I'm just trying to get up. I need 50 subscribers on there, so I can start going live on there as well. That'd be cool. So I can mix it up. I'm trying to do it. Trying to get the make it more entertaining. I think I can reach more people if I go on YouTube as well. So y'all help your boy out. The public offender 100 on YouTube. I just need 50, it's 300 people, 375 people in here. Can y'all 40 go over there real quick? Subscribe, take 2 seconds. That's all I need. Go ahead, Kay.
Nah, I was just wondering if y'all could hear me because I went to get my car out of the garage and then I dropped y'all. But yeah, I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna send like 10 more people over there. We fuck with you public the long way. So we got you.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Yeah, definitely. Um, did somebody? Oh, I think somebody put it in the comments. Yeah, the public offender 100. But another comment I wanted to respond to
Pin it,
real quick.
pin it.
Oh, I don't think you can. It don't let me pin stuff anymore. But let me try. Let's pin comments anymore for some reason.
They be hating on me. All right, go ahead.
But somebody said Storm 71 said women don't deserve the same lifestyle they had while married if they are no longer married. And I'm not shocked by that. Like we know that that's how y'all think and we know that's what y'all feel and that's why Lux said you have to enable pinned comments public. But yeah, that's why y'all give so much pushback
Okay.
on that's why y'all give so much pushback on women having to be paid alimony and child support. That's why men will go out of their way to not pay their child support or avoid paying their alimony or hide money or whatever it is because of what he just said. You want to punish the woman for no longer being with you. You believe that her lifestyle should decrease and she should not be as comfortable, as happy, as whatever it is because you no longer have access to her. And again, when you have that mentality, it just proves the point of why your marriage is ending in the first place. You don't love that woman. You don't care about that woman. If when you leave her and you're no longer with her, you don't want her to live the same way she was living when she was with you, that means that I don't love you. I'm just providing this to you because in exchange for what you do for me.
They don't
In
like them.
order to
They don't
have
like them either,
access to
Shan.
you, yeah, you don't like them either. Like in order to have access to you, basically, I'm providing a certain lifestyle just so I can have that access to you. But I don't like you and I don't love you. So that if you ever take that access away from me, I want you to be visibly
Guys, I
punished
just
for
got
that.
fucked by a dog.
What?
I got
What?
fucked by my dog, big penis and all.
Just drop her.
But you know what? But you know what I wanted to add. I knew what I came up here to say because public and Shan, y'all was hating on me. Y'all wouldn't let me up here when Michelle was up here. And baby, I was about to give it to that bitch real
Okay,
bad.
hold on, Kay. I don't mean to interrupt you. One more time. Public, what can you put in the comments? Because everybody's saying they can't find your YouTube page.
What? Somebody said they already subscribed. Hold on. All right, go
Yeah,
go ahead, Kay.
just put it in the chat, whatever it is.
Yeah, I will. I'm driving right now. I can't really do it. Okay. It's not coming up. That's weird. Okay. I'll be back. Go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going.
But yeah, you and Shan were hating on me. Y'all wouldn't let me up here when Michelle was up here. But I'm trying to figure out who coined that bitch up 1,000 coins. Who coined her up
It was one of
to
those
1,000?
dudes. It was one of those dudes. He gave her a galaxy.
Baby, cause ain't no way. Ain't no way. I looked away from my phone and I looked back and she had 1,000 coins and I say, ain't no fucking way. She came from the seventh dimension of hell. Ain't no way. She was a pygmy internal misogynist, the whole shebang. Like, bruh, why y'all let her run rampant up here like that?
I mean, we did. We really. I thought we did a good job. I think we cooked her
Yeah,
pretty
Shan.
well.
Shan clipped her. I was in the comments rooting like Shan, get her, somebody please, because it wasn't no way. This lady is a whole psychologist, but you could tell that's how people have like implicit bias
Ryan.
and shit like that, because ain't no fucking way she believed half of what she was saying. Like, who hurt you, ma'am, with the psychology degree?
That's why
Who
I said
hurt you?
Do you have a psychology degree or are you a psychologist? Because a lot of people will go and get a bachelor's degree in psychology and walk around being like, I'm a psychologist. I can give you my opinion from the from the perspective of a psychologist, ma'am. Just because you have a degree, a bachelor's in psychology, like for example, I have a bachelor's degree in political science, but I am not a political scientist. Does that make sense?
Facts.
That makes
Yeah.
sense. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say, like, because even when public was like, no, the studies, the books, like the literature are all there. Like, you as a studied, well read person should know that. Like, this bitch was not, she was an imposter. I said, is this what an industry plant looked like? Because that was an industry that was a fucking industry plan. I was over here jumping out of my skin. I said, I cannot believe this educated professional is on Beyonce internet with this bullshit. So you
She
don't know
was
nothing about statistics. You don't know
she was
nothing about the literature.
she was saying some wild shit. I'm sitting there like when cause she said she was a psychologist. I said that's interesting because my wife is a psychologist and she is the one who taught me all of this stuff.
Yeah,
So
there's no way. There's no
I don't
way
know
you're
what fucking
saying what
school
you're
you went
saying
to.
and you're a psychologist. There's no fucking
There
way.
there was no fucking way. I was like, let me up. Somebody please let me up. Then I said,
My
you
wife,
know what? I'ma just give up.
Imposters are.
Shan,
That's
get
how
her.
you know who the
my wife
imposter
was
is.
like, read this. Read that. I was like, oh, okay. I just started reading the shit. I was like, oh damn, this kind of crazy. She was like, read that. Before I knew it, I was 3, 4, 5 books deep. I was like, damn, they got me. This shit is real. I believe
Yeah,
it.
people call themselves anything on the damn internet. That woman was
Yeah.
not no
Shenanigans.
psychologist.
Shenanigans. Remember the other day on the other panel how the guy said, I help people. I tell the women how
Exactly.
it's her
I
fault.
mentor
How if you
single
stay,
mothers. I
it's your
mentor
fault.
women. And
We
then
said
immediately said, if you are in a relationship where you're being abused, it's your fault for not leaving. How the fuck?
exactly. No, no psychologist. That's why I brung up the thing. I said, no psychologist agrees with that quote. It's your fault. They would never agree with that. They say you're doing more damage, hurting her than helping her. That's why based off I was like, based off what you said alone, you're not qualified to help nobody. You are the least professional.
Yeah.
The least. The
But
least.
I
that's why I be side eyeing these life coaches that don't be having no fucking either life experience or degrees. Because how are you coaching somebody? Like, how are you teaching people anything when you don't have qualifications? Like, I be so confused. That's why y'all need to get off of here throwing around y'all credentials, and y'all really don't be knowing what the fuck going on. Like,
And
I
y'all be
really need y'all to
lying. Like,
stop
yeah,
saying
some of
that.
those people are doing
Fake
that stuff, and there are
credentials.
people who are in these career fields that really don't need to be. Like, yeah, we're still humans at the end of the day. But a lot of these people actually be lying. Like, they just feel like that's going to make what they're saying more valid. But then they immediately show their cards and show that, like, if you actually worked in that field, you wouldn't even publicly be saying that right now.
Never.
Hello,
Never.
Hey,
everyone.
hello,
Hello,
Anita.
everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, I wanted to say that she identifies as a psychologist.
It is.
Listen, I'm
She
gonna start saying
identifies
that
as a
too.
psychologist for
She
sure.
identifies, right, right. You all were talking earlier. I was in. I had to step away, but you all were talking about women that work and make more money. And I know the host public had spoken about those women doing a lot more sometimes than even they need to in the house. Can you all speak on your thoughts on those women that make more and the men? I think it was mentioned that some of them feel jealous, so they'll do less.
Yeah. So I had a, and I've told the story a million times, but I'll tell it again because it keeps coming back. So I was talking to one of my friends, right? I hadn't spoken to him in a long time, so it's not like I knew like the inner workings of his relationship at all. It was like we had caught up after fucking 20 years. I ain't seen him since, yeah, easily 20 years, right? So we're hanging out, and he start and I you only see people online for a long time, and I had noticed that he was with a woman, and he got a new woman, but they looked alike, so I didn't know. I didn't know, like, I thought he was still with that woman, you know what I'm saying? So come to find out, he was like, oh no, I got divorced and blah, 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 blah. And he started to tell me, he was like, yeah, she was over here from, I forgot what country, but she was from another country, from in Europe. And he was like, we ended up getting divorced. And he tried to at first he tried to paint it as like she was using him for a green card situation. You dig what I'm saying? And I was like, okay. And then, but so she ended up getting her green card, but then also she ended up in the process making more money than him. And when that happened, the dynamic of their relationship changed. He said that, and his words were, she started to ask me to do stuff that I didn't sign up for. And I was like what? Right? Because my antennas instantly went up. Like, oh, I immediately knew. I was like, she basically just was asking him to like participate more in the house. You know what I mean? In the duties and stuff. Because he had
Hmm.
been while she was getting her green card. You know what I'm saying? While she was getting everything together, he was the for sure primary bed. Like pretty much all my buddy that came up here that was already like we were good. I went to his wedding. That's my guy. Like pretty much most of my friends we make like a lot of we make like a good amount of money. So he makes a lot of money, and he was a breadwinner, whatever. And he was like he said like that once that dynamic changed though, like once she made more money than him, then she started to ask him to do stuff that he quote unquote didn't sign up for. And then I pressed him a little bit. I didn't. We was out. It was at lunchtime. It was the middle of the day. I didn't want to get into it. I didn't want to have like a public roasting of my guy in the middle of the day. But I was just kind of trying to get an idea. And when he told me that, I basically pushed back and I was like, so she just started to ask you to do more like around the house? And he was like, yeah, pretty much. And I'm like, okay. And I just told him, I was like, so why didn't you just do it? I was like, why did you know what I mean? What was so hard about it? It wasn't like she was asking you to do some shit that you like physically couldn't do or mentally couldn't it was just like do more labor. And he was like, yeah, but that ain't what I signed up for. That's not what I signed up for. And that was the first time for this prompt. That was where this prompt actually came from, was all, pretty much from the conversation I had with him. It was almost a direct one-to-one. It was just like the unwillingness that men have in growing in a relationship, and when the dynamics of a relationship changes, like i.e. a woman gets pregnant. When women get pregnant, oh my God, men don't know how to act. We don't know she's pregnant. I'm gonna still act like we're fucking living the same life that we had before we had kids. We got a house now. I'm still gonna spend money like we spent money before we had it's weird. It's just like it's an anomaly at this point as far as I'm concerned. Like um how little self-awareness we have, and I know why we do. I'm just playing. I know it's not an anomaly, but like the lack of self-awareness that men have to change, and especially when it comes to women making more money. Like we cannot handle women making more money for whatever reason. And before anybody said, my wife makes more money than me right now. She hasn't historically in our relationship. I have pretty much always made more money than her, but she makes more money than me right now. I don't give a flying fuck about how much money like that she makes more money than me. I care about how much money she makes though. Like I'm happy that she makes more money. You know what I'm saying? It's our money. So why am I mad at it? Like it doesn't I'm fucking excited. I'm like, hell yeah, we got another $10,000 a year. Let's go. Like
You
it's a great
you
thing.
know
It's
what's wild?
also, I was gonna say real quick, it's that's one part of the dynamic public, the like them wanting the relationship dynamic to look the same. But the other part is the like societal dynamics of like the whole man of the house, the gender role things, and it's an ego thing. Like a lot of men can't handle the blow to their ego that a woman is out earning him because he's supposed to be the provider, right? So how are you going to protect and provide somebody who makes more money than you? So women end up overcompensating for that because she still has to make her man feel like he's the leader, he's the head of the household. So she does more domestic things. She goes out of her way to be more of a domesticated woman than maybe even a stay-at-home mom, so that her man doesn't feel emasculated by the fact that she makes more money than him. So yeah, I make more money than you and I pay more of the bills, but I'm still going to cook dinner for you every night. I'm still going to wash your clothes and clean up behind you, and just so you can still feel like you're the man of the house and you make the decisions and you're the head of the household.
But see, that's why
Facts.
when you
I can
go
see
into
that.
when you go into a dynamic where you it's not established that y'all are partners, that's when it becomes an issue, because there was no question when I got pregnant that my husband was going to be doing more of the domestic labor. Okay, like, I'm old, I was in a lot of pain. Pregnancy was difficult. So there was a lot of shit that I just couldn't do because I was always tired, or physically couldn't do because I was achy and sore. And I'm telling y'all, having babies in your 30s is for the birds. But there was no question. But what we had to work on is the how to, right? Because like I said, and I say this often, his mom is 73. Okay, so she grew up in a different time period. So a lot of stuff that he knew about domestic labor, he didn't know. Okay, that's a pun, but he didn't know because she would go behind them. She takes care. She still meal preps for his dad for the week. She takes care of her man. Now, even though she's an actress and she goes and does her jobs and stuff, one thing she gonna do is grocery shop on Sunday and meal prep for that man for the week, for him to go to work, etc. She gonna take care of her husband. Me, I definitely was raised opposite. Like, grew up very independent. Grew up in a household where my mom was a married single mother, so automatically we were expected to do domestic labor because my mom worked. So
Hey,
I was cooking at 11,
hey,
and
K, real quick,
yeah.
real quick. I'm sorry, K. Uh, what mic? Your microphone? You sound like a Jamaican DJ. Like, your shit sounded crazy. Like,
My microphone.
your mic crazy. You sound like you straight. Like, you sound like you from fucking King. It's you from Jamaica, Kingstown, whatever the shit. You rocking hard. Welcome to Jam Rock. Your shit sounding crazy right now. You like,
Can you?
like, your shit sounding wild. Beep, 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 beep.
How it sound? How it sound?
Okay, it's
I
better now.
think it sounded alright.
Public did not have to eat you up
Okay,
like that. It's better now. Okay, he just doing too much.
It sounded
I'm
crazy.
dead. But the long story that short is we had to work on the logistics of him doing domestic labor. It wasn't never his willingness or unwillingness to do it. It was just a matter of how to. We had to clean some stuff up. But I said all that to say this. There was always a dynamic where I made more money than him. When I met him, I made more money than him. I still make more money than him. However, I came into the situation knowing we're going to be partners. I ain't your slave. I ain't no maid. Like, I'm not about to be doing all the child rearing. Like, we in this together. Are we in this together, or are you a op? Because you can get the fuck
Mhm.
around me if you a op. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right.
But because
Facts.
men literally will
Go
start
ahead
to
and
be
leave that
jealous
for
of their
K.
women or view them as a fucking op. Like, they don't feel like
Facts.
that woman is there with them. They looking at them as competition. Like, I had an ex like
Hmm.
that. Everything was competition.
Yep,
I
that's facts.
traveled. Oh, you leaving me out. Blah blah blah. Like, even though
Hey,
he
wait,
made
K,
fucking.
was
Go ahead.
that you that told me that dude, you bought something one time and the nigga was like, okay, big money. I was like, what?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that nigga
I
was
was
mad.
like,
Like, I
nigga,
came
what?
back. He literally didn't talk to me for like 2 days when I came back from seeing my homegirl in Atlanta one weekend. This was before I moved up here. He ghosted me for like 2 days.
They will do that.
That's crazy.
Talking about, cause
That's
you leaving me
amazing.
out. I feel like you just moving
What?
without me, like you just moving. Like, what?
This is crazy. This shit sound. Hey, I know this happens, but I'm telling you, this shit is shocking. Still, I'm like, what the fuck? I
Yeah,
couldn't
but
imagine.
Oh,
Yes,
public.
ma'am.
Mine used to have an issue. I'm retired military. I think I mentioned this to you all earlier. but I'm retired military and I have my master's degree and several certifications, right? So he would have an attitude if I put another certification on the wall somewhere.
Oh my God. What?
Yes. You got another
Speaking,
accolade? Another one?
I ain't gonna even hold you. I feel bad right now. My wife just got permanent, cause she got like, she's like tenured or whatever now. And I ain't bought her nothing yet. It just happened like 2 days ago, but y'all just reminded me I gotta get her something. Anyways,
Yeah,
keep
you
going.
have
That's
to.
crazy. These niggas is sick.
Yeah, that it's not, but
Mhm.
this type of stuff is not uncommon. It just varies to the like degree that it shows up. And you would think like, oh, well, that doesn't make sense. Like, why would men be in competition with women, or why would they? It's not necessarily that they're trying to compete with women. Again, y'all know I'm always bring it up. It always goes back to misogyny and patriarchy, because men in their minds feel like I am better than women in general. I am stronger.
Mhm.
I am smarter. I am more intelligent. I'm better than women. They see us as lesser beings. So any indication that you might be better than him at anything, I don't care what it is, they're gonna have to prove again to themselves and to you that you're not. And it's not even always on purpose. A lot of times it's subconscious. They don't even know they're doing it. And no,
Um,
not all men, for the people who have to fucking hear that, but most of y'all. So get out of
I,
here with
I
that.
think they
But
know.
anyway,
I
they
think they know.
subconsciously, they do know sometimes, don't get me wrong, sometimes it's very deliberate, but some other times it shows up subconsciously and they don't even really realize like how much they are in competition with women, not because they want to compete with us, because they already internally feel like they are better than us in every way. And so anytime we show up seeming like we might be better at something, it fucks up their whole worldview and they have to put everything back in equilibrium.
I ain't gonna even hold y'all. If my wife, it's a couple things I'll be jealous. If my wife beat me at 2K, I'm getting divorced. I ain't gonna like if my wife beat me at 2K. I'm gonna tell you this right now, as a man, 10 toes. I'm gonna stand on this. If my wife beat me at 2K, she gotta go because I know she cheating on me. Some nigga teaching her how to play that shit.
Mm,
That's she out.
wow. Public, I went from under 100K to over 200K. So while we're talking about 2K, let's transition to the money part. And it got worse.
What? It got worse.
Yes, it got worse. The
These niggas
competition
don't
That's
and
like
the
for
money.
them.
jealousy got worse.
Wait, these niggas don't like money. What be going
No,
on,
they
man?
don't
Y'all
like
don't be sharing
they
the
don't
money.
like you making the money. That's the
Oh
difference.
no,
It's
no, I
okay if
love
they
it.
do it, but
Public.
you better not do it.
I love the money. I don't know what these niggas talking about.
It
I
was a
love
car.
money.
It was a car. It was a car. Public. I just remember what I was saying. It was a car. I went and got a new car. I traded my car in, and that nigga got mad because I got a new car. To my big calling me big money and shit. And then to
Yeah,
my
big
how could you
money.
go?
That's
How?
niggas
But he
said
said
big
he
money.
said he said how could you go and make a decision like that without me? And we weren't even married.
Oh my God. To call a woman big money, you gotta go to the doctor immediately. That's fucking unhinged. That's top flight, top tier unhinged behavior in my book. That's
Or
crazy.
or they randomly say you think you better than everybody.
That's sick too. All that, all that shit is sick. That's crazy. Cause I'll be the nigga sitting there like, you are better than everybody. Oh my God. I'm the nigga. I'll tell you, I'll be like, yeah, you better than her. Yeah, you starting on her. Shit, I don't give a fuck. This shit crazy, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Donatello, and then Ed.
I'm like just tripping because I'm like, damn, how would I react if I met a woman that made more than me? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it could be emasculating. I feel like you would have less decision making power. I mean, for all the people raised in religion, the head of the woman is a man, and the head of the man is Christ. And so how do all that play out? I'm so confused right now. But I'm in the middle of considering: do I give her the whole house, or do we sell it and do 50-50? Because if she laxes a little bit on me, I could maybe afford a new home for myself and just give her the whole shit. But if she's gonna tax me, then we gotta be legal about it. It's wild.
Natello, you already said you make 10 times more money than her. So, you even if you go the legal route, you're probably not gonna win. You probably be better off actually handling it like amicably with a mediator. Because if you go the legal route, you probably won't come out on top in that because you make so much more money than her. So yeah.
Go ahead, Ed.
Anne, are you there? If you're speaking, we can't hear you. Michelle, if you're there, you can go ahead until Anne gets her audio together.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you. I was just having a conversation very similar to this not long ago, where honestly, it's almost if, it's the anger. And I appreciate the brother who spoke right before this pause, is that, and the sister, the comment the sister made as well, is that some don't even know how it's unsettling for them to experience a woman who has that, who has more money, who has the ability to survive and thrive without his input or care or financial, sustenance. And it's so bothersome, that they will kind of undermine or demean or try to figure out ways to discredit their what they're doing or their reputation. It's sad that that's the avenue, the path that's chosen, when collectively, if we're together and we're winning, or if I'm making more than he is, or vice versa, you would think it would be easy to say, okay, so like you said, we should be teammates, we should be supporting one another, and therefore looking out for the other, because what happens if that no longer is the case? We should be making strategies for what happens if I'm not able to continue uh to provide at the level that I am. How would you? We should be, if you're my if you're my if you're my closest the closest person in my life, the one I'm relying on, I'm sharing a pillow with, I'm looking towards you to encourage me, and vice versa. Why wouldn't we be coming up with strategies together to build further, build communities, businesses, whatever we can to impact, so we don't have to, grind or hustle or work as hard in the latter years. What is this animosity? Why is it
I
not
think
seen as a gift?
I think somebody spoke on it earlier, Michelle, and they said because there's like men are in relationships with women who they see as the ops. And it's crazy. Like they see you for whatever reason as like competition and opposition and not a partner.
Then that's
Because like I
really the
said, if you saw this
conversation.
person as a partner and you actually like them and love them, it would never be how little can I get away with giving her. It's not
Mhm.
about you liking or loving her at that point, because it's just about you
Absolutely.
having access. Because the minute you lose access to her, the minute you lose access to sleeping with her, essentially, now your mindset is how little can I get away with giving this person.
Okay. Yeah, and I see that would start to present a problem for him. So yeah, but
Hey, we just gotta. What they're telling us, we just gotta start listening and understanding and moving accordingly. Like
but it
they
just
come on
seems
here and
like
they tell us every day that you are my op, you are my competition. I am not here to make sure we both win in the end. I'm here to make sure I win. And how can you help me do that? And the minute you stop helping me do that, I'm trying to make you lose as much as possible.
Right. And sometimes they won't even say it. They will say, "Oh, but I love you." Your actions show something completely different, bro.
there seems like there should be some kind of algorithm to reset our brothers, because this is not good moving forward. It's 2024. We got a woman up and man up. Something got to change. I'm a
I
drunk.
just want to say thank y'all for reminding me that I need to make sure that I put my stuff, my degree on the wall when I get it in May. Like
Absolutely.
I wasn't even thinking about it. Now I'm sitting here like pondering through my house. Where am I going to prominently post my thing on the wall? So thank you for reminding me that that's something that I will be doing, and I didn't even think about
I
it
don't
at
even know where
all.
mine is. They say we brag
Yep,
so much
I'm
Absolutely.
about these
prominently
degrees. I couldn't
framing
tell
that
you where
thing and
mine is
throwing it
even
up on
at.
the wall.
Pull it
I don't
out,
even know where it is.
pull it out, print it, do whatever it is you have to do, but you need to remind yourself on a daily basis because the world will try and tell you, especially us Black women, that we are not enough and we haven't done enough. So remind yourself on a regular basis that you are the stuff and you've been doing it and you've busted your butt to get to where you are right now.
Since you
Yeah.
got all your degrees,
So I Mr. Danitello, and I don't want to be problematic, but I'm curious. And if you say like you don't want to answer it, it's fine. Like, did you file for divorce or did your wife file for divorce?
I'm the one.
he
I'm the
said
one.
she did.
She did? Oh, okay.
No, no,
You
no.
know, because
No, oh,
like
you
I
filed
heard
for
him.
divorce? I thought you. Oh, because she cheated. Oh, I got you.
Yeah, yeah,
Because you
yeah.
had the corn, and then but the corn led her to cheat. She was sleeping around. How many dudes? How many dudes she sleep with, man? You said sleeping with the whole town. She probably slept with like two dudes.
No, because I was following friends on the profile, and they were like couples, and they were like, "Oh, why you ain't back in Colorado yet? You're still in Florida. How do they know we're in Florida right now?" Couples.
Oh, I
Tagline,
see.
tagline: love men and women and sex with both. So
Oh,
Understood.
she was.
Ouch.
Oh, I got you.
Shit.
She was getting it in. Okay.
So and
Damn.
like, how did y'all end up together then? Because I heard you make like the Christian comment and stuff like that. Like,
met in church.
the man is supposed to be the head of the woman, and then the man is only under Christ, right? Um, like how okay, anyway, I always find it interesting like that's the part of Christianity that a lot of men focus on, you know what I mean, like that's the go-to part that they're always like, okay, yeah, I only answer to God, and you woman, you're beneath me. But like it just like I got a little bit confused there, but all right. um these dudes really do be being your op. Like really, really, really. It is a rare find and a special find when you find a guy that is like promoting you doing better. Like, cause they know how
Absolutely.
happy they feel when their income increases. They know how happy they feel when their accolades increase, when their degrees increase, when their certifications increase. They know it feels good to them. So why do they feel
Absolutely.
like they want to keep that good feeling from you? Right? Like why, if you know it's something that feels good, why would you not want to see the person that you feel love for enjoy that same feeling of accomplishment and pride and success in what it is that you are doing in a professional way?
Because men be haters. Uh, just to answer, just to get to the bottom of most men be haters. Like, let's just be real. Most men be haters. Most men be selfish,
Mhm.
and our egos be, and it's because of our egos. It's not like we're innately haters. It's because of our egos. So our egos tell, like Sham is saying, like everybody knows, men. We've been told that we in our universe, we are the center of our own universe. So there can never be another star, there can never be anything else. Everything has to revolve around us. We got to be the best. We got, like, I heard, like, real quick side note. I was listening to this comedian and I like him. He's kind of funny. I think his name is Ali Sadiq. Ali Sadiq, right? Funny dude. I like Ali. Cool cat for the most part. But he's telling this story. And in the story, the video was about a minute and a half. And in a minute and a half, he says two things that I was like, what? That's so weird to say. He was talking about his daughter. His daughter's 5 years old, and he said that normally in his household, he is, uh, what did he say? I think he referred to himself as like a force of nature in his own house, and I was like, that's weird. And then later on, he was like, saying that, I'm a man and I gotta, I could, we gotta control everything, and we gotta, and I was like, that's weird. Like, this is him all in setting up this joke, right? It was a funny joke. But it was just weird. Like that's the type, like that be the type of shit men be on a lot of times. It's this ego driven, egocentric existence. And so when people do things better than us, or I don't even like to say better, but it's just like I'm not in college. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like my wife is doing better than me in college. I'm not in college. So if she gets a degree, we're not even. You got straight A's. I'm not even playing the game. Like we're not even in the same shit. So I don't give a fuck. Do your thing. Like, but a lot of times it's like just for your to see somebody, especially another woman, and the woman that's next to you, level up. It makes you feel insecure. It makes you feel like she's gonna get that right. Because we project a lot. So we think she would do to us what we think that she's gonna do to us what we would do to them. And it's like, oh, she got more degrees, she's making more money, right? Her options have expanded, she's gonna leave me. Her eyes are gonna wander. She's gonna see me as less than whatever, whatever, whatever. But because we do that to women so often, right? When we get money, when we have more resources and we have more access to women, like the famous joke Chris Rock said, men are only as faithful as our options, right? So he says, right? Okay, cool. So if that's the case, theoretically, if a man makes more money, he's gonna have more options, more likelihood that he's going to cheat, right? Because he has more options. Okay, that's men think exactly the same way about women. Oh, she's leveling up. She's gonna look at me as less than. She's gonna be dissatisfied. She's gonna want to leave. Like that's what all of that shit is rooted in. So yeah, we gonna be our biggest ops to the shit change till we grow up. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be us without a doubt. It's gonna be the nigga sleeping in your bed. He gonna be your biggest op, which is the craziest shit ever. It's gonna be us without a doubt.
You know
And
what
it's gonna
else
be
I
the nigga
find
sleeping in your bed.
interesting is
He's your
when,
biggest op, which is the craziest.
oh, was he talking at the same time? I'm sorry. Oh, the other thing that I find interesting too is like men that get offended when women say that they prefer to have a man that makes more money than them, and they're like, oh, well, you're gold digging. But then time after time after time, men say that they have difficulty when the woman makes more. So wouldn't it
Mhm.
make sense if a woman was saying, I prefer to find a man that makes more money than me, not only because of the financial support situation, but maybe it gets rid of that issue of him feeling like he needs to compete. Like it's just one less problem for us to possibly have. So like, why not just pick a struggle? Either you're going to accept and promote and support your woman getting to the top of her financial capabilities, even if that exceeds what yours is, or don't call women gold diggers when they say that they want a man that makes more. It just
So you
doesn't
asking,
like,
so you asking men to be rational? That's crazy. That's what
please.
I'm saying. You can't, that shit. We, oh, because the whole game isn't. It's not about rationale. It's not about actually finding what works best. It's about we're gonna use whatever works in that instance to demean you. So if it's you make more money, it's why you got to make so much money. Oh, you think you better than somebody? Oh, what's up, big time? What's up, big? Like it's that, right? To shame you, right? If you don't make enough money, or if you don't make money, yeah. I want you to stay home. Don't make no money. Don't make no money. Don't make no money. I got you. I got you. I got you. And then when you ask something of him, you don't even make no money. What do you bring to the relationship? Like that's the thing. Like it doesn't matter. It's not about it's not about finding what's best for us. We don't care. That's not what it's about. Most men, most men who, yeah, it doesn't matter. That's not what it is. Because if you were secure in yourself, what the fuck does it matter if she makes more money than you? You should be able to handle that. She makes more money than you. Do like step up. Do more domestic labor. Oh, you can't handle that, then you don't. You know what I mean? Like you're never gonna be with a woman that makes more money, right? Like you can't handle that. You're gonna ruin the relationship. As soon as your wife makes more money than you, you're gonna sabotage the relationship. No doubt about it.
Mhm.
Happens all the time.
And sidebar public, I used to beat my ex-husband in Madden all the time. Him and all his boys. Like his boys would be over, I cook dinner or whatever they'll eat. Like I know that they're coming. That was like our whole thing.
Mhm.
Like I didn't care if you had your peoples over, but let me know so that I cook enough food. Cause I can't stand for somebody to be in the house and there's like not enough food made or whatever. Right. And he'd be like, all right, I
Yeah.
need to go to the bathroom. Listen, just let my wife hold the sticks for me. And I would whoop all him and all his boys at Madden all the time. All the
So
time.
they was trash, or you was good? Cause this sound crazy
So
to
what
me.
happened was when we had the oldest son, I stayed home for a little while, and it wasn't even on purpose. Like, I so happened to have got fired like right at the same time, and he was like, "All right, listen, I'm gonna take on 2 jobs. You stay home for a little bit until whatever." So he did. He took on 2 jobs, and I stayed home. So I got real efficient with the household duties. It was only one little kid, right? And I was already used to doing the bulk of the labor and working. So when I didn't even have to work on top of it, I got real efficient with it, real efficient with it. So I would be home, and this is PS2 times, right? Where it wasn't even on Wi-Fi. I had a whole long cord. When he was gone from home, when he was at work, I had drilled a hole in the wall to run the extra long Ethernet cable out of the living room into where the box was, the modem. And
Yeah,
I
yeah,
would
yeah.
sit on at home and play Madden against people on the internet like 2-3 hours a day whilst he's at work. So you know what I
Oh,
mean?
that's
Like I
crazy.
was, yeah,
You a
that
real one.
yeah, that's what I used to do. Well, I mean, I lost my interest in video games probably by the time PS3 came out. I kind of like fell off of it, but I used to like it like way back from since regular Nintendo. So, and I probably stopped somewhere around PS2. When the kids started getting bigger, like it became less important. But yeah, I used to whoop him and all his friends.
That's a crazy statement, and that's yeah, that's amazing. Like, yeah, I ain't gonna even hold you. I mean, I wouldn't if I knew you was playing online. We'd just be separated. I wouldn't get divorced, but we'd separate for a little while. It'd take a little
Yo,
while.
I didn't tell him that I was playing online, and I used to love beating people online too, because that's when you first used to be able to like make little statements. But I didn't have the keyboard, so I was like sitting there tap tap tapping, and I like only thing I could hurry up and write to them before the game was done is like, "You got beat by a girl." I used to love that. That was like the happiest part of my day when I beat people online and be like, "You got beat by a girl." But yeah, I mean that was back then. I was a tomboy coming up anyway, so.
I was too, is that yellow. You know what? And the thing about it, I was thinking, because what public offender said before, it's some men who feel this way, who feel that that threat to their egos. But maybe it's time for us to start really putting, a label on those kind of men, as opposed, because they're not like less of man. They just, a man that's been threatened, and what threatens him or triggers him is what is causing him to react the way he is towards the women or the woman in his life. So maybe it's time to do that so we can figure out how to reboot this, reaction, because I don't want to continue to be at war with a man who I literally can see, respect, appreciate, and who looks very appealing to me. And then sit down, and when I start to, show him my glow, he gets so offended that he's ready to battle me like I'm a game. And I too was, I wasn't really a gamer per se, but I watched the games because, I came up in a household where, I was kind of like protected. I had a lot of, my cousins and my brothers and my, father. He always had like, company over. My mom, they always had guests over. So we were always, either in another room playing, but I watched, and I was the one who watched. And as a matter of fact, when I finished my study, and I considered myself going into journalism, and when I considered this gaming, when it started to really take off, because I noticed that my son had become obsessed with games, and online games. And, and I would watch them. I was like, wow, this is incredible. You don't even need to pay for a babysitter. Just
Hey, wait, Michelle, real quick. Ann, are you there, Ann? Okay, I'm gonna drop Ann in. Ann, you can come back, but I just wanted to make sure. I'm sorry, I got somebody in the queue, and I wanted to.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So I was trying to, get to the point that when I saw that how well, kids would, they would manage themselves, but what came out of that, when you would leave these boys in the room or in the basement, playing games for like hours and hours, they came up aggressive. They was like, they were very aggressive, and and we came up in a household where we did pranks. We pranked you like frozen pants in the wintertime and things like that. These are, we did stuff like that was real fun and funny, flowering somebody's car. But, we weren't abusive. We weren't mean. We were, we just did stuff so everybody could laugh with us. That kind of stuff. But then after these games, It was a level. It was like, oh no, this is hatred. This is rogue. This has
Mm-hmm.
gone rogue. I didn't like it. So I started looking at games and trying to, study it. And I, at early, I would say the early 2000s is when you saw what was online was a lot of videos teaching people how to play. They were doing a lot of game reviews, and kids were doing these shows at the time. And that's kind of, where I came in and I started looking at this a little bit more. We need to, it's like there's been some things that have been like infused in how our men think, because they've been spending 10 and 12 hours, just like, a woman would spend in a book trying to study her profession, her lessons, They've been in the games, and it taught them, it gave them street cred, it gave them a wisdom that was like, dom, prison dom, and, reign. I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird.
Real
I'm
quick, real
saying
quick.
it's
I'm
time
sorry,
to plug
Michelle.
that.
Real quick.
Go
I
ahead.
got it.
And I'm
I got
jumping
to.
my mic here. Go ahead.
No, you good. I got to say something real quick to this dude, Casper. You about to get booted. Um, that's a wild statement. Who created gangs, single mothers is the dumbest statement I've ever heard. You're obviously a troll, so you got to go. That's crazy. That's yeah. That's crazy. I mean, I could deal with a certain level of unhinged, but like that type of shit, that's
What was he saying?
he said that single mothers created gangs. That was crazy. Yeah,
What?
gangs like gangs like
Oh,
gang banging.
gangs. Single mothers created gangs.
Yeah, GANGS
Oh,
gangs. Yeah,
wow.
What?
yeah.
Maybe absent fathers.
Yeah.
You mean because of the absentee fathers, single mothers created games or allowed children to play them because of
Oh
the
no,
absentee?
see, he's not saying with the MES at the end. He's saying with the
Gangs.
N, like Nancy, GS.
Yeah, gangs
Like
like
Gangs.
gang
like
banger.
Bloods and Crips and
Yeah,
them
Women
people.
created gangs.
Yeah, single mothers
single
apparently
mother.
created that.
Okay,
I
Yeah,
don't
can somebody explain that?
I don't know how.
no,
I
I
think
couldn't
it's
you
much
know
explain it
we
to you
you
more
if I
can't
like
wanted to.
you can't
it's
explain it.
nonsense. It's nonsense. It's just like
You
full
can't
on nonsense.
you can't
Like a
you can't
lot of
explain it.
those things, they started out trying to be like social justice groups went wrong. Some of them were like that. Some of them were like, just because these kids were looking for male role models and they got sucked into it. Some of it was they chasing money, and it became more and more organized. I mean, like this is nonsense. We already know that. Like explaining it is a
No,
waste
it's
of.
not that nonsensical, because back in the day, Martin Luther King had on his tail, Herbert Hoover, the white dude that was trying to take him down, that was doing all these kind of death, activities to try to undermine
Not
his.
Herbert, not
Herbert,
Herbert. Who?
thank you,
Not
thank you.
no, not Herbert. It wasn't Herbert Hoover. It was
It was the one who was in the CIA, who was
from the
trying to
FBI. No, FBI.
FBI. Okay, they was trying to attack Martin Luther King. He had uh women, lesbian women, who were part of a CIA sting. These were women who were, they were literally an assassin team. Okay, so he used this kind of tactic. So fast forward to today, it's not that uncommon. It's not that unlikely that it's possible that women, because women are very strategic. Harriet Tubman didn't do this because she read a book when she got all these people free. Okay, and all these other kings or queens that are in other third world countries, we don't hear about them because they don't want us to know how powerful we are.
Yeah,
We're not trying to take men down or demean them or demoralize them. We're trying to reign. We want to uplift. We want everybody to reign, and we want everybody to win. At least I would think we do. I
yeah.
don't think.
I
Okay.
agree. Hey Michelle, I appreciate you coming up. I got somebody in the queue. I'm gonna rotate you out. Thank you. Go ahead, Rico. You've been trying to come up for a while, fam. Go ahead, brother.
What's going on? How you doing?
Good.
I mean, I don't really know where we at in the conversation, but I mean, I'll touch up on the statement you got. Men's unwillingness to grow is what leads most divorces. I feel like it's a little one-sided. But I think when I got in, y'all was talking about women making more money than men, and I feel like men definitely feel emasculated when women make more money than them. I think that's a big issue. Every man wants to be, the leader, and they want to be the breadwinner and stuff. So, but I think a lot of women having their rise to the top and being independent women, I think they try to look for an equal partnership. They try to look for an equal companion who, can make just as more, if not more than them. And I feel like a lot of men nowadays are struggling, and they can't manage that. They can't maintain that. They don't know how to be men. But a lot of women be putting men down for, not making much money than them. And they try to look for a man who does make more money for them. But when they find that man, it comes with a lot of baggage because those men are like high value men. They have
Wait,
options
wait, wait.
and they listen to
But Rico,
anything.
you just put those men down though.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm putting myself down because I'm a young man who's trying to become successful. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm not successful in my own ways, but I want to be the head of I want to be one of those men who is a leader, who makes
But
money.
wait, no, Rico, I'm saying, but you just put those men down. You claim that women put those men down, but you just put those men down. So it's
I
not women
mean,
that put those men
I
down.
think
Men
I
put those
think
men down.
I think it goes both ways though. I mean, we all contradict ourselves, but I think it's true that I think it's true men are that way. So I'm putting them down because I'm agreeing with the women who are that who say that, but I think a lot of women are not okay with dating down and having a man who isn't as, successful. Whereas men I feel like are more okay with that. Feel me?
Nah.
There's
Go
a,
go
there's
ahead.
a reason for that though. Like there are some women who are, I mean, plenty of women date men that make less than them. A lot of women actually do. There are plenty of women that are okay with making or being with a man that makes less than them. But some of the reasons why women do choose to be with a man that makes more money than her is because of some of the things we were talking about before. Like women have been with a man that made less and she saw how problematic he was simply because she made more money than him and how insecure he was. And an insecure man is a dangerous man. And so a lot of women are just saying, you know what, to eliminate that one issue, because it doesn't eliminate all the other issues, but to eliminate at least the one issue of him feeling inferior and insecure just because I make more, I'm going to try to be with somebody who at least makes the same amount as me or more. I'm not going to go less because I'm going to have to deal with all the other problems you have to deal with when, dealing with men that grew up in a patriarchal society. But on top of that, I'm going to have to deal with him feeling less of a man because I make more than him. That's too much for anybody.
Facts.
I just don't understand why there needs to be a competition for income inside of the household, right? Like, why does her income emasculate you? Right? The only thing that you should be concerned about is, am I doing the very best that I can do? Like, compete with yourself, right? And I mean that in a I mean that really. Like, I don't mean it in like a sarcastic or trying to be funny thing. Like, compete with yourself. Like, did your income or status increase since last year? Did it increase in the last 5 years? Are you heading in the right direction? Have you set goals for your own self and are you making movements towards that? Like, even if you're married, like, just compete with yourself. Stop worrying about competing with her. You know what I mean? The problem with that is because you're obsessed with being in control, right? And it doesn't even have to be about control at all. Because if you would submit to the idea of partnership as opposed to making sure that you're the head of the household, you wouldn't even have these type of issues. You'd just be busy trying to be your best you while she's busy trying to be her best her. But because you're obsessed with being the big boy in the house, like, you obviously have the D, she's obviously got the P, and there's no amount of money that is going to change that fact. Stop worrying about all of the other stuff. And as a matter of fact, if you have a woman that's making more money than you, or that she has gone, down a route and been successful for herself, you probably could learn a lot from her and become a better you. Like, yo, listen, maybe you could watch the way that she's disciplined and be inspired by it. Maybe you could be like, dang, you know what? I saw how she took these sacrifices to throw herself forward. I'm going to do the same thing, and make yourself even better because of her presence. But instead of doing that, you want to push her down so that the status that you're already on continues to be above her, instead of using her as inspiration to better yourself. Why that?
For real.
I
Wait a
think
minute. Wait a minute. Wait up. I want to let Jesse go, and then we'll go to you, Mary.
alrighty.
Oh, honestly, I was just kind of listening. I didn't. I mean, you know, there's a lot of pre.
We don't do kind of listening, my guy. You got to come up here with something to say. Go ahead, Mary.
Alrighty. So I'm gonna correct you or take it to Mari. But I work at a law office and we deal with a lot of divorces and family law. And one of the things that I see trending in divorces is mental health. A lot of the reason why divorces happen is because one party or both parties are struggling mentally and do not want to help each other, or it's just abusive. Someone in the relationship has a personality disorder, like narcissistic disorder or antisocial personality disorder, and they don't know because they didn't grow up with the resources to be able to get diagnosed or get help. So people get into marriage, not knowing how to help themselves, not knowing that they have a mental illness, not knowing that they have a problem, and then that's what happens. They just hurt the other person continuously by, um, you know, with mentally with these kinds of illnesses, or sometimes it is envy, sometimes it is jealousy, and it is that someone makes more money or someone's more financially abusive. um and aside from that, I feel like, me personally, I was in a relationship where I was more financially stable and I was teaching my partner how to excel in his career. um and he became very envious and aggressive towards me, and he ended up uh abusing me and not letting me work for a long amount of time, and it was very hard for me to get out. uh so I think all it is, it's, in my personal opinion, and this doesn't have to be everyone's personal opinion or the truth, but I think it stems from mental illness, and it's not just men, it is also.
What's not just men?
So
You talking about the prompt?
the screen says, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about the
So
prompt. Yeah, I mean it doesn't say just men though.
yeah, yeah. So in my opinion, men's unwillingness to grow isn't the only thing that uh that leads to divorces. It's a lot more complicated than that.
Yeah. Once again, so it says this leads to most. I understand that there is a good amount of times when the women are contributing and doing stuff. Yeah, for sure. Women cheat too. Women lie. Women manipulate. No doubt about it. But this is the number one reason, though.
Then yeah, I kind of do agree with the prompt.
Yeah, I'm not. Of course, I know women do that. So of course, like I don't. Nothing I'm saying is an absolute. I'm not saying like all men do this or every single time this is it. But if you get 8 out of 10 times, 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10 times, somewhere around there, it's this. It's gonna come back to this. Go ahead, Jonathan. Oh, I'm sorry, Kiana. Go ahead, Kiana.
Thanks for having me. Hope you're having a wonderful and excellent day, everyone.
You too.
Thank you. With the prompt, I think a lot of these topics are so simple yet so difficult. It's simple. If you're not willing to grow, just like any being, you're probably dying. So if the relationship is and the people in the relationship are not growing, it's obviously in a stasis and it's going to be heading toward dying soon. So if your partner is not willing to grow with you, it's not going to work out. You're going to outgrow. That's what the concept of that is. You're going to outgrow that person, and they're going to become insecure. They're going to become vengeful. They're going to have a poor perspective on you and maybe be jealous of you because they're not in a place to fix their own problems and grow. So of course the relationship is going to die and probably lead to divorce. It's very simple. We overcomplicate things for no reason.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is more in line with the like who needs to address the issue more. You know what I'm saying? But in general, yeah, of course, if you're not growing and the other person is growing and you're not growing, and exactly what you said is gonna happen is gonna happen, no doubt about it. Almost every single time.
But people relationships with people who are not willing to grow. If you realize they don't want to grow, which should be something you should be able to somewhat evaluate before marrying them. If they're not the kind of person who in their own life pushes themselves to be great, they're not going to push themselves to be great just because they're with you. We need to stop living by this whole I hope, this fantasy of that maybe if I'm with them, they'll become better. They're going to become better and do something else. They're not becoming better for you. They're becoming better for them. And if they're not willing to do it, it's a waste of time. What are you marrying them for?
Yeah.
I think even if we take it out of the context of even like our individual relationships, even if we want to look at like the relationship between men and women as a whole in society right now, similar to what you just said, like if one party is growing and the other party is refusing to grow with them, the relationship is going to die. And a lot of people are saying like, oh, well, look at the state of, how men and women are getting along and the gender war, whatever you want to call it. Like, look at what's going on. Do we not think that that is one of the reasons why we're seeing what we're seeing is because women have grown and evolved in a lot of ways with society, and men still want to hold on to these traditional, and I'm putting bunny ears around that, these traditional values, and let's go back to the way things used to be. And the main people that talk like that are men, and that to me shows a lack of willingness to grow and evolve with society, with the women that are growing and evolving.
But women having their rise to the top is bringing more men down in a way too, though. Like women doing their thing is making men, and men need to work on it because we do feel emasculated by it, and I feel like a lot of men need to work on it. But because y'all are
But
being, because
that's
y'all are
something
having
that
y'all rise
y'all
to
are
the top, you feel me?
believing. That's not the actual truth at all. That's just that's what you're telling yourselves. It's similar to every time Black people have a small win, white people are afraid that it's going to bring them down. Anytime people of color, Black, Hispanic, whatever, have a small win or make strides, white people start being like, oh my God,
I just
they're getting beside themselves. They're going to beat us out. We're going to lose rights because they're gaining them. Usually the people in the oppressed class always feel like that. Or
I
the
mean
people who are oppressing always feel like that about the people they are oppressing. The fear is that they're going to gain rights and equality and power and do to us what we've done to them. That's where that fear comes from.
I don't think it's fear, honestly. I mean, I'm not a man of fear like that. I'm not that type of man who goes, but there are men like that, the same way there are women like that. There's people like that in general. But I think that it's not so much fear, it's just more like you guys are. I think it's great that women are having their rise to the top. I want to see a woman as president one day. I want to see women in, more higher places and having more, productive jobs and blue collar jobs, whatever y'all got. Like, I'm cool with that. But I think y'all are bringing down men, or men feel like they're being brought down because we can't match that per se if we ain't making it, if we ain't doing it. Like, y'all not gonna mess with us if we don't match that energy. And a lot of men can't match that energy. Like,
But
not
that's
even the fact that they
but
don't
Rico.
make enough
But
money.
Rico.
Like, take money out of the subject. Some men
Mhm.
just don't know how to be men. You know what I'm saying? Like,
What
they
does
don't
that
know
mean?
how to be a
Yeah, what does that
masculine
mean?
man.
What does that mean?
What do you mean?
What does that mean? You don't know how to
What
be
is being a
man. What is being a
masculine man?
masculine man? What does it mean? Yeah, what does it look like to you? What are you saying when you say? What do you mean when you say that?
Protect and provide. But not even provide, but more so because if you can't provide, you gotta protect. If you can't do one, you gotta do the other. But like
Okay.
money shouldn't
Use
be
another. Give me other descriptors besides protect and provide. Right. What
well,
does it really look like to be a man to you when you
money
talk
shouldn't
about the
be like
word?
money shouldn't be the tell all about, a man. Like a lot of men who don't have money have gotten successful women or have, sexually been with a woman, you know what I'm saying? So
But
it's
wait,
just nurturing. Like you could be nurturing, you could be bold,
Rico,
you could
you're
be
not answering.
articulate, you gotta be
Rico,
smart, you know what I'm saying? You gotta
Rico,
be
you're not
charismatic, you
answering.
know what I mean?
Rico, stop. You're not answering my question. I'm asking you, what does that look
I'm
like?
telling you, you gotta be charismatic, you gotta be nurturing, you gotta be smart, you gotta be intelligent, you gotta be articulate. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? Those things
So you
turn a
just
woman
have to
on.
be, all the same things that women have to be, right? You got to be smart. You got to be charismatic. All these things, right?
Absolutely. No, I agree. And
Yeah.
I'm not saying
So
that.
it's not. Wait, Rico. So it's not about being a man. It's about being a human being, right? And would you say that the struggle isn't necessary? It's not rooted in money. If we all broke, we all broke. Men are broke and women are broke. So it's not like women don't understand. Like the thing is that when we have these discussions, the thing that I don't like is that men act like women don't understand economics, like women don't understand politics. For you to assume that women wouldn't quote unquote mess with men who didn't make quote unquote enough money or whatever the case may be, um to me, is you assuming that women don't understand economics and they don't understand politics. As if women just are natural, just assuming that the reason why there's so many dudes struggling financially is because they're just dumb. They're just not smart. They're just not good. Like, that's not what's going on. Like, women know because they are in the same world that we live in, and they go, they get educated
I'm not.
and
I
all.
think.
Rico, wait,
Okay,
please.
go ahead. Continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what's happening, right? Women know what's going on. They understand the politics. They understand the economics. So it's not so much that like they're like, I wouldn't mess with a dude that's broke. Like get off get off the internet. If you only believe that, and get off the internet. I get it. It's easy to believe that that's what's going on in the real world, but in the real world, that's not what's going on. The thing that is dividing men and women the most, and Shane touched on it, is the fact that women are developing, and it's not just financially. Women were already emotionally advanced, right? Because society socializes women to be more um emotionally advanced than men are. It's our unwillingness to advance emotionally that is holding us back. It's not economics, brother. The economy is fucked up,
So
right?
what do we have to do as men emotionally to satisfy women and make more better relationships? I'm a little confused at what you really. I had a totally different point than what you
Yeah,
said. I agree with you and a lot of what you said. I understand what you said. But my
yeah.
question to you now is, what is emotionally do men have to do to better relation, like have a better relationship with a woman? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so one of the ways would be to respect women, like treat them like human beings. Um, don't like I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of objectification. Like let me ask you a question. Do you rank grade women like
Do I
1 to 10?
what?
Like what I'm saying, like you see a girl like, oh, she's a
I
10.
think. I'm gonna come a little off track because I don't think you really answered my question, bro. I'm gonna be honest. You kind of stated, attributes that everybody should have: being emotionally, stable and being charismatic, being all those things I was kind of mentioning before. It goes both ways
I
for
didn't say
women too.
wait,
You
Rico.
didn't say those
I didn't
things,
say
but
any of those
you
words.
did not say those things, but you were getting into that, and I feel like that's the same thing for women too. Like women need to be emotionally stable just as much as men
I
need to
didn't
be.
say,
But I
wait,
was asking you, what do men need to do
You got it,
emotionally?
brother. You talking more than you listening right now. You asked me a question, I can't answer it. I didn't say those words. I wasn't even about to say those words, right?
I'm
Um,
I'm
yeah. Again, you
I'm
can't
telling you
talk
though,
and
like.
listen up. You can't talk and listen at the same time.
All right. So what's the next
Yeah,
what you got?
I was asking you, do you understand the concept of objectification? And I was asking you, do you do things like grade women? Do you say like, oh, she's a dime, or I don't mess with, I only mess with fives, and I'm just assuming you probably do because most men do that, right? Like,
I think it's I'm not I don't got a lot of guy friends. It's not something I sit there with my guy friends and do. But I
yeah,
think in my head when I see a women and a group of women at a club or at a
yeah,
bar, then in my head, yeah, I kind of
you
evaluate
rank
them.
them. Yeah, I got you.
Man,
So you so
I don't want to
yeah,
say rate, but yeah, I evaluate
I
them.
said yeah, you rank them, whatever you want to say, right? Like so. And I'm not saying like that's necessarily wrong to rank them in, because if you're attracted to one more than you're attracted to the other one, that's going to happen
You
naturally. Don't
feel
get
me?
me
Yeah,
wrong.
of course.
But I was just talking about, like, I was just making it, more nuanced so we could understand what it would look like to put a number to apply like an arbitrary number to a person and be like, oh, she's a 10, she's a 9, I'm a 7.5, like shit like that. Like that's that kind of stuff. Like for women, it like, so the way that translate in a relationship or when you come in contact with the woman, they pick up on stuff like that. Like you don't even have to say it to them. You see what I'm saying? Like you don't have to say that to them. They feel it. They feel that you're looking at them as if they are a fucking number. As if you're like, oh, this is an 8, I'm gonna treat her like this.
If you don't mind, can I offer a different example that I feel like he might or everybody might get? Because it's phrases that we say all the time. So stuff like when we talk about sex and we say, well, would you rather have a key that can open every lock or a lock that can fit every key? That's one thing. Or why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? All of these like common phrases that we use to talk about women, or the old ball and chain when referring to a wife. All these phrases that we use to refer to women literally is comparing us to objects. We're a lock or a key. We're a cow that has milk. We're a ball and a chain. So like that's the example that he's given when you rank women on a scale of 1 to 10. It's like you're literally we're on an auction block and you're trying to figure out, which one is worth more based on, what they look like. So it happens throughout society, and we have multiple different examples of like women being objectified.
And their value is, and women's value, a lot of men, and most men will attest to this. A woman's value is her beauty. How many times have we heard it in these lives? Like, a woman's value is her beauty. That's her intrinsic value. How beautiful she is, how attractive she is physically, right? So doing that type of shit the thing that men don't understand is that you think, like, some men are better at hiding that they think like that about women. Some men can mask that better, right? Some men have the emotional intelligence to mask that better, right? But I think nowadays, and men and women have become hypersensitive to these types of men, that it's getting harder and harder for men to mask it. So when you come in contact with those men, you feel it, you hear it in their conversation, you hear it in their lingo, right? Like you pick up on it, you pick up on the mannerism, you're like, oh, okay. And women just, they're adjusting. They're like, yeah, I don't like, it's a turn off. They're like, yep, this is a turn off. Like, this dude, I feel like he's looking at me like I'm a piece of meat. I feel like he's looking at me like, I think women have always had that ability, but I think that back in the day, it was, what are you going to do? Right? Because I got to be with somebody. I have to be with some. Mama told me I got to marry somebody. Mama's pressuring me. Society's pressuring me. Yada yada yada. So they would overlook a lot of those behaviors and then end up settling for some guy. Whereas now we have progressed. Thank goodness society has progressed, right? So women don't have to feel like that. Women don't have to be in those positions financially. So that's what I was getting to. That's a part of what I was getting. That's just one part of it. Like, how to respect women. Not right off the bat. Why is the only thing that is attracting you to this woman? I'm saying, I get it. She's beautiful. Cool. I get that, right? We all got, our eyes are what they are. But if that's all you see, or if that's the thing you're most concerned with, then that's a problem, right? Like that. And it will play out eventually. The women will feel that. Even if off the bat we get it, she's fine. You get her number. That's why you got her number. Had a little conversation, yada, yada, yada. Then you start talking to her. She will pick up on that. She will pick up on the fact that it feels like you just think she's cute. You're just physically attracted to her. You just want to have sex with her. Whatever it is, most women pick up on that type of shit, and they don't like it. It's a turn. Am I wrong? Like, that this shit seems obvious. Like, that's a fucking turn off.
Can I add to that, public? I know what he asked directly was, what can men do? And I see he's in the comments. Like, he said his phone died, so I guess he's back, so he could hear me. He said, what can men do to become more emotionally intelligent to women, or how to be more emotionally intelligent, period, right? And I'll say this. Women, actually, is one of the complaints of men. Women will tell you what's wrong, right? Women will tell you what's wrong. They will tell you what they're unhappy about. So when that happens, instead of getting angry and defensive, even if you don't want to answer it right there and then, just say, all right, I hear what you're saying. Let me think about it. Even if you can't do it right there in that moment. You know what? I hear what you're saying. Let me think about it. And then take some time and really think about, like, is what this woman's saying true about me, right? From a human perspective, am I doing the right or wrong thing, right? Am I doing the right thing? Right? And then ask yourself, why is it that if you've come to realize that, you know, what you're doing isn't quote unquote fair, right? Why is it that I lean towards doing that? And if you can't find the answer to that, you need to go and sit in somebody's therapist's office and discover why is it that you're doing that. Like when a couple men were up here talking about they feel emasculated if their woman was to financially pass them. You might need to sit on somebody's couch or get on somebody's video therapy right now. It's very easy. You could do it from your own house and find out, why does that bother you? Don't just accept that it bothers you. Well, it bothers me and that is what it is, right? And that's why women get frustrated all the time, because you're like, something is happening to me in this relationship where I don't feel cared for and I don't feel like it's fair. And when you address it, the response is, well, that's just how it is. That's how it's always been. Right? As opposed to digging into that. And I think, you know, I won't speak for all women, but I will say that the circle of women that I'm around, right? And the women that I bump into on TikTok, most of them are very willing to become very introspective about the things that they're doing that are not fair or not right or not serving themselves to become more healthy people, right? You have to ask yourself the questions and then do the investigations and listen and not be upset every single time somebody says something to you that is critical of you. You know what I mean? Criticize yourself and figure out why it is and do the work there. That's how you become more emotionally intelligent to women. And like I said, you don't have to agree with the woman right as she says it. Say, all right, I hear you. Let me ponder on that. Let me think about it. I can't fight with you about it right now. Let me think about it.
Hey, Yellow, I ain't gonna
Mhm.
hold you. Shan, let Duchess up and ask her why the fuck she in these comments talking about single mothers. Public, I always tell you, it's at least one person per live where a single mom is gonna catch a stray. This bitch in the comment talking about men don't want single mothers. What is you talking about?
Hold on, Shay. Before I do that, I do want to let Jonathan speak because he hasn't had a chance. And Duchess probably, her man probably cheated on her with a single mom, and that would piss me off too. So I get it. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me up here. Appreciate it. I do believe that there's a lot of truth in the title. I believe that before you enter in a relationship or before you do anything in this world, you should educate yourself. And I feel like um, if men would do more education, like reading the books like The Way to Superior Man, uh, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, just a lot of books. If they just educated themselves more, then there would be a lot less divorces, because it takes a lot more than just money, sex, and just like the physical stuff just to keep a woman satisfied. And you really learn that in these books, that like women are more emotional. She might like flowers here. She may want you to talk about things. You learn these things when you read these books and you educate yourself. You learn how to be emotionally intelligent with a woman. And even me, after reading these books, I've learned that like I may not even want a marriage or a long-term relationship. I might just want a short-term casual fling here and there and just do my thing, because me personally, I'm not willing to put in all that work, and that's okay, right? It's like you kind of have to like find you kind of have to find what you're looking for. It's just like with money, like if you're working a job, you want to make sure you read books like The Psychology of Money, The Simple Pathway to Wealth, The Millionaire Next Door, so you're just not like using your money like in a certain way. So it's like I believe that it's because of a lack of education, and I believe that a lot of women, they do the work. They really do the work. They do the work on emotional intelligence, but just like what the host was saying, is like they're programmed to kind of do that. So they do have that, like they are more empathetic and more it's typically the man that is causing the problems in the relationship, because just it's a lack of education. And maybe that particular man may not even want a relationship, but he doesn't even know, because he hasn't even educated himself on how women really work,
How
right?
how are women more programmed than men to do self work? Y'all just be saying anything. How?
Well,
How
society,
are we
well,
more
society
programmed?
allows, well, society kind of like teaches us that like women can kind of like share their emotions. Women are also just more like, I don't know, just more, they're more empathetic and more nurturing. So like when you kind of have that, you kind of more seek out that education kind of naturally.
Women are not more. Well, two
Let's
things.
just say
Hey,
y'all don't choose to educate yourself. Let's stop saying what society talking about. Men can do the same like y'all say. Men can do the
No,
same
that's
shit
exactly
that
what I was
women do.
saying. We don't educate ourselves. So it's
Yeah,
like
I
for
think
me, when I educated
what he's
myself,
saying, Kay, is that like it's not natural. Like we're not born with this. Like we're not born more nurturing or born more empathetic or born more willing to like read a self-help book. But society does kind of like like the culture of like misogyny does tell men that there's nothing wrong with you. So why would you seek self-help if your whole society is coddling you and telling you nothing is wrong with you? And everything is everybody else's fault. So yeah, that is something that men at this point in the age of information and technology, at some point you know better and you need to do better, and that is something that y'all need to fix and learn. But I think what he's saying is like women, we're raised to be pleasers. We're raised to be nurturing. We're raised to help everybody and raise everybody and teach everybody. And in order to do that, you have to be constantly self-aware. You have to be constantly learning. You have to be constantly working on yourself. So society does, in a way, perpetuate this idea that women are supposed to be constantly working on ourselves, improving, learning more, doing more, helping more, because we're everybody's helpmate, right? Whereas a man, you are just supposed to be helped, and you are supposed to be nurtured, and you are supposed to be given to. You're supposed to be the taker. Like
yeah,
that's
but there's
he's not
also
really
like
wrong.
it's just like that lack of education because like a lot of times we just think that it's just money and it's just looks and just the
Yeah,
bare
like
the
y'all
bare
y'all
minimum.
are
It's like
just
the
the
bare minimum.
providers.
But if you
So
read
go
those
make some
books,
money
like
and you're good.
if you read those books, like The Way of the Superior Man, like especially that book is a really good book. It shows you how to care for a woman. It shows you
what
how
does
to
it tell
be a
you?
good. It shows
What
you
does
how
it
to
tell
be a
you?
good man
Give me.
for.
Wait. Give me an example. What does it tell you?
So there's the one example that it tells you is never put out your purpose before a woman. The woman always wants to follow a man with a purpose. If you the second you do that, it does something to the woman. She just can't be safe with you. It's like that's one of the main points he talks about. They talk about a lot about sexual energy, about like managing your sexual. There's a lot of stuff, and they also talk about how the woman is more like she's more emotional. Like her emotions go more in waves, and then we're more logical. So you kind of have to like when she's coming at you, don't give
Yeah.
her space to
Hey,
kind
what
of
if wait
rant
wait
out
what if
her
I what
emotions.
if I told you that women aren't more emotional and men aren't more logical than women, and know that you should burn those books because they didn't teach you shit, and maybe that's why you think that you're not equipped to have a healthy relationship, because that shit would make me not want to have a relationship either if I listen to that shit. That's
No,
crazy.
that's not true. That's not true. It's like
It's
when
definitely
you
true.
No, that's not true at all. Like it's actually better so I don't go out there and like promise a woman a relationship if I don't want a relationship. That's what it shows you. That
No, I'm
it's
saying
like me getting into a marriage with a woman and that's not what I truly want because it can those books can align you with your core values on what you really want.
Okay, Mr. Jonathan, let me prove to you really quickly why women are more logical than they are emotional. All right. In general, do women tend to find, and I'm saying in general, we're not saying all, most, whatever, in general, do women tend to catch men in their lies?
So
Yes or no?
yeah, it depends on
In
if you're in a
general.
toxic relationship, then yeah, like if it's a toxic relationship,
No, not even a toxic relationship. The man came, he told you that he had to work late or some nonsense or
But if
whatever,
you're
and there
lying
was
to your
some kind of
woman,
flaw in the
that's not a
story.
healthy relationship
There was
though.
some kind of flaw in the story, and she was able to right away ask you the questions. Yeah, but if you were late for work, if you had to stay late for work, how come you did this, or how come you blah blah blah, or how come this and that, whatever? Are they usually quickly able to tear apart the lie, like on site? A lot of times they'll be like, the man's got something and it's a nonsense, like, oh, I didn't call you because my this and this and this happened, and then you're like, yeah, but I thought you told me blah 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 blah. Is that typical?
Well, maybe for somebody
Yes
who's
or no?
toxic, you know what I mean? Like if you're an honest man, you're a good guy, you're not gonna
No,
lie
so
to
we're
a
not
woman.
talking about changing the scenario. We are talking about a situation, a man told a lie, big or small, little nonsense. It could be a whole cheating situation, it could just be nothing, right? Like even if he was telling a lie to throw her a surprise party. Okay? So let's make it something where it's not devious, right? But he told the lie because the intent was to throw her a surprise party, right? And he tells her the lie because he's trying to cover up. Isn't it that often women are able to start right away asking the right questions that tears up the lie? It's very hard to throw surprise parties for women. It's
Well,
easy to do it for men. It's hard
if
to do
it's
it
a
for women.
surprise party, right? It's not really lying. You're kind of just doing it to kind of,
It's a yes or
you know what
no.
I mean?
Can I interject,
It's a
please? Can I
toxic
interject, please?
situation,
Yellow.
you
No,
know?
you're
I
making
was
it into
at
a long thing. There should
Jonathan.
have just
Hold
been
on,
two
y'all.
sentences.
Hold on. Can y'all hear me? Hold on. Because I really, just for the sake of the live, I don't want this to drag on for 2 hours. Yellow, can you just like make the
Yeah.
point? I know exactly where you're going, but can you just make the point you're making? Because he's not going to answer the question like straight up.
Okay. So more often than not, when men come with lies, small or large, women realize that it's a lie and they will be like, what is going, that doesn't make any sense. Because immediately we go to what makes sense. And going straight to what makes sense versus what doesn't make sense is a product of being logical, right? You'll be like, well, why did you do that? That doesn't make sense. I don't know how many times as a woman I have had to use the phrase, that does not make sense. Women are always saying, that does not make sense, and then presenting what it is that does make sense, right? So this is where it's logical. If you are emotional, you wouldn't even bother with what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. You just be like, okay, to everything. But we're constantly in a brain that is trying to figure out what makes sense. The only
Hmm.
time, just because we are in touch with our emotions does not mean that we're illogical.
No,
Those
that's
are two things that shouldn't even be put next to each other.
it's
Like,
not that women are very smart. Like I right now in school, I'm in university, and there's a lot of women who are very logically smart. But I'm talking about in a relationship sense, like right, women want to like be able to be free and to be able to just be a woman. You know what I mean? That's what that book kind of teaches you. Like she wants to be in her emotions. She wants to be a woman. She wants to be feminine, right? So it's not necessarily. I feel like in that situation you're talking to is just that's probably more of just a wicked, toxic man, you know? So what you're saying probably is true, but for men who are like wicked and toxic, that just more narcissistic by nature. But
Okay,
right.
so
Go
Jonathan,
ahead.
I would suggest honestly that you stop reading that book, because it's a bunch of bullshit and it's gonna lead you down the
oh
wrong
no, no,
path and it's
that book
giving
is
you the wrong
amazing, man. Like I
information.
recommend even women to read that
Um,
because it can help
I'm
you
okay,
to
but yeah,
really
we're gonna go to
understand
Duchess though. We're
the
gonna let
other sex, you
Duchess
know?
speak. Yeah, sure. Um, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone on the panel, and good evening, everyone in the comments.
Good evening.
So, I was just having a scroll through and I was looking through the live, and I was seeing what you guys were talking about. I've noticed that quite a lot of people talk about this subject. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, so I did put some comments in the chat saying that from what I've gathered from just going through some men's lives that I follow, a lot of men complain that most women, when they're looking for a relationship or when they go into a relationship, most women have children. I
My,
see that that is the biggest red
but
flag.
most women on the dating market do not have children, so that's a lie. Most single women on the dating market that are out looking for somebody don't have children. Like most women, yeah, that we first of all, we can't even just say most women have children. Like women of what age? Because most 25-year-old women don't have children, but most 35-year-old women do have children. So what are we talking about?
And just to cut to the chase, because I'm the one who called you out from the comments. The topic is men's unwillingness to grow is what leads to divorce and split rates. You came in here talking about single mothers. So
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
we're trying
figure
to
out,
figure out the relevance
yeah,
of
the
that.
relevance,
So,
where the fuck you came from
I would
with that.
appreciate if you didn't swear. There's no
Hold on,
need to
Kay.
swear.
Hold on, Kay. Hold on.
What I
There's
don't
no need
understand
to
that people
swear.
don't
Like,
don't
I'm not
well,
swearing.
You're
I
not
don't.
about to
Okay,
call
okay,
police
okay.
me.
Go ahead and answer the question. She can talk however she wants to talk. If you don't like it, you're just gonna have to drop. That's how Kay talks. She gonna cuss.
Okay.
Sorry.
I would personally say it's not unwillingness. I would say most people divorce through finances.
Okay.
Normally, that's why most people end up divorced through finances.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. I don't know if we're not circling back, but
Wait. Real quick. But that's not true. Just so we're clear, it's not finances. And I don't and that it's so odd. Like it's so I used to wonder why they kept saying that, but but so it's a misogynistic talking point, right? Because their whole thing is only women only care about money. So it's convenient that the reason why women and men get divorced is because of finances when we know the number one reason is infidelity, right? That ain't changed. So what the fuck are y'all talking about? It's not finances. Infidelity is number one, and finances is number five, not number one, not number two, not number three. It ain't even top five. Yeah, it's number five. So it's barely in the top five. Like, be for real.
you know,
Where did you find these statistics?
Number one again?
Huh? The same place you got the same place you got your statistics that you just somehow put finances number one because all the statistics say the same thing. There's no you cannot find a study that says that finance is number one. That's what I'm saying.
No, but
Crime.
you can go. Yeah, but
Also,
there's
Not
many
in
also,
other
America.
real,
ways that you can find out. You can find it on
hold on, real quick,
forums. Like you
Duchess.
can find out that most
Real
people.
quick. It's also unfair for you to ask him where his statistics on that is when you just said that you've been scrolling on lives and found that the problem is most women out here that are trying to find a man are single mothers. So your source is TikTok lives, and you just asked this man to cite his.
I
Screaming.
never said it. I never said it was mostly TikTok lives. I said there's
That's
other
what you
things
did.
that I read up
But I've
on
been
and that I watch
scrolling
that
on
I've
the
seen.
internet. I've been strolling on here, and what I have seen the men say on here.
I
That's what you
then
said.
said that I was reading up on things as well. It's not just through scrolling on the
Okay,
internet.
okay, honey. Okay.
all right, I just want to throw this
Second.
out there real quick. One sentence is this. I don't understand why everybody keeps going back to the single mom thing business, right? And the reason I'm going to say this, for every single mom that there is a man out there who had a baby with a woman he didn't stay with. So why are we so focused on the single mom aspect of it, right? So if we're going to be so busy disqualifying single moms, why are we not disqualifying men that have children that they didn't stay with the mother for, right? Because it's the same thing. It took both of them to make the baby. So my point of the matter is this. If you're not going to shame men that had children and didn't stay with the mother, let us not shame women who had children that didn't stay with the father. This is a wash, right? That's what a wash is, meaning like there's a problem on both sides of the situation that is to some extent balanced if we're going to argue it, right? To some extent a balance. So let's just wash both of them. We're not demonizing men that had children and didn't stay with the mom. Let's not demonize women who had babies and didn't stay with the dad because it took both situations to happen to have the outcome.
You do realize that
I
fathers
definitely
that
do.
leave their mother.
I definitely do think that, but I think us as women, we always end up with the short end of the stick. We're going to be left holding the baby. So it's for us to pick better and not make
But
temporary situations permanent.
no, but fathers
If
do
he's
get
happy,
demonized for
I feel
leaving the
like
mother of their child.
I feel
Like they
like
get
if he's
called
happy
deadbeats and
to,
shit. Like
I just feel like nowadays they're happy to put a baby in you, but he's not happy to put a ring on your finger. Like you should automatically say no, that you're not going to allow it, and that we're worth more than that.
But
But
Dutch,
you know,
Why
that's
the
not the
woman
only way
is
to
looked
become a
at the
single
way
mom.
that she is, because a man can have children with multiple women and not take responsibility. A woman who bears a child and actually raises that child, she's responsible for that child more than the man can be because she's carrying the child and giving birth to it. So society looks at it like you didn't have to allow him to get you pregnant. You opened your legs and allowed him to do that. And you didn't take the precautions for that not to happen. So women were always going to get that responsibility, whether we like it or not.
But this is the problem with that, is that the argument is presented as if the only way to become a single mom is to have been in some irresponsible situation and then get knocked up by some dude you should have
Is
never
that the
opened your legs to.
majority
I
or the
became
minority?
a single mom because my husband and I divorced. So when in the moment of opening of the legs, that was my man, right? That was my husband. So should I had not
The
opened my
other
legs to my husband,
That's
right?
So
not
you
what
Then
I'm
didn't see like the
saying.
red
That is
signs
not what
before,
I'm
you know, I
saying.
think us as women.
I'm saying that society is not going to go, okay, so this happened in this relationship and this happened in another relationship and this happened in another. What they're going to do is go, what is the majority that we're dealing with? And they're going to base beliefs off what's happening to the majority. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. So if that's not your situation, I'm sorry that happened for you, but the majority of situations is what they're going to make that judgment on, and it's always going to come back to us
So the
because they
majority
can
of
have
single
kids and
moms
bounce and do
happened
whatever they
because there
want
was
to
a
do with it.
genuine relationship. Whether or not it was marriage or it wasn't marriage, there was some type of committed relationship that then broke up. That's the
About that.
majority. Now, are there ones where there were one night stands and the baby happened? Yes, that exists too. But if we're going to talk about the majority are actually people that were in relationships and the relationship failed, whether it was
Well,
marriage or not
real
marriage.
quick, before y'all keep going back and forth, I just wanted to share this source, and it has financial problems as number 5, the 5th reason for divorce. Lack of commitment is number 1, extramarital affairs is number 2, conflict and arguing is number 3, married too young is number 4, financial problems doesn't come until number 5. So that's the 5th highest
United
reason.
States? Because it doesn't sound like
Um
she's from the United States. So maybe she's looking at some kind of something that pertains to maybe being in the UK because these might be stats strictly for the United States. Does it say?
Listen,
public
go ahead and clock this. This some put
I
me
mean,
head.
we in the U.S., so
Right,
Like,
same.
I don't know why would we be talking about stats from the UK? Anyway, either way, doesn't matter. The whole point is that financial issues is not even close to the number one reason why people divorce, but that's something that a lot of men will say because they want us to believe that women are getting divorced because all they care about is money, but that's not the truth. And as far as the whole, it's going to come back on the women at the end of the day when it comes to single parenthood, that's with any and everything. That is called patriarchy. Like, it's not because of, like, yeah, we are the ones that have the babies, but yeah, the responsibility and blame is, women are always going to be left holding the bag at the end of the day. Like, it's that yellow chick said, she had her baby through marriage. But you think somebody is, when they're judging single mothers, they're making a point to say not the ones who got married and then got divorced. No, if you think they're saying, oh, not the women that are widowed and your husband just passed away. Oh, no, they're just blanketed talking about single mothers. And it is, again, because of our whole job as a society is to constantly shame and demonize women and not hold men accountable for what they do.
I think both need to be held accountable, but
Girl,
we decide who is born and who ain't. We make
here's
the
the thing,
choice.
Duchess. My point is, and what could have saved us all this heartache and a whole talking point is, you came in a live where the topic wasn't even single mothers, and you made it about single mothers. So if that ain't some pick me head ass shit, I don't know what is. But I will tell you this: it
Why do
may
you have
not
to?
be
People
you
like
today.
using that word "pick me." I can't take it.
Well, you are, because that's the energy it's giving.
So what is
If
a pick me?
a
What is a
pick
pick
me
me?
is somebody who, number one, perpetuates and pushes misogynistic fucking talking points. That's
I
the
am a
that's the base of a
feminist.
pick
I'm
me.
actually a
You are
feminist.
you have internalized misogyny so bad, baby. I'm pretty sure you can feel it next to your tampon. Like, it is bad. It is you reek of internalized misogyny. You reek of just patriarchy and just all this ridiculous red pill bullshit. Like, you literally came over here in a live talking about the unwillingness of men and made it about women, not just women, but women who have children, whether it be by a choice of their own, whether it be by they're widows, like Shan said, or they were married, or whatever the case may be. You came in here offering blanket statements based on, you said initially, lives that you had been in because men don't want to take care of somebody else's fucking kid. Are you serious? You can't, this wasn't even that. It's literally like you showed up at a breast cancer rally talking about, oh, uterine cancer matters too. Like, come on. You have to see how problematic that was. And you already knew the women was gonna clock your tea. Now all of a sudden, oh, I'm not swearing. Don't come in here policing people's language. So even the idea that you're policing people's language tells me that you have internalized misogyny. Because the only people who do shit like that is men. So
And
tell me you don't
That's
like yourself.
etiquette. You can do
Tell me you
that.
don't like yourself and tell me you don't like women, but without telling me you don't like women.
I've
and
just
the
said that I'm
idea
a
of it
feminist.
and
I'm
the
actually a
idea that it
feminist,
has
and
to
I
be
believe that women should have equal pay and the same opportunities as men. The only if you're triggered by what
Imposter.
I've
You're
said,
an imposter.
then
There's
Hold
no
on,
fucking
Kay. Hold
way
if
on,
you're
you're
Kay.
a
triggered by what I
feminist.
said, that's not my fault. If it doesn't apply, let it fly.
Okay, so
It's
Duchess,
that
you're a
simple.
feminist, right? So feminist, if you're a feminist, you believe
only by two
in,
things. Only by two things, as in women deserve equal pay and equal
you can't
opportunity. That's
only
all.
be a feminist in two topics. That's not what a feminist is. Like
Yeah.
you can't
The
you
rest of
can't
it,
pick and
the
choose
rest,
which topics
the
you're
rest of it
feminist
is
on.
no.
They're gonna attack you for it.
No,
The
I'm
rest,
not
I just
attacking her for being a feminist at all. What I'm saying is
That's not
don't
what I'm saying.
claim
I'm not
things
saying
that you
you in
don't
general. I'm just
fully
saying you can't take
I
two
am
things
for.
from an entire sect of belief and then go, that's why I said you should just say you support those two things
exactly.
because people are going to attack you when you say, oh, I believe two things out of a whole bunch of things that
Exactly.
make up feminism.
Like
It's not a personal attack on you, bro.
I'm not gonna call myself pro-black, but I only support like two initiatives in the pro-black movement. Like you
Okay, yeah,
can't do
but you
that.
have
Or
some
You're
I'm
women saying
vegan
or
on
you're not.
ridiculous
Mondays.
things.
I'm vegan on
No, but you have
Mondays.
no, but you have some women saying ridiculous things like we should be able to like walk around topless and no.
Okay, so you're not a feminist and that's okay. You don't have to be a feminist. You do know that, right?
I understand, but I'm a woman
Because
first,
feminism
so
at the end of the day, yeah, you're a woman first, but feminism at the end of the day is about choice. And it's about allowing women to have their own choices and make their own choices. Just
oh,
like
I believe
if you
that.
end up getting pregnant by and the situation doesn't end up
No,
well, you
no,
have the
because there's
choice. Can you let me
precautions.
finish? You're arguing and you're not even letting me finish my point. What are you arguing with? You have to hear what you're going to argue.
Sure,
If
go
you
ahead.
just like when you get pregnant, if a woman gets pregnant, if you're a feminist, you would believe in choice and you would believe in the choice for her to not abort that baby, right? You would believe in the choice for her to have that baby and raise it to the best of her abilities because she laid down, she got pregnant, now she's accepting whatever came from that. I thought that's what we preach for women to do. But then when women do that, that's also a problem. So again, when you don't call yourself a feminist if you don't believe in choice, freedom of choice. That is the main tenet of feminism, is that women have the freedom of choice in the same way that men have the freedom of choice.
I totally believe that women should have the choice. Why shouldn't we have choice? It's our body, it's our rules. But if you're going to be prepared to bring in a child into this world knowing that the father is not there, not around, can't be bothered, why would you do that? Because then the child is going to be the one to suffer.
Most people
Surely you
aren't
know
doing
that.
that though. That's the thing. Most people aren't bringing a child in the world knowing the father is nowhere to be found, don't want nothing to do with her. That's what the internet is telling you. The average woman is not going up to a strange man and saying, "Hey, will you give me a baby and then leave me alone?" That's not happening.
My point is you came in making some very bold assumptions. Let me speak in language that you can understand. You came into a live making very bold assumptions when a topic was not even pertaining to that subject, and that was wild. And for that, ma'am, it was very weird. Like I said, it's kind of like showing up at a meeting for work and they're talking about cost and how they can cut back, and you're saying, well, did you guys know that we needed a new coffee maker? Like, fucking weird. Okay, pull somebody to the side, maybe go into those red pillar lives and talk to them,
I don't
perpetuate.
support red pillars.
Okay, well,
I
my,
don't
my
support
point
them.
my point is you came in hot like a red pillar. You came in piping hot, and it was very weird. It threw us way off. Not me, not just I noticed it. Other people noticed it too. That's why we invited you up here. So my
Oh,
point
I'll come
is,
up.
if you're gonna perpetuate if you're going to perpetuate certain narratives, have statistics. But what you did was you tried to bring up the statistic thing and what most men say. And then when public asked you, you said, well, where are your statistics to support that? Like you care about fucking statistics when clearly you didn't study any statistics pertaining to what you had said. So my thing is, don't come in trying to act like you're the smartest person in the room. That was very weird. You're not smart. I'm pretty sure you're probably going to get knocked up by a red pillar and then you're going to be stuck. And
No,
we're
I'll
going to,
leave that to
and
you.
this is not going to
I'm a
age
bit
well for
busy
you,
planning
my
a wedding,
dear. This
but
is not
no, I'm
going
planning
to
a
age
wedding.
well
I'm
for
planning a
you.
wedding.
I'm
No,
gonna
I'm
tell you
planning a
because the way
wedding.
the universe works, this is not gonna age well for you. And I can't
No,
wait to
I'm
see
planning
you.
a wedding. I am
Okay.
young,
Oh my God.
single, and childless. That's the difference. I'm young,
And
We
single,
all
and
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 started that
I
childless.
and
way.
I
I
love that
made
for
my
you. I
decision
really
to have
do.
no
I can't
children
wait to
until
see you
I
at
am
Planned
married.
Parenthood, my love.
That's me. I
And
made the
that's
decision
the
at
thing,
my
Duchess.
age
I
that I
think
would
that's what.
refuse to be a baby mama, and I value myself more.
Well, I'm gonna
Okay,
I
and
let you
that's
know
great,
that
and
myself.
I love that for you.
we all
Um,
started out young, single, and childless. I just let you know that we all started that way. All right. I mean, there's really not
no,
any other way to start it off. Like we all started young, single, and childless.
yeah, no,
Right.
I'm not knocking you. I'm not wishing anything. Like I love that you're about to get married. Congratulations. I'm super happy for you. I'm glad that you are able to enter into your marriage childless and all, and I wish y'all the absolute best. And that's honestly from the bottom of my heart.
Because God
What
don't
I
like
would
ugly.
implore you, what I
And
would
that's the same
implore
I
you
want
to
for
do. Hold
our
on,
own
I'm not
women. That's the
done,
same
y'all.
thing I
I'm not
want.
done, y'all. I'm not done. What is it about me that people like to interrupt? Um, I wish you the best in that. But what I'm saying is, I implore you to not be so hasty to judge something that you have not experienced because you feel like you never will experience it. Because many of women, 30% of single mothers are divorcees. 30% of women, and let's not forget that the divorce rate right now is inching up to 50%. So even if you are getting married and having your baby within a marriage, you essentially have a 50-50 chance of still becoming a single mother at the end of the day. And you think that because you did it in a marriage that you're going to be treated better after the fact if that happens to you. And a lot of women think that. And this is why I implore women to not drink the Kool-Aid of trashing single mothers just because you're not one. Because what you do is you give other men permission to be even more hateful about it than you are. You give other men validation to be even more hateful to single mothers than you are. And you think that when you're in those shoes, they're going to care that you got married first. They're not. You gave them the ammo to be hateful, misogynistic, mean, and degrading to women simply because they didn't come into motherhood in the way that you thought they should. And you think that if your motherhood journey turns out to look something different than what you planned, because we all know what happens with plans, sometimes they just don't go that way. But because your journey turns out to look a little different, you think that these men are going to treat you any better. No, you gave them the very ammo that they're going to use against you.
Well,
I feel like for me, a lot of people are married,
I
a lot of
would
my
wish you the
family,
best.
so I go
I
to a
would
lot of
wish you the
them
best
for
like
advice.
Shan.
So,
I would wish you the best
you
like
know,
Shan, but I don't. Today is gonna be the last best day ever because you thought you ate. Today is gonna be your last best day ever.
and you're
And
still a baby mama. That doesn't
you are
matter.
going
You
to
have
be a
not
baby
wished me the
mama.
best. You haven't
I
wished
speak
nothing.
it.
Most people
I
in
speak
my
it into the
family
universe.
are
But you don't
married.
even know,
They are
Kay. Why are you
married.
assuming she's a
Why are
baby
you
mama?
assuming she's a
That
baby
Don't you
is
mama?
realize you
giving
sound
a
like a
baby mama
racist white
energy.
woman? You don't
You're
even
No,
know
giving
she's
that
giving
woman.
supporting women
better baby
energy.
mama
She's
That
giving
woman
energy.
is
supporting
married.
women
Kay
That's what
is
you're
energy.
married.
giving.
She
Kay
So
is
just
then
had a
why
married.
new
That's
should
why
I
I
baby
assume
and
said
she's
that
Kay is
she
married.
married.
shouldn't be like that?
Kay
Yeah,
is
a a lot of
married.
people in
Just
my
because she's a
family are
married woman
married,
does
so I go to them.
So
listen,
what you're
you may
doing
think
is, hold on. What you're doing is you're acting like a racist conservative white person, automatically assuming that a black woman is a baby mama and using it as a derogatory slur. So you're doing everything she's accusing you of while trying to make yourself look like the victim. You keep
She's not
saying
saying
she's a
nothing
baby mama
nice.
and she's
She's not
giving baby
saying
mama
nothing nice.
energy, but Kay is actually married. You're trying to get married. She already is. So why do you keep throwing baby mama at her when you don't know this woman?
It's giving bad energy.
it's
That's
not
No,
what it's
bad
you're
giving.
energy.
giving
The
bad
energy that
energy,
It's
she's
but
giving bad
giving,
nobody, you're giving
energy.
bad energy,
It's giving bad
but nobody
energy.
has called you a baby mama.
Because
She's
I'm
called you
not.
a pick me. Okay, exactly. And we didn't assume that you were, but you're assuming she is. Why?
Because it's bad energy.
You're
The
giving bad
delivery,
energy,
the
but
tone, the
nobody assumed you're a
attitude.
baby mama.
Her
I want to
energy
know.
is
You're giving bad energy, but nobody assumed
As
you're a baby
well.
mama. Why does she get to be assumed to be a baby mama because of her bad energy?
The
she's not giving
attitude.
bad energy. What she's
The
giving is
attitude.
support to other women, which is a very feministic way of looking at the world, right? She's giving support other women energy. You are giving degrade other women energy.
No, I'm giving a
So that's
reality
bad
check. We are
energy.
in
Oh, because
control.
they're
We are
single
in
moms, because they're
control.
this or that. You don't know anything about anybody's life situation or circumstance. You're just
What
assuming that
I'm saying
because
is that we're in
somebody else is
control.
saying that
At what
even
point do
though
we
they
take
had a child,
responsibility for
that
these
they're supposed to
children?
be that like they lost their value or
But
Women
they
take
undeserved.
have. But you
responsibility
have.
for their
Are you
children
you
by
have?
raising them.
But you
They take
have. You must know
responsibility
that
for
if
their
you have a
children by
child and you
raising
try to
them.
enter into another relationship, it's going to be difficult. Most men out here, they don't want to be stepdaddies. They don't want
Girl,
that.
my husband is a whole stepdaddy, well, aka father to the child I had before we got married. And now we're a parent to the child we had together. So again, before you just hop into a live and you know nothing about nothing, be careful with the rhetoric that you start spewing because it gives very hateful, misogynistic energy and it goes against
It
everything you
does.
say you stand for.
It's the
It
If
same
you're
does.
thing
here
I
to
tell. It's the
support
same
women,
thing I tell young
if
women.
you're
I even
here,
tell young women, don't date men that have
Duchess,
multiple
you have
baby
to stop
mamas and
interrupting
multiple
everybody.
children.
Honestly,
I
you
if
said
have
the
to stop
same thing.
interrupting.
if
That's
you're
But
here
still,
to
fine, but let
support
people
women,
finish, Duchess.
if you're
Let
here to
people finish.
support women as you said you did, oh, I'm here to give a reality check, whatever the case may be. Like Public always says, that might be the right information, but this is the wrong fucking crowd. Okay. Again, you came in making a dig at single mothers, and I'm here to tell you that's not cute. As a
It's
woman,
also
that
it's
is not
also
cute.
not the right
it's better to
information
teach
because
younger
you're
women
hold
not to.
on, wait. It's also not the right information because you're giving it again in the context of no man is gonna want you. It's not about the kids. It's not you actually caring about the children. You're caring about the fact that oh, these other men aren't gonna want you because you're a single mother. You're the only one that gives a damn what men want, Duchess. I hate to break it to you. You're
So
the only
who's
one
going
on
to
And I'm
this
tell
gonna
panel
tell
right
you
younger
now,
this right
women?
probably.
now.
Who's going
My
to tell?
dad, my father met my mother
I
when
still
I was.
wasn't done, y'all.
Oh, I'm so
What
sorry,
are you teaching
shenanigans.
younger
I'm sorry.
women? You
Cause
should tell
Duchess keeps
you women are older,
interrupting, and
right?
when
You
she
older women
interrupts,
should
then
be.
everybody else. Sorry, Duchess, I'm gonna drop you if you unmute and interrupt somebody else. Like enough, okay? You had
So
enough
what? So it's
self-control
okay
not to
for you to
become a
interrupt me.
baby mama. You had enough self-control not to become a baby mama, but not enough to stay on mute. That's wild. Like I said, you you think that you're gonna be
Interrupt me
treated any differently, and you're not. You're interrupting everybody. Nobody can get a
for
word in. You
interrupting
won't
me. I
shut.
didn't even
Okay, I
finish
ain't gonna keep muting you,
speaking.
baby girl. I'm not gonna keep muting you. I'm not gonna keep muting you. I said shut up.
And
Now I was trying to be nice. I was trying to be nice. Anyway, I don't even care to talk about it or her anymore. Anybody else? Go, y'all go ahead. Y'all go.
Good evening. Sheesh, what a conversation. Good evening, everybody.
Good
Oh,
evening.
hi. I have so much to say. So, Duchess, wow. Is she's gone. I just want to say to her, she feels that because she's about to get married, that she is protected or safe from divorce or the things that can happen in a marriage. She needs to wake up and wise up. She could end up what she's saying, a baby mama herself. Marriage is no protection. I just want to say to everybody off the back of what she was saying, that women do not lose value, regardless of how many children you have, regardless of whether you're unmarried or married. Women do not lose value, contrary to what society at the moment wants us to believe. That's the first thing I want to put out there. The other thing is that I do believe that men's unwillingness to grow is what leads to most divorce. Men, in my opinion, at the moment, are more focused on leading rather than serving. And they get caught up in this ego, prideful thing where they cannot take instruction, cannot take direction. If you look at the role of a woman, we we are really to lead the family. We're the ones that inject the creativity, the art, the suggestions. But men these days, well, I can't say all, and I'm not speaking about all men. There are exceptions. Men these days just feel that women are objects for their use. They do not tap into our skills, our talents, our insight, our intuition, something that women have. And I truly also believe that women are not unstable or over emotional. I believe that men are. That's why they cannot regulate their emotions. That's why they're more violent. That's why they're more what's the word? I can't think of it right now. But that's why they're more violent. Women are not like that. We are very logical. Yes, we do have emotions. We're all human. We all have emotions. But I do not believe that men are natural leaders. When you look at the design of woman and how she raises a family, women lead. I'm not saying that we do not need men to lead in certain areas for what they're designed to do. I believe that there's a role for that. But overall, I feel that right now, as women, we need to come together as communities of women to help raise each other's children, for support, for friendship, for love. And I think that we need to focus on ourselves more. I think women are wising up. The reason why more women are filing for divorce is because we're fed up of the shit, basically. We're fed up of the ego. We're fed up of the pride. The worst thing is having children and then having a grown child to raise, which is supposed to be your man. No one has time for that anymore. Women are able to sustain themselves, and even better if you have a strong community of women around you. I'd like to ask the panel, does anybody here listen to Princella? There are some parts of what she says that I don't agree with, but fundamentally, a lot of the things she is saying, for me personally, is true. So I'd like to ask the panel what their thoughts are on Princella and what she teaches.
Okay, we kind of thought the same thing about what's her face? What's her name? The other one that she just. Who am I talking about?
Destiny? I don't know. I can't remember her
Shira,
name.
Shira 7 or
No, the other one that just got canceled and everybody hated her. I can't believe I forgot her name.
Kendra G?
No, it's Cynthia G. She said Kendra.
Girl,
Yeah,
I don't know.
everything that she was saying was like literally on point. I don't agree with everything she say, but most of the stuff she's saying was on point. And that woman had opened up a lot of Black women's eyes, especially when it comes to the minds of men and the minds of Black men. So Princella is doing pretty much what Cynthia G does,
Right.
but she's just not being very, very, what's the word?
Politically correct.
Yeah, like Cynthia G was like, she didn't give a shit. She had no filter. So yeah, I follow Princella. I mean, Princella. I do. I believe, and her book is awesome. Like, I really would recommend people read it.
I've got both 40. I think it's 41 Shades of Men and The Principles of Love or something. The other one, I can't recall.
I stepped away for 5 minutes and we talking about Princella. That is not the topic.
So I do follow
Sorry.
her, but I take the meat and throw away the bones with her. Like, there's a lot of things in there that I'm just like, ooh, Princella, that's a little bit much for me. That's a little bit more for Yellow than what Yellow agrees with. But I do find value in a lot of the things that she says. I do find a lot of the things that she says thought-provoking and things for me to ponder on, and things that I feel that I could apply or make sense of other things that I've seen in my life. But I take the meat and I throw away the bones with her.
I agree. Same.
So I haven't watched much of her because every time I did scroll into a live, she was like biting her lip and looking like she was trying to make love to the mic, and I thought it was weird, so I kept scrolling. So yeah, I don't have anything to talk about with that.
Don't watch her
She give
lives.
big deep.
Just watch her
big
videos
deep
and her
energy.
interviews.
Just watch the
Yeah.
just watch the clips. Don't
Yeah.
watch the lives because
Don't watch her lives.
she do be kind of giving it to you.
Yeah. There is
eating
one. There
peaches and
is
shit. I'm like, Trendseller. Like,
there is one that she done, which was
She
really
eating fruit and
interesting.
stuff like she trying to
Um,
seduce the camera, and I'm like, I'm not into this, like personally.
yeah, there's one that I would recommend from her. Sorry, and not to take it off topic. I think she was interviewing a guy called Previn or Tevin. It really breaks down the psychology of the male and how they objectify women. So that was really, really insightful. But I would just say to other women who think like that lady who just left the panel, by no means ever think that marriage is a safe haven or a safety net for you. You could end up a single mother or a baby mama at any point. So don't ever look down on another woman. I got married at the age of 25, did everything that, as they say, the book says that you should, had 4 children, 2 boys, 2 girls. And today I'm going through a divorce. So don't ever think that marriage is a protection for you. You have to find ways to protect yourself and your children and make sure that you're going to be okay and set up if the inevitable happens. So, yeah.
I fear for the
I
safety of
try to.
women like that. I fear for the safety of women like that because women like that who have decided that because they're married, they're better than everybody else. And I've been married times 2. All right.
Yeah.
I fear for them because they then get stuck in the loop of their own delusion when they're being mistreated. And now they're sitting there pondering, do I have to stay here and continue to be mistreated, or do I have to sit with the stigma that I myself believe in? You know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
your own stigma that you believe in. So now what do? Do you spend day in and day out fighting with this man in this art, whether it be like with physical abuse, sexual abuse, or just mental health abuse, right? Because some of these men, it's mental health abuse. Like they wake up in the morning wanting to fight. Like, dang, your feet haven't even hit the ground. Like you're still laying in bed and you ready to fight. You ready to argue. You ready to pick up something from 2 days ago. You know what I mean? Like, do you want to live your whole life like that with your blood pressure on high, ready to get unalived sooner than you're supposed to, right? And have your children that you love so much in your sanctity of marriage watching this and growing up underneath it. And you have to now do this because the most important thing to you is that you remain appearing a married woman whose children are in wedlock. I'm scared for you. I'm scared for you.
I
That's
agree.
the reason why I was trying to give her the advice I was, but then she started to piss me off. But people like her, I should have known they never listen because she already has this idea in her head that she is better than, she has the moral high ground, and anybody else is beneath her. And yeah, you're right. A lot of times those women end up in the worst situations, and they end up getting treated the worst, but they have to stay to save
Right.
face because I
Right.
talk so much shit about this type of woman and somebody in this situation, and put the cart before the horse. I can't now be a woman in that situation. There's just no way. So I've seen it time and time again. I've seen women get married, and before they had a single child, had 5 kids within a marriage, got divorced and became a single mother, and the ex-husband's a complete deadbeat, doesn't get the kid, doesn't
Right.
send any money. I've seen situations like that time and time again, whether it's 1 kid all the way up to 5 kids. Marriage does not save you from the possibility of one day becoming a single mother. Yes, do that first. Sure, get married before you have a kid, marry before you carry. Yeah, 100% back that all the way. But don't talk shit about people who are not in that situation as if it could never be you. That's all I'm saying. And don't call yourself a girl's girl and a feminist and a woman first while talking shit about people who ended up in situations that look different from yours.
Right. And the other thing I hate is when people then turn around and say, well, you should have chosen better and you should have done this better and he wasn't the right one and you should have seen the signs. Listen, I I suppose there are maybe signs, and based on what I've learned from Princella, I've learned so much now. But my huge question for the men on there's no men on this panel. My huge question is when men get married or are in a relationship, what is it that makes them not want to follow from behind sometimes. This ego, this pride, this testosterone, I don't know what it is. It's almost like blinkers come down. They cannot see, they cannot reason, they have no logic. It is just something that overcomes them that I do not understand. But overall, I just feel like that men in general, they have fallen subject, like a lot of women, to this patriarchal society, which is a lot of bullshit. And everything just feels unaligned and out of order from what nature should be at the moment for me.
Because accountability is like kryptonite to most men. Because it's like Public always says. Men feel like because they don't cheat on you, they're not knocking your head between the washer and the dryer, they're going to work, they're coming home. That's all that is required. And what women are saying now, Vanity Public is walking. What women are saying now is that's not enough. Whereas our grandmothers and our mothers, just depending on what generation you were raised in, felt like, oh, that is enough. My mom actually told me the other day to cut my husband some slack because he's trying. And I said, Ma, if I was just trying and if I was just doing the bare minimum for my kids, you would not let up on me. I said, so
Right.
why is it that because he's a present dad? She said, oh, he's present. He's standing beside you, blah, blah, blah. And I said, Ma, that still doesn't mean that he shouldn't do more or there isn't more that he can do. I said, stop praising me. And I said, because you're the same woman who will see a man at the park or at the grocery store with his two kids and like, oh my God, you're such a good dad just because he
Calling them.
took the kids out the house. But that same man will go home, take those kids back to mom, and go sit on his video game for 5 hours. Not saying my husband does because he don't play video games, but my point is they praise dads doing the same shit that moms do every day, and we're supposed to be like, oh, that's acceptable because at least he's doing it. And that's what men have been told all their lives. At least you go to work. At least
Right.
you aren't cheating. At least you show up. When women have been doing that. Women do that 98% of the
And
time.
pay 50-50.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. It's kind of hard to empathize with these men because I'm like the same effort that women have to put in, the same mental load, the same physical load, and we got to go to work. And not to mention, they said 70% of women haven't even had an orgasm. The fact that we out here in the trenches, okay? And we're supposed to just accept just the basics. That's the
The nigga,
basics.
nigga
Yeah.
not even knocking the lining out. But I just wanted to say that um back to your question, Seema. Um I was gonna say that yeah, the men
Hi.
are not. Can you hear me?
You public?
Oh, you guys can hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just saying like so. Yeah, first K. Yeah, your mom. That's your mom. The mom the woman that'd come up to me when I be out with my son and be like, "Okay, super dad." I'd be like, "What?" just we eating like what the fuck? I don't even. That shit always catch me off guard. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm out here just chilling. Ain't no super dad going on. But yeah.
What state you from, bro?
You said what?
What state are you from?
California.
California. Okay, okay. Now, I've
Wait,
heard I've went and
did you
heard about it.
just cut me off and ask me what state I was from? You niggas
Yeah,
is crazy.
because
Go
I'm
ahead,
trying to
man.
figure out.
You got it. You got it.
No,
You got it. Go
it's
ahead.
just more of a because you saying like, oh, women saying that, oh, yeah, say because you do got some in certain states like you don't have that approval father or that step up dad. You know what I mean? In certain states, so that's why I asked what state you was in because you got some females like,
Nah,
okay,
bro.
like, hey, you a stand up dad, like that's all.
Nah, bro. That ain't got nothing to do with the state we from. That's a. I think that shit. Hey, look.
Geography?
I know that happen everywhere around. It don't got nothing to do with the state. I know that happen everywhere in America. I know that for a fact. But I would venture to say it happens all around the world. I would venture to say that men out with their kids in almost every single corner of this godforsaken planet that women are looking at that and going, "Oh, look at him!" In whatever language you want to fucking translate it in, they saying that shit all around the fucking world, and all he doing is just
He's
doing the shit
supposed
that
to be
women do all
doing.
the fucking time. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I guarantee you that shit is happening
And
all around the world.
we know it's true because it's a whole like joke in that like amongst men and like in movies and stuff that men will take their babies out with them to pick up women.
Yep, that's a
Yeah.
known running joke. A known running joke.
But
Oh, can
just
I
so
kiss your
Can I?
cheek?
But just so somebody can't spray me with my own tea, I'm not saying that I'm a complete bitch to my husband now that we have this baby. My point was to my mom was that I wanted him to set alarms for the feeding times because I have to get up and pump. I'm feeding the baby because I'm feeding him with my body, etc. So my gripe was set alarms for me. You know, set alarms so that you can help do some of the alternate feedings of what I haven't pumped. And he keeps forgetting to do it. Or the other day he set it
Well,
for PM instead of AM.
well,
So that kind of
you
threw
can't
me.
get upset. You can't. I'm sorry for
Hey,
cutting you off. Sorry for cutting
DeRomeo.
you off, but you can't get upset for
Ooh,
that man
wait.
for not setting the time.
Hold on, wait. What did he say? You can't get upset because of what?
He didn't set the time for whatever. Yeah,
Why not?
Don't
Why,
the
why,
baby
why,
need
why
to eat?
yeah, why can't she get why can't he get why can't she get upset at that? I don't understand.
it should be already in place. He shouldn't have to. Yeah, like
No,
I'm lost.
Can I?
I'm lost.
he needs to set alarms
If
so
you let
that
her finish, you probably wouldn't be so lost. So
right.
let her finish and don't interrupt again. Thank you.
That's crazy.
Hey,
So
bro, cut it out.
so my point of him setting alarms were on the alternate times so that he can do a feeding and then I can do a feeding so that we can get uninterrupted sleep time. So for instance, he gets off at midnight. So usually he'll do the first shift with the baby and then I'll get the baby around 3. So I said, okay, you set an alarm for 6 or remember to set an alarm for 3 hours later so that you can get up and get the baby so that we are taking turns so that he can sleep, I can sleep, and then we can get my daughter to school. So yeah, I do expect him to be an equal partner and get up and feed my fucking baby. I'm sorry.
But he know how to set an alarm to get to
You
work, but
either
he don't know how to set an alarm to get the baby. That's
Did you
what they
hear
have
what
but,
you
like
but,
just said? Your
but
selective
fucking.
incompetence. That's what people say. The other one
wait,
don't
wait,
say
wait.
men have selective incompetence. You know how to set the alarm to get up to go to work. You know how to set the alarm to
Or for
remember
or
that
the
it's your boy. It's time to go chill with your boys. Like, okay, I'm not gonna forget. We made arrangements on Friday evening. You know how to do those things. But when it comes time to set the alarm to feed the baby, now it's an incompetence. It's selective incompetence.
yeah, weaponizing competence.
Yeah, no,
Uh,
yeah, all of that. I know weaponized is the word that they use for that, right? But I'm saying it's selective because meaning
yeah,
that this same exact task, you know how to do it for things that you enjoy, but this same task, you don't know how to do it for something that needs to be done for the child. So the
yeah.
weaponized is when you just want her to do everything. You want to act like you don't know how to do anything. You want to
Hey,
pretend you're an
hey,
idiot.
hey! Can I say one thing? I'm gonna say one thing, and y'all can have the
Are you
floor.
okay?
Y'all can have the floor.
Why are you
One
yelling?
thing we should not say is regarding our kids is my child, my child. That's one thing we should kind of eliminate in our sentences. My child. It's our child, so you saying you want him to set the alarm for our child. You shouldn't say my child because you know how
Nigga,
some.
what?
Did she say that? I
Romeo, we
missed it.
do not wait, time out. First of all, we do not care. Um, nobody is taking it that much to heart. Yeah, it's my child, it's her child too. It don't matter. Ours, it goes in and out. That's how the English language works because it is definitely my child, but it's also our child, right? And our children. So there's no need to change the verbiage. It's her fucking baby. It's her baby. She had them. It's her baby. Like Jesus Christ. Ain't no need for you to try to like tell police, tell people
Also,
not to say that shit. That's
when you're
crazy.
talking
You
to
sound
other
like a
people,
fucking
if I'm
female
talking
that
to other
had the
people,
baby,
why would
bro.
I say our baby instead of my baby? I'm not
Yeah,
talking to
he ain't
him.
even here.
I'm not talking to
Because
the
So
man
she
I'm
He
said
ain't
sitting next
here.
nothing.
to.
it's y'all baby because you didn't have it alone. That's why it's y'all baby.
She did
And
Bro
that's
have
is
it
why
on
he
some
should
alone.
set
other
the
She
alarm.
female
did have it
shit. I don't
alone.
know what
He
No,
Blunt
time
is on.
actually
out.
did have it
Hold on.
alone.
Bro, I'm
Wait
not
up.
talking to
Wait
you,
up.
bro. I'm talking to
Romeo.
her. Listen, I said
Romeo.
you want to take the
She
woman's place
did have
right
it
now.
alone though. Romeo. She did have it alone though. Even if he was there, she had it alone. She had the damn baby.
I
That's the
had two
point.
babies, nigga.
Jesus Christ. They didn't we did me and my wife didn't have a baby. My wife had a baby, I was there. Like we did not share in that experience. She had a kid. She had two babies. I was there. I was holding hands. I was rubbing backs. I was doing some stuff. I was giving some encouraging words. I was almost passing out the first time. You know what I'm saying? Almost threw up. Some poop came out. A lot of things was happening, but I was not having that baby. Neither one. So we didn't have no baby. She had a baby. She had her baby. Yeah, absolutely. And she can say it's her baby. That's fine. Just like he can say it's his baby if he talking to a group of fucking strangers. He can say, they both can say that. That's how the English language works. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Ain't no need in trying to correct it. It ain't like they don't
It
understand.
just sound ignorant. That's just like saying, "Hey, I'm married, but hey, that's my girlfriend."
How does that sound ignorant? It sounds like you're being overly sensitive.
That's
No,
what I'm
it's not.
saying.
It,
He like
it probably
trying
It's
too
just
is.
saying
hard.
You're
Like,
right.
sometimes I'm gonna say
You're right.
sometimes
It
you're
might
gonna
be.
say
You're
my
right.
baby, sometimes you're gonna say our baby.
who the
But
fuck says
But
who
you
the
know
fuck
what?
says our baby when they talk
a
to like
fucking
That
random
doesn't
people?
fucking
mean you
couple,
literally
a
Here's
fucking
the
couple,
thing.
a parenting couple. That's who says our
exactly. That
baby.
doesn't
A
literally
fucking
mean
bitter
you
ass
don't
person says
accept
my
that.
Mr.
baby. A
Mr.
person that
Hush,
has
Jeromeo.
hate towards the other person.
What?
hush,
Mr.
hush.
Jeromeo. Mr. Jeromeo. You are right. It is their baby, our baby. It's their baby. And that is why he should have made sure to set the alarm. Because it's not just her baby.
Period, yellow.
You are absolutely right. I'm just going to give it to you. You're right. It is their baby, our baby together, and that's why he should have had the same intuition, the same urge, the same level of importance to make sure that their baby, the our baby, was waking up on time to receive its nourishment, and he should have found it just as important as she did. You are right.
And not to mention Yellow and the Romeo, it was the principal because he's a 5 a.m. gym person. And let's just say my baby 3 weeks old now. He ain't been to the gym in a week because we had that conversation. I said, I'm not gonna keep telling you to set an alarm. Just like you can get up and go to the gym, I know all this is new to you, being a father, etc. But the same level of importance that I place on it, I want you to place on it. So
Yep.
let's just say we're not having that conversation again. And then technically, I did have my baby by myself because he totaled the car on the way back to the hospital. So he actually did miss the
Oh,
delivery.
I didn't even
So
know that. But it don't matter
yeah,
even
I
if he
told
was
you
there.
he literally got into an accident, totaled the car on the way back to the hospital. So I was by myself. But
You know,
he's okay.
yeah,
I'm glad he's okay.
obviously. You know
Yeah.
what's crazy? You know what's crazy about this story that you telling me, Kay? That earlier that lady Michelle was like, "This, we don't know what's going on. People's relationships are so different." And exactly what you just said is the same type of shit my wife had to tell me the first time when we had our first kid. That's like almost verbatim. We had 100 of those conversations. Like it ain't gonna stop. Like this is just one thing. Y'all finally he's figuring this one step out. You know what I'm saying? But like it's gonna be something else. If it ain't this week, it'll be in 6 months because a new challenge will arise and he'll have to adjust. You know what I'm saying? And it's like funny because people try to act like it's not common. You know what I'm saying? As if like every relationship has this like very unique DNA when it doesn't. Like it really doesn't. Like it's because if you think about it, there's only so many problems that people can face. There's only so many problems. It's the same shit pretty much every single time in some way, in some shape, form, or fashion. In some way. So like, here's what I'm saying. If you got a dishwasher and I don't have a dishwasher, then cleaning the process of cleaning the dishes may look different, right? Because it may be for you
Cause I mean, so yeah, cause I don't have a dishwasher. For me, I gotta clean the dishes by hand or whatever the case may be, and
What the
we
fuck
argue.
did a dishwasher got to do with them setting the alarm, bro? You taking it all off
No,
task.
you just inebriated. Shut your drunk ass
The Romeo.
Shut your drunk ass up.
I was about to say, "Are you
I
okay?"
just
But
had
no,
to
you're
say
not.
something, bro.
Like,
Y'all can block me. I don't care. I'm finna get out of here.
That's what drunk people do. They don't know how to shut the hell up. Shut up.
right? Ain't nobody blocking you. It ain't even that serious for
Now
you
I'm
to be
drunk.
blocked. Just
I'm
go.
drunk.
Just
Now I'm
drop.
drunk. Okay.
Nigga, it's only like 6
Can I?
o'clock somewhere. This nigga fucking drunk like it's 12 o'clock at night. Jesus Christ. But anyways, like I was saying, like people be acting like because they in a relationship or some shit, or I'm sorry, in these scenarios, like, oh, well, I gotta clean the dishes by hand, and like no matter what, you gotta somebody gotta clean the fucking dishes because everybody has dishes. How the dishes get cleaned, okay, differently, but everybody eats out of fucking dishes. You know what I'm saying? And then people will act like, oh, because I don't have a dishwasher and you do, you just don't know. Our relationship is completely different. No, nigga, it's the same fucking shit. It's the same fucking shit, like over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. Every single time y'all talk, we up here talking, and y'all tell me a story about, oh, well, my baby daddy did this. Oh, my husband, I had this conversation with my husband. I had this conversation with my boyfriend. I would say 80% of the time, I'll be like, yep, I've had a conversation exactly like that, or very fucking similar. Very fucking similar. So how the fuck are we
And
living
the
all these different
conversations
lives?
the conversations be similar, like you said, whether they're married or whether they're baby mamas, baby daddy, whatever. It don't matter. The relationship dynamic, the relationship stories be the damn same. And even like people saying when Kay was telling about how her husband missed the birth because he got in a car accident, these people are so unhinged. They're like, you picked him. He got in a car accident. Like, it was an accident. Like, what do you, like, y'all just be saying anything.
Right. He was
Unhinged.
back to the hospital. I can't imagine what it's like being a man when my wife or woman's in.
Somebody said
I feel
baby
totally
mama talk
helpless.
normal. If you're not black, just say that and leave the live. Because we say baby mama and baby daddy over here. We black people.
Ugh.
White people say that now. I hear white people say that all the time. They just whatever.
It was
Leave
a
them
dog
alone.
whistle. That's why I said if
They
you're
just
not
wanted
black,
to.
just say that and go away.
My
They
wife
just
called me
wanted to
baby
stroke
daddy
some
on
keys and hit
Instagram.
enter. That's all. I mean, whatever. You got that's.
So I'd like to ask
I didn't know what baby mama and
everybody.
baby daddy.
I'd like to ask everybody something. Do you feel that it's more difficult for men to transition into a servant role in marriage because they're not given any rite of passage in this day and age? They're not like back in the day, boys would be taken to be amongst men and they'll be raised from boyhood into manhood and guided and mentored. And then they would be prepared and ready for a wife. Whereas girls and women, we're almost subconsciously trained from the time we're born to serve, to be ready for that role, whereas men aren't these days. So, do you think that that's one of the reasons why men find it difficult to transition into that role of husband and father?
No,
No.
why would we? Why? Well, wait, real quick. Why would we? So why do we need a rite of passage, but women don't? Right. So if anything, men should just be raised the same way women are raised.
But women do get rite of passage. The way we're raised by our mothers, that is rite of passage. We sit amongst the women in our family. We listen to those
Girl,
conversations.
that's grooming.
They
That's grooming.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm saying it's the same. I don't. So why you don't need to be like taken out of the village and like taken into the forest and like you don't need to do all of that shit. You should learn it naturally as you grow, the same way
But
women do.
if you have no one to teach you and to mentor you,
So
Who
I
needs
think
to
the
mentor you? Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on, real quick. Who needs to mentor you? Why? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Like you're saying, men don't need to teach other men how to be. If to me, I'm gonna give you my. I think if you want to learn how to be a better husband, why wouldn't you want to learn it from a woman? Right? Like I'm saying, if that's what it
right,
is, if it's like you want to like you should learn it from a woman. Like a man
right,
can't. Most men don't even know what the fuck to do. So women, if anything, it would be perfectly fine for mothers to teach their sons how to do this. And I'm not putting the onus on the mother, but I'm saying like if that's the
right.
case, right? Like you don't need a man to
take
To
you
do that.
out. You know what I mean? Like to take you
Right.
out of the scenario and then teach, like, what is he teaching you? Like
Yeah.
how to start a
Yeah.
fire? Like, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? So I'm
Yeah. I
saying
agree
like
with that.
it should be like, it should just be how women are indoctrinated. For
Yeah.
lack of a better word, women are
Yeah.
indoctrinated into being mothers and wives and girlfriends and helpmates and whatever the fuck else you want to call it. Women
Yeah.
are indoctrinated in that way. Men aren't. Men are indoctrinated to be violent. Men are indoctrinated to fight in wars. Men are indoctrinated to be chauvinistic. Men are indoctrinated into being fucking sociopaths. Men are, you know what I'm saying? Like that's
Yeah.
our indoctrination. Women
Yeah.
indoctrination is like, you guys can be more human, right? Like we're gonna treat you like shit. Don't get me wrong, but you can be more of a human, right? We're gonna dehumanize you in other ways, but we'll let you guys be more human, no doubt about it. And we should be doing that, but we should be letting everybody. We should be humanizing everybody, boys, girls, whatever. And it should be a village thing. It shouldn't be like a men raising men and women raising women, because that to me, I've never understood that, because I just couldn't get down. I'm like, what's so different? Like my mama would tell me cool shit, my daddy tell me cool, like it's just, you just go to people, people just tell you shit, you learn information, right? And when you're a kid, kids are like fucking floppy disks, like they just they just like upload data like constantly, right, from everybody.
Yeah.
So you just get them around the right people and they learn. You teach them and they listen, and there you go. They're malleable. You just teach them the right shit. Go ahead, yellow shit.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead to the next person.
Nah, P-Pop Public took off his hat. He done took off
Got
his
a
hair
haircut.
down.
What you want me to do?
Look, I'm just saying, like you trying to show out. First
What
of
you want me
all,
to do?
That's where you was walking to?
Yeah, I went and got my hair cut. Nigga so I got there, he was like, I got 2 heads in front of you, even though my appointment at 12 o'clock every fucking Thursday or Friday. I'm like, nigga. I was like, all right, I'm gonna go eat. And this shit took fucking forever. So here I am. 3 hours later. I was supposed to be done at 1. Jesus Christ.
I need that shacket too. I done said that 3 times. I love that color. What
shacket?
color is that? The shacket.
I don't even know. Mauve? I don't know. That nigga Jay-Z told me some shit one time. I don't know what color this shit is. Pink, dusty pink, dirty pink. I think it's dusty pink, actually. I remember.
Dusty Rose.
Dusty Rose. There you go.
Thinking rose, yeah.
It's like salmon.
It's
No,
not
salmon's a little darker, like it got an orange undertone with the salmon.
Salmon definitely darker and weirder.
But to Seema's point, it's kind of like we're expecting things from women that we don't expect from men, and that's the problem. Like going forward as a society, I need for all of us to agree that we're gonna raise our little boys and little girls to be human, and stop with all the gender role stuff. Stop perpetuating this misogynistic, patriarchal bullshit. Like let's stop raising our kids like that. Like let's stop acting like boys can't child rear, like not giving our boys or allowing our boys to play with baby dolls when we see them playing with baby dolls, because they need to learn how to be fathers too, right? Like let's stop telling our little girls, oh, you need to clean and you need to blah blah blah, without telling our sons to do the same. Let's stop kicking our daughters out as soon as they turn 18 and letting the sons stay in the basement for fucking ever. Like let's as a society say that we're gonna stop doing that.
Yep.
And like let's teach everybody life skills, right? Like it's life skills. It's not even like a whole gender role thing. It's life skills. Because if you have a son and you never taught him how to cook, you never taught him how to clean, and he goes out and has his own place without a woman, like what is that place gonna look like? And you really gonna eat out every single day? Like what does that even, like, it's life skills.
Mm-hmm. That's for real. What's this dude's name? The Sons of Men. Go, what's up? The Sons of Men.
Never caught you before. So we have other lives, but this is very interesting. Someone, I think it's Seema, she made a point earlier today about, I think it was rites of passage for men. That is something that is actually very prevalent in a lot of communities, especially when you think of like bar mitzvahs in Jewish communities. And if you guys read a book about the male psyche, men are supposed to go from boy to man. There are traditional roles that Africans and other Caribbean people have instilled into their children. So I just find it interesting that we're saying that's not needed for men to become men, because a lot of men are just boys who operate out of like a juvenile psyche. So it is important. I just want to say that.
What makes it important? What are they teaching the men?
How to be men, how to lead, how to be fathers, how to, uphold community. They teach them morals and values that women can't teach men.
First of all, wait. What do they teach them? Don't give me a platitude. Be specific. What do they teach them? They teach them how to be men. They teach them how to be leaders. What characteristics make up a leader?
Well,
Do they teach them how to govern themselves, how to control their emotions, their mental, their subconscious?
How to be a better partner, how to be present.
It's not, but the thing is, I think when we talk about these conversations, it's not being a better man in a relationship, it's being a better man in general. So a lot of times when we talk about it, it's always geared towards relationships. Men are more, our whole entire existence is not based upon the approval or the need of a woman.
Wait. I asked you, what do they teach you? You said that they teach them how to be leaders. I said, what
They teach them how
characteristics
to take
make you?
accountability. They teach them how to govern their household. They teach them how to raise children, how to be how to be supportive of others, how to build community, how to maintain community, checks and balances within community, being a man, being a leader.
So okay. So just so we're clear, just so you understand what I was asking for, these are vague descriptions. I'm asking you specifically, what do they teach them? Right? Do you know? Did you go through this rite of passage? Like, what's going on? I'm just curious. What? Because you said they're needed. So have you gone through the rite of passage?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So what did they teach you specifically?
Told you everything. They just told me. They told me how to have my spiritual basis as the forefront. My God is the head of everything. They taught me leadership skills. They taught me how to hold myself accountable. These are all things.
Okay. What do leadership skills look like? That's what I'm asking you. What do they look like?
Accountability, maintaining community, upholding checks and balances, having a moral compass. These are all things that make a leader.
Okay. So nothing. You're not. If
how is that nothing?
Okay. So if you were talking to your son or your daughter and you were trying to teach them how to be a leader, that's what you would tell them. You think that they would know what that means? Because what does that mean?
I just told you they teach you these things. So it comes with teaching these things, instilling these things into your men. That's the part of the rites of passage. I don't understand what part of that you're not comprehending.
Let me try, fellas. Let me try.
Oh my God, yellow chicken.
Time out.
I'm gonna wait.
I got you. So here's the thing. I think you didn't go through this process. I think you just made that shit up right now, personally. Or I got two for you. Two options. You either just made that shit up and said, oh, it's needed or whatever because it sounded convenient. Or two, you went through it and you don't know and they didn't teach you shit. Which that's what either way, I don't think they teach you anything. Because the shit that you're telling me is not like, who the fuck, what are you talking about? Put your spirituality lead first, generic as fuck. To be a leader, checks and balances of what? What the fuck are you talking? What does that mean? What does that look like? Do you think that if you were trying to teach me how to be a leader, that these things would actually lead me into being a better leader? Absolutely not. No fucking way in hell. So basically, I'll give you an analogy. Like, because this used to happen to me, I play a lot of sports. There's gonna be a sports analogy. Usually my sports analogies are okay. So I played a lot of sports, right? And I had a bunch of different coaches. The coaches I hated the most were the coaches when it would be crunch time and they would be like, or we'd be losing or winning or whatever it was at halftime, and they'd be like, just get in there and win one for the Gipper. Like, that's how they would come at us, right? Bunch of platitudes and you guys gotta play, get back on, well, not even get back on defense. They'll be like, lock in, give it your all. Like, it'll be shit like that, right? Okay, cool. I didn't like those coaches. The coaches I liked was when the shit got rough, they would go, give me the clipboard. Look, hey, Hayes, this is what I need you to do. Right here, set the back pick. Billy, come right here, set the down screen. Bill, Jim, cut. Like, giving us an actual fucking play. Like, this is what I need y'all to do. If you get back on D, get back on D is one thing. Get in your fucking positions. Talk, like, that shit helped me. You don't be generic, bro. You're not teaching me shit by being like, get back on defense. What the fuck? Okay, cool. Play harder. That's the shit you saying right now. I'm like, bro, how are you going to teach me how to be a better leader by saying checks and balances and put your spirituality first? What the fuck does that mean? Seriously, I'm not even joking. What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Well, if you knew what the rites of passage was, I think that's why you guys are kind of confused here. It's about the psyche of the individual. It's not about the action. The actions come because the psyche has been matured and changed. So that's why it may sound vague to you, because the actions are different. And each culture, they have different rites of passage, but the main purpose is to make sure the boy's psyche has matured into a man's psyche. That's the passage that I'm talking about. So when I say accountability, when I say the checks and balances, when I say the maintaining and building community, these are things that happen due to the psyche. It's not due to the action. You can go around here. You can go around here. You can go around here. You can go around here and perform.
Yeah.
You want to know the performance of these things, but these things start in the psyche first.
The psyche.
Psyche or psych. It's tomato, tomato.
Okay. Yeah. Does anybody up here, did anybody get clarification, or am I tripping? Because this shit sounds crazy to me.
Say to him, like, what he just basically.
You ain't tripping. Insert extreme sarcasm. He cooked you.
Miss K, can I please? What I was trying to get at was, Kay, you made me lose my thought.
That's what you were saying. You know, Tori got ADHD a little bit like me.
I literally been trying to talk this whole entire time, even when that other girl was up, and everybody just keep interrupting me, and now I'm aggravated. I'm going to fuck back on mute.
You good? You come back. Yeah. And Seema. Yeah, and Seema, that's what I was like with the rites of passage stuff. That's what I figured would happen. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, that shit sounds stupid. Like, every time anybody has ever described it to me, I was always like, the fuck is that? Like, that don't teach me nothing. You know what I mean? Like, it's the stuff you do every day that's where you gonna learn, right? Like, being held accountable, cleaning up, like literally how do you clean up?
But for some people, going within rather than outside of themselves to discover who they are isn't always the most instinctive thing. Some people have to learn that because they are so engrossed with the world and what the world is throwing at them, the distractions, social media. I think during COVID was a time when a lot of people truly discovered themselves. Like you say, for people like us who walk it every day, we meditate, we go within, we know ourselves. For a lot of people, that isn't the case. So I think that's what the Son, I'm sorry, I can't see your full name, means, but about the rite of passage, that inner guidance, that thermometer, I don't know what you guys call it there, a thermometer, that sensor within you that guides you from the within, that determines what you do outwardly. And
so integrity?
I also believe we all have that built within us.
You're talking about integrity, morality, like these are that's what I'm saying. These aren't like some big mythical spiritual concepts. These are like everyday.
But you'd be surprised. You don't have to look far to see. A lot of people are not tapped into
That's
it.
a problem.
Look, I think
so many people.
when Public was saying, like, give some examples, right? It would possibly, and I have no idea, because clearly I would have never went through a male rites of passage, right? I can only imagine. But give an example would be something like, they took us out and we had to go fishing. And in learning to fish, I had to learn patience, because fishing is something that requires patience. And I was able to then apply the patience that I had with that in other areas of my life. It made me to be able to just sit still in a moment, right? That is what I did. The action was being forced to fish, and that if I could not fish, I could not eat. So that meant that I had to sit there and stand in the quiet and wait for something to catch on. I had to figure that kind of stuff out. That then was applied in other areas in my life. Patience with my children, patience with money, patience, right? So that would be then saying this rites of passage. And then they had to have the conversation with you about how this new skill that you did then applies in other areas. That would be an example of some form of rites of passage thing, building your character and making you into a better person. That would be something to then discuss. But like when you're just like, we learned characteristics and how to, like, be spiritual. Okay, well, what was your spiritual awakening? What did you guys do that was spiritual? That's what he was asking you for.
I agree. Same thing that I was mentioning. You said fishing. It teaches you patience. The fishing is the performative action of it. The psyche, whatever you want to call it, is going to be the patience, right? These are things that are learned internally. They're not things that you are performing. What ends up happening is if you learn these tools and these mechanisms or these methods internally, you perform these methods better. The thing is, you guys like this idea of performing these things opposed to instilling these things. That is the part of the rites of passage, how men become men. A lot of boys are performing these things like good people are performing these things, but it's not really in them. It's something that they're performing. That's why I said there's a difference.
Wait, well, hold on. I'm sorry. Before you go down that tangent, do you not understand she was just using fishing as an example? Like it has nothing to do with performing anything. It was her. She was actually trying to give you an example on how you can better communicate what you learned and how you learned it.
No, but
It's kind of like have you guys ever seen? So I'm old, but have you ever seen Karate Kid when Mr. Miyagi was teaching Daniel wax on, wax off? Like it. So if here's what I'm saying. Son of Man is saying I learned karate. And I'm like, okay, how did you learn karate? And he's like, well, I went to the dojo and, my sensei taught me, he taught me discipline and he taught me patience and I'm like, but what did he actually teach you? Like, how did he teach you patience? How did he teach you discipline?
Comes from the psyche. You don't learn patience. You become patient. Like what the fuck are you
all
saying?
I want to know is how, brother. I'm saying Mr. Miyagi was like wax on, wax off. You dig what I'm saying? If you say that, like, oh no, so this is how he taught me. So we learned this move, and he was like, yo, look, this is how he did it. He took me to the car. This motherfucker had me clean 5 of his fucking cars one day. I'm sitting there like, ain't no way I'm learning how to do karate, But then he threw a punch, and I got that motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? Like now I can understand. Like, oh, okay, I see what you mean. But you just telling me you learn karate. He taught you discipline. Okay, cool. What the fuck?
I need to take that course because I lack the patience for this conversation. What was the name of it?
This is the thing. Here's the thing.
I need to get it in my psyche because my patience has left the building.
For anybody who needs, because the difference is I read upon it as well. So if there's a book, it's called The Warrior, the Musician, the Lover, and it goes through the male psyche and it talks about how men are back in the day, how they had their rites of passage. It differs. Okay, it differs because of different communities, different cultures. So me telling you, oh, you have to go out into wood and fast for 45 days, you got all that would just be performative, right? But the thing that I'm trying to talk about is the things that are needing to be instilled in the person opposed to the performative action of it. So yeah, I understand her example of the fishing, right? But she said, the thing that she wanted me to say is, oh, you can go fishing to learn patience. I understand I'm a communications major. I comprehend very well. My thing is, I'm saying is, it's not the fishing that you want him to learn. It's the patience that he wants to learn. It's the intangible thing that he is learning. That is a part about the rites of passage or the becoming of a man. That is what I'm referring to. So the thing that I've been trying to get to people to understand is, yes, there are in Chinese cultures, different things they had them do. In Black culture, we never had one. In the Jewish culture, it goes through their bar mitzvah. It just depends on the culture that you are a part of. So that's why it's not as simple as me saying.
What did they do in a bar mitzvah? What did they teach them?
I don't remember what they teach them. I have to look into that again. I don't remember, but it's the same.
Torah for a while. They have to study the Torah for a while, and if I remember, there's a whole lot of writing and stuff like that, and the party comes at the end. Right? So we think about the
project for the community, like.
But
there's a process that you're missing. That's what we're trying to get you to understand.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever heard of? You know what a quinceañera is, right?
Yes, I know what a quinceañera is.
Yeah. So what does a quinceañera teach a young woman?
I mean, I know what the celebratory part of it is. I don't know what the actual thing that I don't know what their rites of passage or what their traditions are for that.
That's my point. It don't teach you nothing. That's what I'm saying. Like these rites of passage, they're all based in performative bullshit. It's not about actually teaching you anything. It's about it's symbolism. That's all it is. It's a ritual. So that's why I was asking you, because I knew that what you were saying was bullshit. Because they didn't teach you nothing. It was a ritual. That's why you keep saying that, my nigga. Like, don't come up. But hey, bro, no, Adam, son of man. I'm sorry, because that's what Adam is. I'm sorry, brother. Don't come playing in my face, right? I know who you are, but if you come up here being weird, I gotta press you a little bit, right? Like you on a short leash with me, right? I'm sorry, but I'm just keeping it a bean with you. You're not making sense. I'm telling you that. There's no, hey, I'm just being real. You're not making sense. Like that shit you talking, you can go talk that shit in another whole other live with them weird niggas. That's how y'all that's how y'all communicate. Y'all don't ever actually say anything. You being alive for 3 hours not saying nothing. I've never seen it before. I could not be entertained by that. Like if you think you can come over here and talk to somewhat educated people, and then I'm asking you, you just brought up a deep ass concept of rites of passage and shit, right? And I was like, cool, you gonna do it, bring it up, let's talk about it. And then you went as vague, as topical as possible, right? So that shows me you don't know what the you're talking about. You either don't know what you're talking about or it's bullshit, which I always thought it was bullshit. Rites of passage for men is what? Take you out in the woods, teach you how to start a fire. Like, what the fuck what are you talking about? Teach you how to hunt, teach you how to fish. Like, what are you learning, bro? What are you learning? What skills are you learning? You want to be a leader? What does leadership look like to you? Is it how to serve? Is it how to are you just telling people what to do? Are you just like, what are you doing?
I gave when initially at the beginning of the conversation, I gave you characteristics of a leader. Then you said, well, what do they do? And I gave you the characteristics of a leader. Now, however, the person will interpret that or how they can perform that action, that's something different. But what I gave you was the exact thing that you were asking for. So I don't understand what part of this is like, it's just not clicking.
Okay.
I literally gave you breakdown of what are characteristics of a leader. I said accountability, maintaining the checks and balances, building community. I went through all of this shit, and you still talk about I didn't tell you anything, and I just gave it to you. You want to know how it is performed. That's what you're asking for. How is it performed?
I want to know. Yeah, I want to know I want to know the function. It's not about the perform. I mean, it's a function though, right? So I want to know, how does it function? How does it look like? What
does accountability look like then?
Taking accountability looks like you being apologetic. It looks like you being contrite. It looks like you changing your behavior. It looks like you recognizing your faults. That's what accountability looks like.
How do you learn that? What performance do you have to do to learn that?
A part of accountability. A part of accountability is you. A part of it would be you recognizing what happened, right? So if somebody is like, you did X, Y, and Z, then it's like, oh yeah, my fault, I did that. You're taking accountability. So that's the performative part,
so it's
right?
Internal, right?
That's no.
Internal. Accountability is an internal thing.
No. It's external because I wronged you. You want me to take accountability for my actions, right? So I apologize and I recognize that I did said wrong thing, right? Cool. That's performative in your mind. That's an action though. People need to hear that. I need for you to articulate to me what you did so I know that you know what you did, and then I want you to apologize and so that I can understand that you are going to make a concerted effort to not do that same thing again in the future. That's what it's about. In order to get there though, behavior.
In order to get there, though, you have to build empathy, correct? In order for you to hold yourself accountable,
don't try to go build empathy. Your brain about to explode. You yapping now.
No, my brain's fine.
What are you talking about?
Totally fine. You have to build empathy. You apologize because somebody told you to apologize, not holding yourself accountable. Holding accountability is an internal thing. You feel that you wronged somebody, not someone telling you that you wronged them. And you're like, oh, I'm sorry, because if you feel like I offended you, it's not accountability, but that's apologizing. So what you're saying is, apologizing is accountability, and it's not. It's an empathy. I understand what I did. I understand why I did it. I have an understanding of self. Therefore, I'm holding myself accountable. So again, it's not about performative. It's an internal thing. The same thing I talked about the male psyche is internal. It's about progress. It's about development. The same that you have to do to hold yourself accountable. It's about development. There are things that you cannot see.
Yeah. Whew, that was a whole lot of nothing.
For women. What does a rite of passage look for women? Because what you're saying is like only men can be leaders, because that's completely bullcrap, because leadership has nothing to do with gender. So if you're saying all this, to be a leader as a woman, what is the rite of passage for women? Since you kind of sound sexist as fuck, like women can't be leaders. I want you to answer that question, because it sounds ridiculous. It sounds like some Mason He-Man woman hating club. That's what it sounds like to me, because you over here talking like you're superior to women. Like, I really need him to answer that one.
Oh, you're muted. I don't know if they can hear you. Got to mute yourself. You muted.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. You're unmuted.
I'm not a woman, so I can't give you a rites of passage for women. I think women are supposed to have that for themselves. It's not something that I can do for you.
Okay. Professor X, what's up, man? You wanted to come up?
Hey, there's always the content. I always see you on, and I never get a chance to hop on.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate the dialogues you bring, bro. So I just wanted to hop on the panel and build with you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, man. What you got to add to it?
You know, you was asking the brother, like, what does accountability look like?
Mm-hmm.
Accountability is like a loaded question, but it's internal and external, from my opinion, because first you have to like understand and internalize. And what we see now today in this, you know, a lot of people talk about the modern woman, but if we talk about the modern male, we find that they get in these weak support groups that support their following behavior. Mm-hmm. And support to blame the woman for everything. Not saying the woman doesn't have her place for blame, but they get in these groups and it's always the woman's fault for being a single mother. But nobody talks about how she became a single mother. He has to walk away. Now, by all means, you can break up with her, but you can't break up with that child. And notice in their minds, because it's like an underdevelopment of the black male now, they're going to always rationalize why they can't take accountability.
That's true.
They're gonna always rationalize, like the sister said, those sexist behaviors, why they can have multiple women because it's in a man's nature. Mm-hmm. And I think, honestly, and I don't speak to the ladies, that they should hold themselves to a higher standard and not getting on them. But sex should be a rites of passage. What is it that this man is showing you that he can get it? Because there's a lot of dudes that they skating by on their aesthetic and on their pockets. Mm-hmm. So it should, rites of passage look like a lot of things. I actually do rites of passage groups, rites of passage things, and you're bringing a young man into manhood. So they have to see healthy black men. Rites of passage is not getting sex as a young man, because most of them don't understand the responsibility of what come up out of that. Rites of passage is being responsible, because we got a lot of dudes that's responsible, but it don't mean they mature. So like the brother asked you, he said, is it internal and external? And you hit it right on the head, bro. It's external. You have to apologize, not say, well, that's just how I am. That's coward stuff. Mm. And what's happening is all men are being lumped, because I think, in my opinion, just my opinion, I think the title man is a rites of passage. You got your N-words, your niggas, you got your males, and you got your men. And then when you up in a higher echelon of your knowledge and yourself, you got your God body, you got your higher developed frequency. But the man take care of his children. The man is not arguing whether 50-50 or 100. Because the man has been proven he can take care of his own house. So the addition of his queen is something that she can just come in and be feminine. He's not arguing over what she's bringing to the table.
Hey, hold on. I got to stop you, brother. I don't know. I'm lost. I ain't going to even hold you. So what do you say? So I'm not understanding. I'm curious though. What does the rites of passage look like? What does the rites of passage look like for a man? And the reason why I'm asking that is because what is so different about a man or a woman? Like, what characteristics do, because Son of Man was saying it's basically only men could teach me this. Only teach you what? How to masturbate with your left hand? Like, what do you mean? Like, what's so different about, like, honestly, outside of anything sexual, what characteristic, what trait, what whatever can men teach men can teach men that women can't? Like, that's the thing that I never understand when people say stuff like that. I'm always like, huh? Like, what are you talking about?
No, bro. No, bro. No. Women can teach. Women can teach men. Okay. Because they have the empathy. They have the empathy that we lack. they have the nurturing. Now we can nurture, in my opinion, but I think we nurture second. We're protectors and providers, and then we nurture. So a woman teaches us how to nurture. My mother taught me understanding. My mother taught me compassion, and my mom passed away. So that's what was taught to me by a woman. Women teach. They're able, in my opinion, bro, your softer side, your softer nature, and not your vulnerability, and you're not weak. If that makes sense, what I'm saying.
Why can't a man teach you that?
They can, but are they in tune with it?
So that's
you see what I'm saying?
So wait. So hear me out. No, you're right. So hear me out.
Okay.
So, you should develop that. Whether somebody taught you that or not, you should learn to develop that. If you know it's important, you should like do it right now. I'm not saying it to you, but to anybody, you should do it right now. Practice it, right? Become more vulnerable, become softer, yada yada yada, whatever you call it. So you should learn that so that you can teach your son, so that you can teach your daughter, and teach whoever the hell else you need to teach. But B, once the women teach like one generation of men their softer side, then shouldn't those men be able to go out and do the same fucking thing that the mothers did? At that point, like now they have that, and then shouldn't they be able to pass it on to all the other men, right? Like it's like I'm not understanding. Like that's the thing I don't get. It's like we all have the capacity to be empathetic. You just basically said women are more empathetic. Are you saying like naturally more empathetic, or they're it's inherently more empathetic?
Yes.
They're inherently
because okay, look at it like this too, dog. And like you're doing, stop me if I'm not making sense to you. It's perfectly fine. We having a dialogue.
Yeah.
We also have to look at the environment, right? We also have to look at the surroundings, the social environment. I'm not saying that they can't, because you asked me, can men teach those things? Yes. But especially in today's society, what is the man learning? How is the man learning his softer self? Does that make sense what I'm asking you?
I don't understand. How are they learning?
Okay. How is his softer side? Where is he learning that from today? Okay, if we're dealing with mass incarceration of men, if we're dealing with just the images that we're looked at of their role models, where are they learning that today? Is that a better way that I asked it?
I mean, but so
we're in a worse condition now. Turn it around.
Wait, what'd you say? Your mic was breaking up. What'd you say?
I said we're in a worse condition now.
Yes.
Turn around, and the women are in the leader role. So
we're in a worse condition now than when?
Than ever.
Huh? In what way?
Ever.
Slavery, Jim Crow. We're in the worst condition now
than ever.
Okay.
Wait. Based on what?
The psychological development of men, raised by especially black men.
Mm-hmm.
We're in a worse position ever. Even in slavery, men had at least taken hold of their household and taking care of their women. We're in the worst condition ever.
I know you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't.
That's not true.
I'm wrong.
That's not true, because there was no head. Wait, sir, that's just not true.
They weren't taking care of their family.
True. What?
The family wasn't sticking together. They were taking care of their family back in slavery.
They didn't even have families. Like here's what I'm saying.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about in slavery, bro?
Wow.
They would split us up.
Wow.
Wait, stop. In slavery, we were fucking just sex. We would just impregnate women, and it'd be a bunch of babies running around. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not saying like nobody had a family in slavery. I'm saying that families were broken up all the time. It was hard as fuck to have like a mother, a father, a daughter, and that shit almost didn't exist.
Okay,
but you're again. I think you're missing what I'm saying. Yes, the situation was not great, but the family unit, yes, they were taken by slave owners, but black men were still there. Black women were still there. They were still.
Why are you romanticizing slavery? Like,
because you brought up slavery. You brought up slavery.
You're literally romanticizing
the
institution of slavery. You just stop. Everybody stop talking while I'm talking, please. Brothers, you cannot be fucking serious talking about that we're at the worst we've been now than we were during slavery. Be fucking for real, bro. That's That's Kanye. Slavery was a choice all over again. That's bananas. That's bananas. That's ahistorical. Jim Crow, ahistorical. What are y'all talking about? The only I will give y'all, if you wanted to have an argument in some way, I would say maybe the 80s. Maybe the 90s was a little bit better economically. Maybe, right? But I mean, legally and all that stuff, it was more repressed and all that stuff back then. So there's a debate there. But I could maybe entertain 80s. Maybe I will listen to you. But y'all not finna sit here and tell me.
I didn't say that, bro. I didn't say slavery, bro.
I'm talking to this young man. I'm saying there ain't no way you finna tell me that during slavery, y'all romanticize slavery so much. Y'all up here talking about you acting like we had fucking nuclear families and shit during slavery. We did not.
I didn't bring up slavery though.
It was just a bunch of black people living. We was just living and surviving. Bro. The mamas would be in the house. The daddies would be in the fields. The mamas would be in the fields. Right. The daddies would be doing the horse work. What the fuck are you talking about? Getting raped by the slave master. Getting raped by the mistress of the house. Nigga, what? They was treating us like cattle and shit. We wasn't no fucking families. We wasn't no mommy, daddy, daughter, 2 dogs in a house. Nigga, no. We was living in fucking outhouses and shit. Living in every 15 slaves in a damn house. Like, some related, some not. They done bought a slave from here and sold. Your sister gets sold off. Your mama got bro, come on. Come on. We cannot be to a point now where y'all are fucking romanticizing slavery. You allowing your misogyny to romanticize fucking slavery, my guy. That's crazy. That's insanity at this point. That's beyond delusional. That's crazy. I can't take it.
Man, let me say something. What I'm trying to say is if you glorifying the slavery days, y'all wasn't protectors at all. Y'all was not protecting the black woman and children from massa. But you over here saying that it was a lot better through slavery. Have you lost your mother flipping mind?
We couldn't
do
do it.
Not protecting black women at all or your children. And then mind you, you had to work for free for some scraps of food. And you think that is the better because the man was
that shit was better, Tori.
You dumb SOB. What the hell is wrong with you?
I can't take it. That's fucking crazy, bro.
I never said that, bro.
I ain't talking about
all
you.
Of time. This dude said all of time. So then slavery got brought up because slavery is part of time. Let's say in the back house when nobody was looking, you had a couple and they jumped the broom, right? When Master came to their hut and he was like, I want your wife. You know he didn't say no? What kind of protection was that?
None. Y'all ever look?
I want your wife. First of all, he didn't even know that's your wife, but whatever. He be like, yo, I want her.
Yeah, her. She the one.
The one that just jumped the broom with her last night. He's not saying a word. Off you go. Hope you're okay tomorrow.
Y'all ever seen the movie Braveheart? You ever seen Braveheart with Mel Gibson? When they had a part in the movie where this would kind of started the whole shit, where the occupying force would the English were occupying the Irish, I think they were Irish, yeah. And if they got married, then the like lord of the land got to have sex with the bride. Like he would get to take the bride, right? On the first night. That's the type of shit they was doing during slavery, but it was way worse. It was way worse because they didn't wait till we got married. They would just do it to us, and they would breed us like animals. They were breeding us like animals, bro. We were getting bred like stallions. Jesus Christ, man. I don't know, man. I can't. That type of shit is, I'm sorry, that's upsetting to hear people say. I can't even front. That's crazy. That's beyond crazy to me.
And honestly, that's how some of the black people got in the house with those kind of statements. Well, if you want to get in the house, man, you start tap dancing and doing all that. That's how you get in the house. They let they running straight. They ain't about to be in the field. They ain't about to worry about nothing else. They going straight in the house.
Facts. Trying to get in the house. Talking about slavery was better than now. Boy. What?
About the condition. I was talking about the mental state, but go ahead.
Even, brother, you think you're deep. You're not. That's more dumb. The mental state of black people during slavery was what? Destroyed. That's when it got destroyed. What are you talking about? Like, come on, bro. Nah, bro, y'all gotta stop glazing these niggas. You don't get what he's saying. You first of all, this a whole white man agreeing with. Here's what I'm saying. Look,
You
D Lazy is a whole white man from Ireland agreeing with this dude.
He
yeah,
should.
you need to block them expeditiously.
This is
It's called a
bananas.
it's called a Jedi mind trick. You know what I mean? If he can get you to believe that too, he'll get you to come back. It's the Jedi
Crazy,
mind
bro.
trick.
I'm sorry. Give me a second, man. That was nuts. Go ahead, y'all. That was crazy. I ain't never heard that shit in my life. And I done heard a lot of crazy shit on this app. That was nuts.
But if he the mindset, or maybe he should go ahead and sell himself back in now. Like, just go ahead, pick out one of these like neighborhoods where there's some uppity YT people, and be like, listen, the mentality of my people is all messed up, and I'm here to sell myself back in. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you feel like it was better, I'm telling you, they'll take you. They'll take you. You could
There's a
write,
bunch of sundown towns too.
yo,
You can
they'll
go to
take
these
you. So just
sundown
go sell
towns all
yourself
over the
back
country.
in.
I mean, we're still in there, but I mean,
No. In the official no, listen, not figuratively or any of that other kind of stuff. No. You feel like it was better, go sell yourself back in. If you want, let me follow you now so I could DM you a list of prominent YT communities across the country. Go find one of them. Hey, Mr. Smith, my name is such and I would like to sell myself back in because I'm concerned about the mentality of my people, and I think that my mentality would increase if I was to just sell myself back to you. Can you whip up a contract real quick, call Mr. Stein, and tell him, I'm willing to commit myself back in and my bloodline? Go ahead.
Okay, so
Mr.
this is the thing,
Washington.
right? Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds, okay?
All right, baby.
So first of all, like that shit about slavery was wild. Like people just say anything nowadays, and I don't know what's going on in his psyche, but that ain't it. But so the rites of passage is actually for men is actually steeped in misogyny, and it was actually became a thing because of misogyny. There came a time when people noticed that there's a thing that women can do that men can't, i.e., they would when a girl would come on her cycle, and it used to be a lot later in life, like in the like mid-teens. For most women, right now we have precocious puberty and everything like that, so girls are coming onto their cycle earlier and earlier. But at some point in time, the ancient people noticed that one, women were coming on a cycle, and that it was coming and it was going with the moon. And they often associated with magic. And so women had power. And because not only did you have the cycle that matched up with the moon, but you were able to actually produce new humans. You could actually do this. And this is like before they even figured out that, a man had a part in it as well. And there's actually, I can't remember if it was a book or a documentary, but it's called The Island Where Men Bleed. And the men, what they would do is they would go and they would actually cut their genitals in order to bleed from the genitals and stuff because they wanted to have the power like the women and everything. And this is how the rites of passage actually started. So you knew you became a woman because your cycle came on. So a man needed something in, like, honestly, they've been competing since forever. They were actually doing this in order to, like, they have a thing that they go through, so we need a thing that we go through. Now, nowadays, if you are doing the rite of passage and everything like that for a man, whatever the case may be, and you were actually teaching boys some kind of values and everything like that, I would be like, okay, go strong. However, it is still steeped in misogyny because these guys came up and it was like, okay, it's going to teach us to lead. It's going to teach us to, like, first of all, they were vague, like vague as hell. The second brother, he wasn't so vague. My issue is, he says, and then you could just have a queen come in your house and she could just be feminine. I'm going to need everybody to stop disrespecting the feminine because we are humans. We are not just an archetype. We are not moist robots. We are not subhuman. We are not superhuman. We are human beings as well. And so say just come and be feminine, because usually what that looks like is a docile, maid, and mother that you can F. That is usually what it means and stuff. So when they think passivity is feminine, and women can structure their own societies, they can structure their own households, they can structure their families and everything like that. Being feminine is being active. It is growing, and it is tending, and it is empathy, and it is anger, and it is rage, and it's violence, and it is all the things that makes a human human. So this idea that you are going to take some boys out into the woods and you're going to teach them how to become men, if you are teaching them how to be good human beings, rah rah sis Kumba, I am behind you. I got my pom poms out. I'm 50, but I can still do a fucking split. I'm gonna do it for you. But when you believe that teaching a boy how to become a man means that he is now going to be Lord and Lord over women and children, that ain't it. If your leadership does not look like service, if your leadership does not look like empathy, if your leadership does not look like going to the back and bringing up the rear to make sure everybody else is going to be safe, I don't want it. I don't want any parts of any leadership that does not look like equity, respect, actual love, and empathy. So those are the things I wanted to. And the slavery shit was fucking wild. You are so misogynistic that you think, well, at least she didn't have rights. What?
At least she couldn't leave because we was all on the plantation. Shit, crazy. She was forced to stay because she was on the plantation. Jesus H fucking Christ, man.
Okay.
Shit,
Yo,
crazy
bro.
out here.
Could I
Be safe, y'all. Go
could I
ahead, Professor X.
okay, thanks, G. I just want to respond to the sister. When I mean that, it said no controlling, demanding way. It means be you. Because it's not your job to take care of me. I have done what I have done as my own individual man to create what I need for myself. So when I say because I have a lot of lady friends that I talk to, and the number one thing that I hear, sister, is that they are not allowed to be feminine because they always have to shoulder loads. They always have to do what brothers don't want to do. So when I meant that, sister, I didn't mean that, it's misogynistic and you come. I'm not like that. Did you hear me? I said I was raised by a great mother. I'm not like that. I'm not the one that try to control a woman's voice. That's not my place. She's my complement. She's not behind me. She's not under me. She's not subservient to me. So when I say that, I have provided a place for her just to simply to be herself. Does that make sense?
Hey, well, stop. First of all, stop calling her sister, because we're not your sisters. We're not related to you.
Okay, however you want it. Okay.
All right.
Hey, can I say real quick?
Please go ahead, Devontae.
What's going on? I've been in and out. I'm just now getting off of work. My day starts at 2 a.m. every morning, but I just want to say, hey, what's going on? But I did just want to add something to the topic. What I think the real issue when it comes to like relationships and dating, I think the real problem is just the general fact that I don't think people are really falling in love for character. I think they're falling in love with personality. And I think people get intrigued with the personality and not the character, and like seeing like who they actually have in front of them. And then when the relationship goes bad, they end up having multiple large amounts of experiences because a lot of people date what they attract. And then they end up joining the men ain't shit club or the women ain't shit club, because I think people get in this echo chamber, and I think that's easier than people actually doing the real work. Because when we look at divorce, right, it's the main things that lead to divorce is communication, finances, and infidelity. But then what also shows long-lasting relationships is getting with someone who has, like, I don't want to say same, but similar values, similar vision, and then conflict resolution skills. So people are getting with people who don't have any of those things, or they're lacking those things in themselves. So then it's like you're dating all these bad people, and then you look at their dating resume, there's nothing but bad relationships. So I think people are getting to this point where we're pointing the finger at each other versus saying like, hey, like I'm a person where it's like, I know my girl, I'm engaged. I know, like, I believe in the 80-20 rule. Like, you're going to love 80% of everything about that person. There's going to be that 20% that you're going to look at and you're going to hate it, but they're not changing. But it's okay, because for me, it's like the pros are more than the cons. Like, like for example, my girl does not like washing clothes. She doesn't like doing that. But you know what she likes to do? She doesn't mind doing? Folding them. I'm not going to get in a fight with you because you just don't want to put clothes in the washing machine and the dryer. I'll take because I hate folding clothes. I hate folding clothes and putting things up. And a lot of people hate cleaning. So it's like, people aren't getting in this vision of like understanding like, who do you have for your partner? Because you get all these dudes that are like, oh, my girl doesn't cook. Bro, she never cooked. Or, you know what I mean? So it's like you got married to a woman and you knew who she was. And then you don't like because now you didn't communicate what you was really looking for once we got to these final steps. And I think...
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just think people aren't looking for their person when it comes to final steps. I don't think people are communicating that well. Like, I don't think people are like... I think people fall in love for the personality, like, cool, we vibe, the sex is good, and it's the honeymoon phase. And then now it's wearing off. And then now you got in a situation that you can't just bounce out of. And that was, I think, the problem from the get-go. I think you should be focused on how a person shows up. Like, that's how I look at character. Like, I can like you. Like, I know a lot of people that I'm cool with that I like. But there's a lot of people I don't trust with my own fucking money. You know what I mean? It's like I wouldn't go into a business with somebody that I just don't trust. But, hey, we can get a few drinks. You know, we can hang out, we can go out. But, like, it's like I categorize people as who they are and what they bring. Like, everyone has pros and cons, and I think the reason why people split up is because, like, people get with people, and then there's like this wall, like, and I just think that's a huge issue. And then people aren't trying to mature. It's like, if you know you got a girl who's working just as long as you need to carry the load. Don't go in and say like, oh, well, that's the woman's job. Like, what are we doing?
But Devontae, I think that I hear what you're saying. I don't think you're wrong necessarily. I mean, I wouldn't disagree in general. I think that I don't think you're saying anything differently than this. I think it all kind of coincides. I just think you made it more vague. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you're saying like, oh, it could be anybody. Like what is well established. Like, I know it can be anybody, right? Like, I know it could be men. I know it could be women. I know, whatever. But when you say like people don't want to grow, what people? You see what I'm saying? Who is that person typically in the relationship? Like, that's what this is. So that leads me right back to this. It's like, I agree. People, I don't even think that people aren't like communicate. Like, I don't even think it's that, to be honest with you, like all the way. I think that's a part of it. But when people talk about relationships, the thing is like, you wouldn't have known that your girl didn't like washing clothes unless you were with her for like, by the time you get to the point to where you find out if she likes to wash clothes, you guys are like already in a fully committed relationship, I'm sure. You see what I'm saying? Like, that ain't something that you find out in a week, in 2 weeks, in a month. Like, that's some shit you find out like damn near when y'all living together. You know what I'm saying? Like, so a lot of the stuff that we learn about each other makes it puts us in a position of where we have to grow on the fly, right? You have to grow. You got to grow on the fly. Like, it's a reality, right? Like, you're going to get into a relationship. You're going to be with the person for 3 months. You're going to learn certain things. There's only so much you're going to learn about that person in 3 months, right? Now it's another 3 month block. You got that 3 months. Now it's another 3 months. You're going to learn 3 months worth of new shit, right? And so on and so forth. And so you're not, that's why when people talk about vetting and all of that stuff, I'm like, it's almost impossible to vet. It's almost impossible. Like, there are like some things you can do. There are like some things you can figure out, but a lot of like major shit you don't know until you don't know until you're in it. You don't know how your wife is going to react to having children. You don't know how your husband is going to react to having kids until you have kids. They could be great with their nieces, great with their nephews. They could be the best man on their job. They could be the hardest. They could have won Employee of the Month 17 months consecutive. Like, all of this stuff could be true. Have a kid with a motherfucker, and he turned into Michael Jackson from Thriller at the end, where he turned around. Like, you don't know. You just don't know until you're in the situation with the person a lot of times. And that is when you start to see that's when you need the growth to happen the most. And then that's when when that time comes up, when that hurdle comes up, when that hill comes up, who is most likely to say, pull up their bootstraps and pull up their sleeves and be like, okay, let's get it. Like, I got some growing to do. I'ma grow, yada, yada, yada. Are you gonna grow? Who's the person that's gonna do that? Typically, the woman. She typically is a person that's like, yep, okay, cool. I get it. I ain't perfect. I got some growing to do. I just had a kid. I gotta learn, whatever it is, let's get down to it. And then you look over, and then she look over at the man and be like, you with me? And that motherfucker chasing butterflies and shit. Huh? Yeah, we could grow yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I'll grow with, we like, that's how the shit be far too many times. That's what's happening way more often than not, unfortunately. I wish that wasn't the case. That's just the case, though. It fucking sucks. It's terrible, but it is what it is. Like, we got to accept it so we could grow up, man.
Yeah, and I can agree with that. I think the issue is with a lot of dudes, they're just not, I don't want to say prepared, but I think their issue is, like, a lot of dudes go in the set in my ways mindset, and it's not moving well. Like, you can't do that when it comes to, like, how life hits you, and you gotta be ready, and you gotta be moving. You gotta be consistently involved. But I think a lot of dudes have, like, especially just because red pill. I think social media created this weird echo chamber with blue pill and red pill, and a lot of dudes decide to have these random ass values that they never really had and don't really fully understand what it means. And then they're in this, like, mode of, like, their perspective of what they think women should be. And I just don't think they have any experience. You know what I'm saying? I don't think a lot of dudes have a lot of actual experience saying they're a leader, when they're saying they're an alpha male. It's like, I've never heard, I feel like now I hear I'm an alpha male, or I'm a leader, or I'm this dude more now than I ever heard before. And I think that's what's hurting a lot of dudes now, because they're not mature. There's not a emotional maturity. And then because of that, the moment they open their mouth, a woman who has her center, everything is good, where she's not inviting dumb, toxic behavior. And I think that's where in a lot of relationships, when it comes to a lot of men that aren't changing, is because they had a mindset that I don't really think was theirs to begin with. And I think that's why they're not moving, because it's like they're kind of just like, okay, I'm gonna be a fucking idiot, and I'm not gonna look on how this is affecting my relationship, my kids, and my wife, and how I'm fucking leading us into the fucking dirt. Like, I think a lot of dudes say they're a fucking leader and don't even fucking know what they're doing.
No,
Like,
I know.
it's just coming out of their fucking ass, dude.
That's what I've been saying this whole time. Men just assume that we're leaders because we're men, but then they don't do any of the work. It's like when you got, I don't know if you guys are, it's like men are like children at the park, right? Like, if you guys go to the park with your kids and they have those, like, the like driving simulator things, or like, or even like you let your kid sit on your lap and act like they drive in a car. Like, men like to perform like they drive in a car, like kids like to perform that they drive in a car. Men like to perform like they're leaders. They like to perform like they're the ones steering the shit, right? The whole time is mommy, daddy, whoever lap they sitting on is actually doing the fucking work. So that's the thing. Men don't actually want to do the work, but we want to be the ones like, look at me, I'm driving. Like, nigga, you ain't doing shit. And that's a problem. Reggie said most men are invisible. No fault to women for that, but it is what it is. Yeah, most men are invisible because most men don't get it and act alike. So it's just the ocean of, like, anonymous men that just all look alike and blend in together, and Yeah, and I'm protect and provide, protect, provide. Masculinity, alpha male, alpha male, alpha male. Like that's the like, and it's so you're invisible at that point. How do you separate yourself is the question.
But
You don't separate yourself by repeating the same fucking talking points. Go ahead, okay?
Add to
Oh,
what
go
you
ahead. Go ahead.
said, into what you said, public. It's literally kind of like how we will say if we were in a scary movie or if a zombie apocalypse happened, what we would do, etc. But there's no way of knowing what you'll actually do until you're in that situation. So we speak in a lot of hypotheticals. So yeah, if my wife got cancer, I would stick beside her, which is what most men would say, or most women would say. But in the instance where there are actually women and there are actually counselors that have to come in that say, be prepared that when you're diagnosed with cancer, the dynamic of your relationship will change and your husband could leave you.
Yeah.
Women have to get counseled in that way because men will literally walk out like, oh, she changed, her libido went down, she wasn't giving me what I needed. There was literally on I think it's what is it, Love and Marriage Huntsville, where Marceau literally said that if Tisha stopped sleeping with him when she had cancer, he don't know if he could still be faithful. While on the other hand, Tisha was saying it was painful for her sometimes
Yep.
to even be intimate
Yep.
because of the cancer and the cancer treatment.
Yep. I
So
remember that.
the fact that people say that shit, oh Maurice, the fact that people or men could say that kind of shit out loud
Right.
tells me that it's more often than not. I'm sorry, what is it? Maurice and Kimmy. Either way, the long story that's short, more often than not, most men don't know what kind of man they will be until they're in a situation. Okay, let your wife get pregnant and have to be on bed rest and pelvic rest and can't give it to you like you want it.
Yeah. Just turn that neck. I just need you. If you're
Okay.
on the bed like this, all you
Okay.
gotta do
I'm
can you
sorry. I gotta interject. I apologize.
no,
I
no,
believe it
no,
was
Corey,
not
my
Corey.
turn. I'm
Corey,
sorry,
are
honey.
you
Not Corey.
drinking?
It's
Let's
shy.
not do that. So
Sorry,
my point,
Corey.
is you don't know what type of partner you have until you're faced with adversity. And most times when men sell women on the type of man they are, it's before they've gotten pregnant. It's before they've been in the relationship for a while and everybody's gotten comfortable and cozy. And then all of a sudden a pregnancy happens or somebody loses their job or whatever the case may be. And that man completely flips the script. And then y'all will tell women, oh, well, you chose him. You should have chose better. You should have vetted better. But here's the thing. Had I known that the man would completely flip the script once the pregnancy test turned positive, do you think I would have chose that man? Do you think I would have chose a man that would say, I will completely walk away to secure my peace, meaning walk
Mm-mm.
away from his child?
Nope.
You think I would have picked somebody like that?
Mm-mm.
Right. Nobody wakes up and says, oh, today I think I'm going to be a single mother. Let's see what Raekwon is doing and let's see if we can make that happen. Nobody says that. So I need y'all to stop with the red pill rhetoric and then we can say, okay, red flags, red flags. Again, some men will wear a mask. I remember this lady, she was literally on TikTok saying that her husband for 10 years had a completely separate family. He was a truck driver, a completely separate family in the city. I'm talking about a complete wife with kids, and she over here with his kids, thinking that he's being faithful to her. And he kept that up for 10 years. Y'all really be playing in people's face. Like, let's stop acting like this stuff doesn't happen. Like,
Truck drivers worse than truck drivers worse than celebrities and and athletes and shit.
listen, my granddaddy had 28 kids. He was a truck driver.
Yeah, them niggas be slanging dick all across the country. That shit
Real
Hey,
be
bad.
public, can I get this out? I'm on like 3%. I was like,
go, Shy.
let
I'm
me
sorry.
hurry up. I'm gonna
Go
try to
ahead.
talk fast. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know if y'all can hear me. My percentage
No,
is
I
low.
got you. You loud and clear.
Okay, so damn, it's so much I want to unpack, but I'm gonna just jump to the slavery thing. Number one, I'm gonna make a request. I don't want to put you on the spot. I gotta get that as a clip. I have never been so moved to make content before until I heard. I was on another live when I said
These nignogs romanticize the past so much that one day they will talk about slavery like that shit was a one-way, all-expense tourism trip for Africans to the Americas. Like, and for real, in real time, I need that clip. I've not made one piece of content. That will be my first piece of content. Secondly, to the rite of passage thing, and then I'm just going to answer the prompt. I agree with 100% you said. It's performative, it's ceremonial, it's symbolism, it's not an actual thing. I've been a childcare provider with my own licensed childcare facility as well as a preschool educator. You give a little boy a baby doll, 9 out of 10 times, he's going to rock the baby to sleep, sing it a song, feed it, put it in the bed, you let the little boy play with the stove, the dish set. He's going to pretend to season the food, cook the food, and wash the dishes. There is literally no difference. It's when we start instilling these gender roles into our children is when men or males or whatever you want to call them suddenly become obtuse and don't know how to do certain things. You give the boys and the girls the same exact toys. The girls will drive a car just like a boy will drive a car. The little boy will wash the dishes and cook the food and care for the baby the same way the little girl would care for the baby. He's not going around with a bow and arrow, pew pewing the babies or the little teddy bears in the daycare. I've seen this. I've done this for 10 years. So we have to stop making basic life skills based on gender roles. It is in little boys to care. They care. If you've ever watched a little boy, he cares. I just want to put that out there. And to the prompt, I am really on the fence and I'm kind of confused. Honestly, it is scary that we, one, have so much little faith in men and at the same time give them so much responsibility. Men are not dumb. They aren't. They're manipulative, and I don't mean all, but they know how to do this thing called weaponized obtuseness. Okay? There is a video going around right now about romance and the beginning of romance. Do you know romance started because poor men could not compete? So they made up this fake feeling called romance or love to offer something that men who had no goods or money or couldn't provide so they can have access to the punani. I don't know how to say it TikTok friendlier. That is where romance started. It is a fake thing. The only true love is between parent and child. That's been said by many people. But I just want to say, so the unwillingness to grow and change, men know how to grow and change. Men are a different person every day depending on the woman they want to be with. So that's not true. They know how to do these things. It's how they use it. I have a lot more faith than men. They know how to do things. Men know they know how to do things. It's just I can't understand why we let them get away with weaponizing obtuseness so much. And that's all I have to say. My phone's about to die. Thanks, guys.
All right, so I wanted to add to the conversation a little bit about like these men and their glorifying the old days thing, right? And it's interesting the things that they pick out of the past to glorify, because if you talk to an old man that had a good, sound, happy marriage, right? I'm not talking about the ones that was knocking the wife, between the washer and the dryer before there was even a washer and dryer. I'm talking about these beautiful, long-lasting marriages that were thing. That man will say things like, I don't want no problems with the old lady. The old lady over there, that's the boss. I don't want no issues, right? So that means that even traditionally, the ones that went well, they were listening to their wives and they had concerns about the way that their wife felt. But this is a piece of the traditionalism that I find that is always missed in these man's talking points about back in the day when the man was the head. these happy relationships, it really wasn't the man that was the head. It really was the woman that was the head. And he had no problem verbalizing that out loud. Like, I don't want no problems with the old lady. You think I'm staying out here? Yo, you think I want to be in trouble? You know what I'm saying? That's the boss right there. You got a question? Go ask the boss. She over there. Like, don't ask me, ask your mom. You know what I mean? So it's interesting that they missed that part, and how those are the ones that were happy, right? Let me ask my wife, somebody said in the comments, right? Another thing that's an old thing that people used to say, wives tell, whatever it is behind every great man, there's a great woman. They didn't say behind every great man, there's a great woman because that woman was sitting in her place and being quiet in the corner. Behind every great man, there's a great woman is because behind that man in quiet, the woman was advising him. And he was taking that advice and listening to his woman and applying it to the world. All right. Eleanor Roosevelt is one of the few that everybody is very familiar with, that she was the one that was doing a lot of the advising to get her man to the area that he was in, and some of the policies that he was well known for. She's actually the person that was behind it. All right. And that tells me something about now, right? It tells me that men are angry that women are now taking credit for their own great ideas. All right, that's what it tells me. This is part of this anger of women coming forward and women becoming greater and women standing on their own and doing things like that. Because historically, it is not that women were not smart. It's that, yeah, he did cheat on Eleanor. It's with one of the with several slaves actually. It's not that women were never smart. It's that we were just never allowed to take credit for our own intelligence. But like I said, whenever I bring this up to these red pill guys, like, there's never an answer. How come they don't talk about the traditionalism, which was, I don't want no problems with my old lady? I'll stop right there.
Have you gotten to go, Sylvester?
No, man. I was listening to everybody else, just not disrespecting, letting people talk. So it's on.
Appreciate that. Oh, wait, don't judge me. Yeah, I'm chewing gum. Go ahead, Sylvester.
Yeah, man. Look, I'm listening and I'm looking at what it's saying on here. Men's unwillingness to grow is what leads to most divorces and splits. But me personally, it's not about our unwillingness to grow. It's about women's unwillingness to let us lead them to a better position in life. Because most people that were black men that go through a lot of trouble, a lot of them don't have men in their life, and they listen to their mothers and aunties and all that, which they can only do so much. But I'm not saying that women not smart enough to help lead a man in a good place. But a lot of times, the women that I'm listening to on your show, they saying what men don't do, but they forgetting that all of us are raised by women. And, if women would just sit back and understand, because I was talking to one of my partners, and he have a problem with one of his kids because the baby mama, well, young lady, didn't let the man know about the child. And now it's a little conflict there. So I think women need to take more responsibility on how they act and who they let lead them. That's all I got to say, bro. I'm gonna get off the show. Appreciate it.
Oh, you dropping? Okay. I wanted you to answer some questions. Can you answer some questions?
No. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So, what does leadership look like?
Leadership is to be able to get out there and learn a skill or learn how to maneuver through life so you can go back and lead your family properly. Now that's what leadership is to me. Well, the man's supposed to go out and learn everything he can learn, so when he go back home, if his family or his child have a question, you know, because you don't have to know everything. You could just know where to get the information from.
Yeah. Like right now, you don't know. I don't think you know what leadership looks like. So here's the thing. So I'm asking you, like, all right. So I asked you, what does leadership look like? And you said you should learn a skill and then go back to your family. Okay. So let's look at it like.
No. Not just learn a skill. I say learn anything and everything, so that if anybody that you are raising has a question, and then I also said you don't have to know everything, but you can know where to get the information from, where you can help lead your family. Now, me personally, all the men that I knew in my life,
Sylvester,
you know,
Sylvester, I just want to take a step back.
Go ahead.
So I'm asking you. Okay. So I'm saying. So let's do it like this. So let's say there's a woman and she's she's your woman, and she asks you, because you're saying, let me lead. Let's say you, like, literally you having a conversation where you're like, you got to let me lead, right? And then she asks you the same question I asked you. Okay, what does leadership look like to you? And you gave her that answer. Do you think that would sell her on your leadership skills?
I believe it will. And the reason I say that is because my woman, like, when it was time for us to get a home, it wasn't, well, I'm gonna just see, or you put your name out there. Let's go and get it done and check everything out. You know, let's get everything together. It's just like with, just say she not really needing money, but just wanting to go through life with no problems. I supply my woman with a $500 credit card. She keep it. That's you. I'm gonna pay that bill every month so you don't never have no problems. Because if I'm gonna take care of you, and you're gonna listen to what, you know, you're gonna understand, you're gonna listen to me, and I'm gonna listen to you, then, you know, we got a team thing going on. That's what I think.
But okay, so that's what I'm saying. To me, nothing you described actually describes leadership, right? Like providing money for her, that's not leadership. You just provided money for her. And I appreciate that. I'm sure she appreciates that and respects that, but that's not leadership, right? So let me ask you a question. If you were on a team, let's say you were playing, I'm sure you play sports, like I play sports, you play basketball, you play football, whatever, right? Who are the people you looked up to on the team? Who were the people that you looked at and was like, all right, I'm gonna follow that dude? Like what did it look like? What were they doing for you to have that, for you to look at them as a leader on the team?
As a leader of the team, well, I look at the coach. I look at who calling all the plays first, because obviously they have the more knowledge than all of us on the team. But the coach, he gonna put in who perform better.
No, I'm not talking about the coach. I'm saying, because leadership and skills are different. Like, so an example, I've been on teams where the best player wasn't the leader because the best player didn't have leadership qualities. They just were the best player. It was a bunch of times I've been on the team and it was like, that dude's the best player on the team. He didn't work the hardest. He didn't, like, when it was time to, like, hey, dog, we running lines. Like, he wasn't the first one to run the lines. He wasn't the one, like, come on, like, run the line. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't on it like that. When we went in the weight room to go lift weights, he wasn't the first one in the weight room, the last one to leave. Like, that was the leader. It was the dude that did that. So, like, think about the Warriors, the Golden State Warriors. Like, the heart and soul of the team is Draymond, right? Like, it ain't Steph. Steph's the best player by far. Draymond's the leader because Draymond does all the dirty work. He's the one that talks the most. He leads by example. You see what I'm saying? Like, so leadership, would you say leadership looks like A, leading by example, so doing the work, right? And B, being a service to the people around you. Like, the person that is doing the most shit for people around them tend to be the leaders, right?
Yeah. You know what? I can agree with that because every job I had, I always end up being a leader or an example to go by. So, I mean, but you saying that I don't know what leadership is, that's your opinion because in reality,
I'm sorry.
No, hold on. I'm listening to you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just saying.
I'm listening to you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. I can listen. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, it didn't sound like. Okay, let me rephrase it. It didn't sound like you really understood what leadership looked like, right? Because you can't articulate it. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know. I mean, maybe you know what it looks like to you in your mind, but you just can't articulate it. Okay, cool. But I asked you, what did it mean? What does it look like? And you couldn't articulate it. See what I'm saying? Like the answer you gave was like very vague. So I will ask you this. This is my last question. So let's say in your household, based on what we just said, it's the person that's doing the work or whatever, right? Who does the majority of the work in your household? Like takes care of the kids, takes care, make sure everything is done.
My woman, you know what? She do the majority of the work
in the house
on the inside.
Yeah. So
yeah, but
wait. Let's keep. I'm going to keep going. She does the majority of the work in the house. So she's doing the majority of the work. Then isn't she the leader of the house? And if you wanted to be the leader, like you said, the women won't let us lead. Wouldn't you then, for you to be the leader, wouldn't all you have to do is do what she's doing in the, like, just take her job and do what she's doing, and then boom, now you're the leader of the house?
No, it's not like that. It's positions, but everybody is different. Everybody have different qualifications, and everybody have different ways that they think, because everything's different. But I let my woman do what she want to do in there because she knows certain things to do. But me, I'm going outside. I'm fixing the hot water heater. I'm everything else I'm doing, but I also help her. But I'm not gonna sit back and just say that she don't do a whole lot. She handle her business, and I handle mine too.
Yeah, but you already said it though. It's not even, you know what I mean? Like you already said she does the majority of the labor in the house. So once again, if she's doing the majority of the labor in the house, she is the de facto leader of the house. So what leadership role is there for you when she's already doing the majority of the work in the house? You want to be able to tell her what to do? I don't understand.
No.
What would make you a leader in that case?
See, let me tell you what it is. I see how you're looking at it, but even though she does a lot of things in the house, I do a lot of things out of the house, but it's another thing too. I built the home that we in with my blood and my sweat and me handling business. So she takes care of it well. But me, I don't know if you ever did any construction work, or if you ever had to tear down a house and rebuild it so your family could be in it and have something nice. I don't know if you ever did it, but it's a different type of work. But it's different type of men that deserve different type of
Professor, how long did it take you to
control?
How long did it take you to destroy and rebuild the house?
Man, it took a couple of months, man.
Okay.
Because there was a flood that happened.
Okay. So 60 days. It took you 60 days. Okay. All right. So 60 days.
About 6 months.
Oh, 6 months. Okay. So 6 months of hard labor. Okay, cool. How long have you and your girl been together?
We've been together a while, man. Because I don't just jump around.
Come on. How many years? How many years y'all been together?
We've been together about 8 years, man.
8 years. Okay. And so you did 6 months of labor. And how long? And she's done 8 years of labor. Who do you think has done more labor in y'all relationship?
No, dog. Hey, see, that's the other thing about that. There's a lot of other things that I'm not gonna go into, but we have been there together for each other. See, I'm a different type of man, and I'm gonna tell you why, and I'm gonna get off your line. But it's just like with her father. He wasn't feeling too good. But I told him, hey, man, you can go ahead and rest yourself and don't worry about nothing, because I'm going to take care of your daughter. You don't have to worry about nothing. And I'm a man of my word. And that's what I'm going to do. Even though, she might do it, she clean up and she cook, but I help her too. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me, though, because I'm a different type of man. I'm older.
Professor, I didn't say you don't do anything in the house. You told me she does the majority of the labor in the house. Like, that's what I'm saying. She does it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, she do.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I appreciate it.
Hey, mopping and vacuuming and all that, that's a lot of work.
Yeah. I'm saying, so it's more than that though, right? Like you understand, like it's more than just vacuuming and mopping. She does the mental labor too.
Oh yeah, I mean it's cooking, cleaning. Yeah, it's a lot. I'm just using that as a.
I know, but she also does the mental labor too, and she does the emotional labor too, right? So she has a lot of hats. She wears a lot of hats in that house. So, like I said, she is the de facto leader. And if you want to be the leader, it's not about women not letting men be leaders. Women want us. They want us to do the work. They can't. What? Why? Who wants to? Women don't even want to be the leaders. They just do the work. So by default they are the leaders. And they know since they are doing the work, they're not going to allow you to manipulate them. They're not going to allow you to lead them off a cliff. No. They're going to continue to do the work, right? So
now you're right.
If you want to be the leader, the easiest way for men to be the leaders in their own home, easiest way. You don't got to ask for it. You don't have to get the woman on board. All you got to do is do the fucking work. And you'll be the leader. If you don't do the work, you won't be the leader. You want the title of the leader without doing any of the work, it's not gonna happen. So if you want to be the leader, you gotta do the work. That's it. It's super easy. It ain't going to work and having a job. It ain't building a house. Though that's cool and I respect it. That's not being a leader. That you built a house. You need to live in a house too. So you didn't build her a house. You just built a house for y'all to live in. And that's great.
No. Wait. I built us a house. Me and her. I ain't just building for myself.
You live in that house. I know. I'm saying you needed somewhere to live though. See what I'm saying? Like it ain't like you. It ain't same thing with work. You need to work whether you had your wife or not or your girl. You would still have to go to work. So you don't work for your wife. You work because you need money. Yeah. See what I'm saying? You didn't build a house for your wife. Or for your girl. You built a house for you guys. It's everybody. Yes, people benefit. Everybody benefits from you work. Everybody benefits from you building a house. But you didn't do it for her. The thing she do though, like when she cooks you a meal, she's cooking you a meal. That's for you. She didn't cook for y'all. You see what I'm saying? Like that meal ain't for y'all. That meal is for you. When she schedules the appointment for you to go to the doctors, she did that for you. That ain't for y'all. She did that for you. When she takes on the mental load of the whole house, taking care of all the kids, making sure all the kids go to practice and go to the plays on time and the school uniforms get bought and the jersey, like all of those things are getting done. She didn't do that. She's doing that for the kids. She's doing that for each individual person in that home is benefiting from that. Because if y'all wasn't there, she wouldn't have to do any of that stuff. You see what I'm saying? Regardless of if your girl was there or not, you would still work and you would still need a place to live. Right? No matter what, no matter if you got kids, if you don't got kids, you would still work and you would still need a place to live. Am I right? Right? All that other shit.
I agree with that, big dog. You're right about that.
You wasn't there. She wouldn't cook an extra meal if you weren't there. She wouldn't make the appointment for you if you weren't there. She wouldn't sign the kids up for sports if you guys didn't have kids. She would. You see what I'm saying? So she takes on a lot more than you do in general. A lot more than you do. So she's
but you know what else though?
Go ahead.
You know what else? The other thing is, if I wasn't handling my business, she would not do it. And guess what? If I'm not handling business, she shouldn't do it.
She wouldn't do what?
Nothing. I mean, why would she do something for somebody who's not producing or able to produce?
Because if she doesn't do it, the house falls apart, brother. She doesn't have a choice. Because if she don't do it, you ain't gonna do it. If she don't feed the kids, you ain't gonna feed the kids. If she don't do what I'm saying,
I'm from Louisiana, dog. Hey,
you gotta do the shit.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I'm from Louisiana. Look, down here, I'm gonna tell you right now, food gonna be on the table. I don't care if it's fishing or going hunting or something. We're gonna make something happen. But look, bro, I'm gonna go ahead and get off your show, man. Let somebody else come up. I appreciate you, man. And look, I be checking y'all sometime, bro. I be laughing at you, bro, because sometimes you be on people's case, man. But shit, it's all good, man. Take it easy, bro.
All right, Sylvester. All
right.
It's your show for me. You need theme music on public. You need music. You need lights and shit.
But wait, I got a question for y'all. Why when we talk about this shit, y'all ever know, especially, and isn't it always Louisiana? Louisiana always likes to act like shit is unique to Louisiana. I'm like, the only thing unique to Louisiana is New Orleans. Ain't nothing else about Louisiana unique. It's the same shit. It's fucking Louisiana. Don't know about. it's the same shit, man. Y'all got alligators and shit, and you got motherfuckers that speak broken French and English mixed together. Like, that's it. It ain't nothing. You Louisiana just hot and stinky at this point. Y'all, it's the same shit. Why y'all always act like everything is regional? Like, I'm from Cali, you from Louisiana. In Louisiana, we food gonna be on the table. Yeah, in Compton, food gonna be on the table too. It's the same shit. You think we ain't eating? Everybody eating, bro. We all eat. We all gotta go to work. Everybody doing the same shit. Y'all do that shit every fucking time. Where you from? Remember earlier? Corey tried to do this shit. Where are you from? I'm from California. Well, you know.
The Mayo, what's his name? The Mario is saying where you from. That's why it's California. What?
Men in LA cook more than anywhere. Maybe. I don't know. I cook like a motherfucker. I think that's because our mamas made us cook or some shit like that. My mama taught me how to cook when I was like 5. I don't know what the she was not cook. Hey, it must be in LA. The mamas is like, nah, you gonna learn how to cook or something like that. Cause my mama was like, oh, you talking about Louisiana? That's cap then. Cause I'll be cooking. I'm a cooking ass Negro. I've been cooking since I was 5. Cause I'm a latchkey kid. If I didn't cook, I didn't eat. Shit. My mama stopped cooking. My mama stopped cooking for my house when I was 12. I was 12 years old. I was in junior high school. I had to come home and find my own fucking dinner at night. It was no more, take the chicken out before I get home. It was none of that. I had to come home. I had to take the meat out. I had to make sure if I forgot to take it out, I had to stay up till 10 o'clock, wait till make for the meat to thaw out a little bit so I could throw it in there. And like, we didn't have nothing. We had nothing left. I had to eat fucking liver and make liver and onions and shit late at night because we didn't have nothing but liver. I'm like, why would you ever buy liver? Nobody likes liver. Why wouldn't you just buy a butter steak or some shit like that? Like, it was crazy. I'm having I'm PTSD right now.
But you know what's sad, Public? Can you imagine your 5-year-old cooking? That's just like me expecting Gigi to cook. Like,
I talk about that shit all the time about how our kids, how this generation of kids, which is it's a good and a bad thing, right? We had more life skills, right? But it was because we were fucking abandoned, right? We were neglected. So it's not, right? It ain't like our parents was there like fucking like, this how you cook, baby. This how you cook, Kay. It wasn't that. It was like, you better get in there and make something. Ah, fuck, here we go. You burn it a couple times, you figure it out. You know what I'm saying? But like now, I don't know about y'all. I was staying home by myself at 5 years old. Nobody was in the house. It was me. I'll be in the house. 6 years old. 6 years old. Sorry, not 5. 6. 6 years old. Because my dad got kicked out. So my dad wasn't there. Once my dad wasn't there, my mom had to go to work, and my brother and sister would be at school. I would get home first. My school was closer than I was a young little boy, so I got out of school at 2 o'clock or whatever. I would walk home. I had the key around my neck. I would come in the house, open up the door, lock the door, cook me, make me a fucking, and I would cook hot food. I wasn't making no sandwiches and nothing. We didn't have nothing like that. I had to make a fucking meal from scratch. I would make that shit from scratch. I'd do my homework by myself, and I would go outside and play till my mama came home at 6 o'clock. At 6 years old, like that's what type of time I was on. So I can't. My son, we started letting my son go out front, and my wife for the first like 6 months, she was like, go check on him, make sure. I'm like, this nigga, he out front, like he good. Go check on him. And mind y'all, it's another parent out there with him at all times. None of the parents on my block let their kids outside alone. I'm the only father. Me and my wife, the only parents that let our kids out the house. This shit is crazy. I'm sitting there like, God damn, man, we can't. These kids, we gotta get a balance. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying our kids need to learn how to fucking cook at 5 years old, but damn, they should know how to do a little something. We coddling these motherfuckers way too much. I fear for the next generation, low key.
That's what they made toaster ovens for. You know that, right? Toaster ovens were made for us, for for kids that were coming home. I can't tell you I wasn't making gourmet grilled cheese sandwiches on the toaster oven. You know what I'm saying?
I had an oven.
Nah, my mom ain't let me near the oven until I was probably about 11, 12.
Nah,
I remember there was a terrible day when me and my best friend was over the house, and I decided, I was like, what, 10 or 11? I was like, I'm going to make pizza. I made everything that was not belonging in pizza. It was horrible. We laugh about that mess still till now. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I taught my kids how to cook, and I have sons. But you know what? They be telling these incels on how to get girls. Like, why is nobody telling these dudes go learn how to cook? Women find that sexy. Women find that very, very, very sexy.
That's a life skill.
So for the men in the comments that's having a hard time getting a girl, you listening to all this red pill nonsense on how to get a woman. Learn how to cook. Learn how to cook. And then when you having your first conversations with the girl on the phone, like, oh, can you cook? Be like, yeah, I could cook. And you start sending them food corn pictures to her and stuff like that. Yeah, I made this, I made that. Yo, that shit is sexy.
Hey, Del Boy said she was frying by 9. I was frying. I was making fries and chicken wings at like 7, 8. I'm talking about chicken. Y'all think I'm tripping? Ask my wife, man. If I bring my wife over, she'll tell you I've been cooking. I know how to cook. I've been know how to cook my whole life. I was making chicken wings from scratch. Cause nothing, in the 80s and 90s wasn't nothing. It wasn't nothing fast. You know what I'm saying? Like everything was from scratch. They didn't have all this convenience food. I feel not the stores I shopped at least. I'm thawing out chicken wings. I'm fucking dry hand, like dipping that shit, throwing it in the hot, making sure the grease was hot enough to, like, I would do the test with the flour and put the little flour in the grease and make sure the grease, okay, it's hot enough. Hitting it in there, like, I was on that shit. Because I just had to do it. I cut my own potatoes up. We didn't have no ready-made fries. I had to peel my own potatoes by hand and slice them motherfuckers. And I get freaky with it. Sometimes you do the little circular ones, like thin, it's like real thin. You hit it like that. Sometimes you julienne them motherfuckers. Sometimes you chop. Whatever mood I was in. But they was all potatoes.
Freaky is unhinged. Freaky is
I was getting freaky with the potatoes.
It's unhinged.
I was wild.
But to your point, like that just goes to show like how much more we show up for our kids. And that's what a lot of men don't realize, because they'll say, oh, well, if they hungry, they can get in there and cook them some noodles.
Noodles.
But I'm just saying, like men will say unhinged stuff like that. And I'm just like, you're not even equipped to be a parent. Like you need to parent your children. You don't teach them all this shit to just get them out your way or to get them out your hair. Like, no, you actually parent them and allow them to be children. Like, this is important. So again, as I'm parenting, I'm reparenting my damn self.
For real. You gotta let
It's sad.
That's
Oh,
real.
one
That's
second
real.
before, wait, one second.
And then I want the real baby whisperer to go, because she been waiting. Go ahead,
Yeah.
baby.
So while so Yellow Chick told him to, like, learn how to cook. Also learn some vocabulary words while you're doing it. In public, don't forget to ask Todd about the $40 because he picks up from the gas stations.
Oh shit, Todd, you be getting them $40 hollers from the gas station?
No.
Oh.
No, not that I know of. It is possible, and that is what's available to me if I choose that. But when I came in, I was listening to you.
Go ahead. Let Todd go.
I was listening to you, telling the man about what the woman does, getting the meal ready for him, getting the kids ready to do this, doing this and doing all that extra stuff. But what is the man doing while she's doing that?
Let me show you what the man doing.
Now, I can't relate to that because I don't roll like that. That's not me. So now I understand why I didn't relate to that conversation, because if you're talking about a real man, we're not doing it. We're not kicking back like that. We are out there making it happen. And yeah, okay. At least you didn't cut me off so far. At least you heard me out. But yeah, that's what I came in at. But hey, I have a newfound respect for you because I respect the hustle. And I know why you cater to women, because I see you got, 461 people on here and 100,000 likes. But because we know that women are the biggest shoppers on these internets. And so you got to cater to them. So if you're trying to get paid, and I appreciate your hustle, but you needed to keep it real with as far as exactly what our role.
Okay, that's enough yapping. So Todd, you can go back. Okay, baby, I got you. You could go back. You could go back over there and go circle jerk with the red pill dude somewhere else, because they cater to niggas like you. Just so you know, they catering to niggas like you, and you got $40 to blow on women at the gas station. So you got $40 to give Black Guru in them. So go give it to them.
Damn, so you done got stuck on that, and even though that's not the truth.
Hey, brother, man, you want to? Hey, I'm just telling you what it is, fam.
I just gave an opinion, and you're right, I can go. I just thought I'd stop through and give my opinion. If that's not okay, I won't be back.
I'll let you up here. But if you're going to take a shot, You want to take a shot? I can take
Take a
shots.
shot at you. Actually, if you heard me,
You
I said
did, brother. Bro, hold on, Todd.
I respect your hustle.
Play. Hey, look. You could. I would prefer you playing traffic before you play in my face. That's wild. Like I'm not. Do you think I'm slow? You think I'm some country bumpkin from Indiana? Nigga, I'm a grown ass brother. Brother, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not slow. I'm not dense. Okay. You took a shot at me. Okay. If you want to take a shot, we could take shots all day. And I promise you, it ain't. It don't go well. It never goes well for you. I made you rage quit last time you was on my live. You dropped.
Explain how.
Because I
How did I take a
embarrassed you.
shot at you?
Look, my baby telling me to be quiet. He told me to cook him some food. So I'm gonna go cook my baby some food. Y'all can have at it.
Yeah,
But Todd, you gotta go.
I
Yeah,
figured that.
there you go. All right, y'all could go. I gotta make my baby some rice real quick. I'll be back. Yeah, I just got in here.
Hold on a second, sir. It's not your fault. The real.
Got you.
The real, right? Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing.
Thank you. I want to say one thing before the other guy who got off for a while back, and he said he was with his girl for I think 8 years, and I'm just curious to know, did he marry her yet? The next thing I want to say is, I grew up in a way where my dad always said to us, he teaches sons what he teaches daughters, and he teaches daughters what he teaches sons. So those roles are just roles of responsibility, not femininity or masculinity. So my brother knew how to do all the things I knew how to do, and vice versa. I learned to cook. Now, some things I would learn, vice versa. What we did, because my dad was in the streets, he was hustling or whatever. My mother never had to work. My dad cooked and he cleaned. My mom didn't. She was totally the opposite. But she always said, let a man be a man. Even when you know you are in control, let a man be a man. Now, I don't always agree with that. I grew up not always agreeing with that because I felt there was some type of, to me, weakness there. Because if you know what you're doing is right, you don't just let somebody control you or take the lead of something and screw it up. So for so long, I was in control. I went to school. I did all these things. From learning at a young age how to work, which I love that my dad taught us to do at the age of 8 years old. We did those things. But when I got into a relationship, I owned a home. I was into real estate, and I had a renter in my basement. I met a guy, and of course, I'm like, okay, now I got a guy. I want him to be, quote unquote, the leader. I'm sick of leading. He told me the guy needs to move out because it was more of a jealousy thing. But you get ready to mess up my money because of your ego. So if I was that stupid, I would have said, oh, okay, let me kick him out and get a female renter so that I can lose money. It doesn't make any sense. So leadership, so was I supposed to just let him take over, mess up my money financially? And then guess what? We're not even together today. So leadership is not a gender to me. We need to get off of that. Leadership is not a gender to me. Leadership, who is ever in the position that can take control and take care of things together. Because one day you can lead, tomorrow I can lead. I just don't agree with, a man is totally the leader. I feel we help each other. Sometimes we do have to have what we call a spokesperson, and we let him maybe say those things, but we make decisions together and we allow him to be the spokesperson. But I don't think just because a man comes in your life, he thinks he's the leader. And I think men are more so in their feelings when this happens, as opposed to respecting it. Because I know one thing, as a leader, you are a good follower. Good leadership comes from good following, because when you follow, you learn. So if he's learning from you that, oh, she came in, she did this, she did that. Okay, I see it. Let me follow her. Now I can lead her. And I just think that's not happening. Men just think, oh, I just want to lead. I'm going to lead women. To where? If your life ain't right, your life ain't together, I'm supposed to, and mine is, and I'm supposed to just let you come in because you have a penis? Nah, that doesn't work. It doesn't work.
So that's all I wanted to say on that. Bad. Land Force, did you get to go?
Yeah. Hello. Shouts to you. Kind of glad that you're doing this right now. When I first seen the topic, I kind of got triggered, and honestly, I came in here to get roasted because, honestly, I'm not even going front. Like, I'm having some issues right now where I'm at a crossroads and I'm trying to decide on what to do next. So right now, basically, I'm not exactly happy. I'm in a relationship, and it's been like 11 years, and I just don't feel like we identify with each other no more.
Y'all
But
married?
nah, we're not married. That was the plan. That was the plan. But we moved in together like 6 years back, and prior to that, like, we just been I've been courting her basically.
For
And
11 years?
well, no, not for the whole 11. It's like I say about 5 years in, like we've been dating and everything for like 5 years, and then like and whatever 2017 we moved in together and stuff, and yeah, things was great the first 2 years, and then you know I was like, in a way, trying to find out who she really was, because it was like she was so, I don't want to say sheltered, but that's the only word that comes to mind right now. She was so sheltered. It was like, not to say that I wasn't, in a way, because I wasn't out there in the streets. Like, since I was like 14, I got and while I was in high school, I got my working papers, and I got my first job at 14. I was working in a hair salon, doing like stock and boxes and shit in the back. And ever since then, I know, because I kind of come from a big family. I'm like the youngest of like 8, so I always knew that I couldn't just go to my parents to get anything I wanted. If I wanted something, I had to work for it, and I wasn't necessarily willing to get out there in the street and hustle for it, because some of my siblings had went that route and it didn't work out, in certain ways. So, long story short, like, what I'm saying about I was looking to be roasted is because there's certain issues that I have with this relationship, and we got a child now, and the child is like 2 years old. We got a 2-year-old daughter, and I don't know if it's me or if it's her, but basically my patience is like super thin. Like, I get tight quick. And it's like, because the way I was raised, right? Like, I have morals. I understand how certain things go. And I understand, like, at this point right now, I fuck myself up, right? Like,
Who makes you have this reaction, the kid or your girl?
the girl.
Yeah.
Nah, I love my daughter. I love my daughter. She's a reflection of both of us, and I appreciate it. And that's why I'm still here now, because I've had what I'd call bad advice about, oh, well, you should leave and you should this and then you should that. And I'm like, nah, I'm not going to continue. I feel like there's like a generational curse, because she grew up without her father, but due to other circumstances, he's still alive, but her father and her mother separated early on, and she grew up without him. And then, she had more siblings come along, and she helped raise them and all of that type of stuff. But for me, I'm the youngest, and she's the oldest of her group, and I'm the youngest, but we both the same age. I'm 38, and I feel like at this age I should have already had it figured out. But at the same time, it's not necessarily that I'm working on society's time or anybody else's time. My thing is
You
that,
definitely working against father time. I don't know. I
nah,
don't
nah,
know.
nah, and I feel you on that. I feel you on that. But my thing is that I didn't, like, since a young age, I never wanted to be what you call a statistic. Damn, I can't even say it.
Statistic. Yeah.
Where it's like, single parent homes and all of that type of shit. So I'm like, Well, the fact that I had a child, I want to be in this child's life. I want to stay here. I want her to, when she wakes up, she knows daddy's not too far away. You know, whether I'm there with her or I'm in a different room, I'm accessible.
Let me ask you this: what don't you like about your relationship?
Well, well, that's what I'm getting to. So I fucked myself up because when we move where we at now, you know, so my partner, she doesn't like that I was job hopping. But I was job hopping because we moved to a new area and I got a job and that shit was trash. And I went to every job that I had like 5 jobs since we've been here. And every job that I got was better than the last. I started making more. I was feeling better, but certain things was going on and I was just like, nah, I could do better than this. I went to school and this, that, and the third. And then I ultimately jumped into getting a CDL. I went to a trucking school or whatever and I started driving a
You
truck.
trucking? You
I,
call you go out of state trucking or you just local trucking?
I was. At first I was doing over the road and then I had a dedicated route where I was going to like Florida and Georgia and then like to North Carolina like on a regular basis.
You was faithful?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's the thing that frustrates me because I am faithful and it's like as hard as it is I try to remind her, but I think that's a big problem is trying to just be too transparent and honest with her and letting her know I could be out here fucking with anybody I want, but I'm not. I'm fucking with you because
That's not being
Don't cheat,
transparent.
don't beat.
Yeah, don't cheat, don't be. That's not being transparent, brother. That's
not
that's
well
not what transparency is.
well then yeah, I'm confused on that
But
because it's
anybody
like
could be because look, it's not being transparent because anybody she could be cheating on you too. Anybody could cheat. So you're
that's
not being transparent, right? Transparency would be why do you feel like this? Transparency would be that you want to cheat, right? Like that would be you being transparent. If you were like, man, I'd
oh,
be
I
really
got you.
tempted to cheat, and it's because of X, Y, and Z. That's you being vulnerable. That's you being transparent. You saying I could be out here fucking a million women is not you being transparent.
Yeah.
You're just trying to like that's like a scare tactic or some shit. You're trying to manipulate her. Like that's a
Okay,
weird. You know
so
what I mean?
so yeah, I definitely don't want to be manipulating, but the reason why I say that is because she be questioning me. She like, oh well, people at my job is saying that all truckers cheat and they do this and they do that, and I'm like, yo, I definitely could have the opportunity, but I'm not, and the reason why I'm not is because of the way I was raised, and I try to explain that, but at the end of the day, the things that frustrate me is that I, that's why I was kept saying that I was because I was doing the trucking thing. I got the dedicated route, but I can't stop fucking smoking weed. And that shit got me kicked out of the whole fucking industry pretty much at this point.
Oh no.
Yeah, yeah, it got me kicked out the industry. I had a really good fucking job, and that shit
God
bothers
damn
me.
it.
The guilt and the shame of that bothers me, but she keeps on like piling shit on top of my head like as if I meant to do that. But the only reason
Wait. You did mean to. Wait. You did mean to do that though. You gotta
nah, I
take
didn't mean to do it. But because
you meant to do. That's deliberate. That's not
well
an
it,
accident. Was
nah,
that an
it's not
accident?
it's not an accident, but what happened was I was stressed out because when just before I got the job, she got pregnant. And
My
then
God.
it was like we was having a spat because I was on the road. I wasn't home. I wasn't there to help her out and stuff like that. And then like at the time, like I had family members around, like my brother and different people that would try to help her out and stuff. But it felt like she was taking a liking to my family more than me. And like, it's like they calling me like, yo, she's calling me to help out with this and help out with that. And it's like, damn, she didn't even tell me that you was fucking helping her out. So how am I supposed to feel on the road somewhere in fucking Colorado and you got family members helping you. You got my family helping you out, but you ain't saying shit to me.
Let
So
Wait, is that your family or isn't that y'all family? Because don't y'all got a kid together?
I mean, yeah, we got a kid together, but I'm saying like if she's calling my bro to help her out with shit that she needs without letting me know she's calling him, it makes me feel a certain type of way.
you know what, Land Force? I
Uh,
ain't because I know public about the he about Give it to you.
I gotta get to the bottom of this
He,
shit.
got,
I'm
he,
sorry.
he about to give it
Yo,
to you.
I gotta get to
I'm
the
looking
bottom of
for
this
it.
shit.
I'm
I'm
looking for
sorry.
it. I'm looking for it because
No,
I'm
no,
about
no.
to bust a
And
move.
here's the
But
thing.
go
Y'all are
ahead.
about to be very surprised. Comments, public, everybody. Y'all are about to be very surprised. I think what we're looking at here is first, you weren't you failed yourself as a man,
I
and
get it.
subsequently you failed her, and it put
Okay.
her in a place of her being in survival mode, which is most women when forced into survival mode, that turns a woman into it shows a side of her that you as a man aren't prepared for, because
Yeah.
she is forced into a mentality of any means necessary. It makes you feel uneasy. It makes you feel anxious. It makes you feel angry. Then it turns into you as a man feeling like she's nagging. But it's only because y'all are on The Walking Dead and she is trying to survive.
Bruh,
And
I'm
she can't
so
depend on you because you missed the mark as a man, first to yourself and then to her.
I get that. I totally get that. And I'm not
So,
even disputing nothing.
so real quick, one thing that I've already noticed, it sounds like you still haven't taken accountability for you destroying your career. That's, to me, that's the first obvious thing. It sounds like you still haven't taken accountability for it.
Okay, so how do I do that then?
Okay, so one way that it would look like, I don't know how you do it. Like that's for, you know what I mean? Like you have to figure out how to
Yeah,
do
yeah,
it.
yeah. I feel you.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but so when you were like, yeah, I did that, but that right there is like, what do you mean? But like, you don't understand. You literally like put your family in a dire situation,
Well,
and
nah. Well, see, the thing with that is like she's been working the same job. Like she's a nurse, so we was both making on par pretty much the same amount. So at this point now, she's still doing her thing, and I fucked myself up.
yeah,
So it's
you
like,
put me in a dire situation.
yeah,
That's
and I get that, but it's like, okay, yeah, I fucked up the trucking thing, but I still know how to do other things as a man. But my problem is that
wait. Let me ask you a question. Do those other things financially, provide the same amount of money as the trucking thing did?
they could, they
No,
could
no, no, no.
because,
Do they? Fuck what they can do. I can
well,
make $1 million on TikTok. I could do it. I could.
well, that's what I'm saying because I went to school for IT in like 2018, and like I could get into the IT field, but I wasn't feeling
Get
the
into it.
place
But
that I.
you understand what I'm saying? Though? Like right now, you haven't rebounded yet economically, financially.
Yeah,
You haven't
but
rebounded,
and
right?
I think that that's the reason because of the way our relationship is. It's like now we have a child, and we, she works like 12 hours, and when I was on the road, I wasn't even here, so it was tough on her, and I understand that. And she would complain to me about how long she's working, and she's falling asleep trying to
Yeah,
get home and shit like
what
that.
What are you waiting on to go get that money?
I'm not waiting on nothing but an opportunity, and I've been trying to get back into the industry, but right now it seems like it's not. It hasn't been working for me. I've
About
been.
IT stuff. No, because you said you could do other stuff. So I'm talking about IT, right? You said you can go to IT. What are you
Yeah, yeah.
waiting?
That's what I've been trying to do. I've been
Okay.
trying
I
to
thought you were
do
talking about trucking.
because
Okay, yeah. So you waiting to get back into the IT. Okay, cool.
yeah,
So you're not there yet, and just obvious to me, it seems obvious. Until you get it back, she gonna be mad, nigga. Like what? Like
nah,
until
I
you
get
get
that.
back to
I
what you
get
was
that.
doing,
I
money,
get that.
right? Because you
I get
smoked
that.
it off. You smoked it off, literally
Oh
and figuratively.
God.
You
Yeah,
smoked it
well,
off.
I asked
Jesus.
for it.
And
For
why you
me?
ain't marry her?
Well, because now that's a whole nother thing. Like,
Wait,
that
you
was the
did this shit
plan.
over some weed? You didn't even do it over a fun drug like coke or
Hold one second.
Right.
Hell nah,
Like
nigga.
throw
you did
some
that
meth
shit
in
Hell
over
there.
some
nah.
weed,
I
nigga?
don't,
And if
nah.
he did coke, he once got caught. Coke could have
I ain't
detected
fucking
him in
I ain't
48
fucking with no booger
hours.
sugar, bro.
Nigga, you didn't even have no fun. Oh my
Nah,
God, nigga, you
nah.
did it over some weed?
Nah, but it wasn't.
That's
It
like
wasn't.
ruining your marriage.
That wasn't
Uh,
like
fucking
intentional
the
though.
ugly
It was
chick.
just
Like,
like
nigga, what? At least if you gonna do it, make sure it's Holly Berry, my nigga. Like,
nah,
you
but
did it on
Stop
for
stop
some
saying it
nigga.
wasn't intentional though, Land Force,
well,
because you
all right.
gaslighted
So yeah,
us
I knew
because you a
the
grown man and you
yeah.
have free will, so you can't keep saying that it wasn't your fault or that you didn't mean to. Like,
No, I'm not
dude,
saying it's not my
my
fault.
guy, wait a second, I'm a whole fucking RN. I am not about to be caught out here with no booger sugar, with no weed, no nothing, like nothing that's gonna jeopardize my license and the way I feed my fucking kids.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
you gotta take accountability for that. You can't say because I was stressed out, bitch, go get you some Newports.
Nah,
Oh my
no,
God, there's a
shit,
lot of things you could have
bro.
did though, right? Other than smoke weed, you could have took a walk. You could have worked out. You could have done things positive for yourself. You could have
I
worked out.
was
You could
doing
have
that shit. I was doing that shit at the same time. But the thing is, for me, like for whatever reason, and it's been like that. It's been like that since I was like in my 20s. Like when I drive, I just smoke, and I'm good. Like I'll
do
go
you
on
smoke
long
now?
trips. Shit, like, huh?
Do you smoke now?
Nah, I don't. I had to quit because it fucked my shit up. So I stopped.
Okay,
But it
I
was
was
too
really
late.
about to hang up on you if you smoked
Nah,
right now.
nah,
Like that was
nah.
a
I
cool
had to
question.
quit because
I was trying to not give my tail away. If you'd have said you was smoking right now, we would I couldn't even
nah,
continue.
bro. Nah,
That's crazy.
yeah,
But
nah,
okay,
nah.
I'm
I
so
realized.
happy you don't smoke now. Go ahead, that yellow chick. Go ahead. That's
That's
All
what I'm
crazy.
saying though. I realized, but
right.
my. Go ahead.
All right, so
Let her go.
I'm gonna say something real quick that's off this, right? Because earlier they were talking about the single mom's business. This man has been with this lady waited 8 years to have a baby with this man. And 3 years later, this man is on the people's internet talking about probably I'm gonna leave. That's why we were talking earlier to the ladies like, yo, there is no guarantee. 8 years. She was with this man for 8 years before she got pregnant. And he is now on the internet 3 years later talking about probably I'm gonna leave. All right,
And
I'm
the thing he
unhappy.
gonna leave that yellow chick. The thing he mad that she mad that he
Okay.
fucked up. That's
So,
the
I mean,
craziest shit.
I'm just
How
gonna
you
throw that
mad that
there.
she
I'm
mad
just
that
gonna
you
throw that
fucked
there.
up?
Mr. Landforce, that's really not about you at all. It's about a previous conversation where we were talking about it, and the people came on there with, you gotta vet these men, you gotta know them, you can't just be
No, but
opening your legs, whatever. You
I
finna turn this
appreciate
lady
it.
into a single mom. And she was with you for 8 years first. And I'm not mad at you for it. I'm just saying these are the type of reasons why people cannot be just judging single moms and be like, you can't open your legs to anybody. If you've been with somebody
No,
for
but
8 years, married or
it's
not
not.
married, you can
Also,
open your legs, right?
also, this proves another one of my points about men. When the going gets tough, men get going. We bounce, right? And even if we create the tough circumstances, we also will leave after we create the tough circumstances. We will also be the ones to leave, which is
Hey,
crazy.
but listen,
Like,
Hold one second, land
I'm
force,
just
land
gonna put
force.
that
Hold one
there.
second, let's land force. So
mm,
Can I
I'm
finish,
gonna.
Vanity? Let me
go
finish,
Go ahead,
please.
finish,
I
finish.
didn't
All
hear
right.
it. Go ahead.
So
no.
the next thing, you was asking about how accountability is supposed to look. You have to say, I knew that smoking weed was going to mess up my license, and I did it anyway.
Say something
Okay.
else. Can you say another drug just to make me feel better? Because every time you say it, it make me more angry.
All
You
All
gotta
right.
right,
say something
you can
I
else.
say booger, you
You
can say
participated
so
booger
in
mad.
sugar if
skinny,
you want.
and
You
I
gotta say
knew
something else.
that it was I knew that it could potentially cost me everything, and I did it anyway. And go to your woman and tell her that you apologize for it. That's
I've
number
done
one.
that. I've
Okay,
done that,
that's number
and it
one. That's not the whole thing.
okay.
Number two, you need a plan on how to get out of this. All right, you need a plan. This isn't her plan. This isn't for her to brainstorm with you. This is you. You need a plan on how to get out of this. And IT, and you haven't been in it for years, and you took the class in 2018, that's like 4 windows ago, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's why it's
So
taking so long.
IT, if you want to go back to IT, you're going to have to go back to school again to get whatever's the updated
Exactly.
certifications. All right.
Exactly.
Have you
Or,
done that yet?
or,
I'm working on it. I'm in
okay.
the
What you
middle
waiting
of
on?
doing it.
Okay. Or
Never
you
mind.
can think about something else, like maybe going to HVAC or whatever it is. Those places, they don't bother you about the smoking so much or whatever.
Yeah.
So think about what your options are going to be. Then you need to go and communicate with her and say, babe, I need to sit down with you. I know that I effed this up. I apologize. I knew I shouldn't have did it and I messed it up. However, these are the things that I was thinking about. Please tell me what you think about these things. And if there is a way that we can work together to getting me back settled into something, even if it's a step back, even if it means she's going to do an extra shift, you talk to her about how you're going to replace her labor by her doing the extra shift, how that fits into you doing thing, and make a plan between the two of you. You are responsible for coming with the whole plan. You are responsible to give her the options. You are responsible to talk to her about it and get her opinion, and then you formulate how that can work for the two of you together. I don't know if you guys have insurance. If you had married the lady and she's an RN, you'd have had her insurance. I don't know if you do, but she probably has insurance as a nurse. I don't. Your baby probably got an insurance as a nurse.
Of
I don't know
course,
if you do.
absolutely,
You know what I'm saying?
absolutely.
So
But
you out here, no condom on in the world, no insurance, right?
No, no. Oh shit. Yeah,
but
yeah.
You out
Basically,
here,
at
no,
this
you out
point
here
now,
wall
because
dog
nah,
life
I
right now.
was,
So
I
you
was,
can't
I
go
was
play a pickup
definitely
game.
set.
Hey, you can't play basketball. You can't go to the gym. You can only
Hell
do
no.
push-ups, drink water, and meditate. Because if you pull something, injure something, you crack your tooth, you cooked. You
Yeah, but
cooked.
that's why I
then
came in here because I mean, and I appreciate the input that y'all giving me because, you know, my parents did the best they could raising me, but they didn't tell me everything.
let me
And
cut you off real quick, Land, and I'm gonna tell you the last thing that are on there. That's why I asked if you had insurance, right?
okay, go ahead.
You need to go to therapy to find out why is it that you made that decision as an adult man.
I
That
thought
is a
about it.
that is a decision that an 11-year-old would make, maybe a 14 or
Oh, don't
15
say
year old
that.
would
Come
make
on
and say,
now.
I will risk it all.
I won't
But
even
the
say a
reason
kid.
that as an adult man
It
you
wasn't
would
a
make
thought
that
at the time,
decision,
though. It
there's
wasn't a thought at the time. It was like,
no,
yo, there was
listen, that time is gone. We can't undo it.
You
We
only
can't
smoked one
undo
exactly
it.
time.
But you can't, he said it wasn't a thought at the time. But what I'm saying is you can't undo that now. It's gone, right?
right,
But what you
right.
need to do is figure out why you did that so that you can dig
Hmm.
into it so that you do not do the same thing again. Because I don't think you have two of those in your relationship.
Yeah, I
Okay.
get you.
I
I
think you
get you.
got one of them because the lady been with you for 11 years and she has your baby, and she too probably does not want to become a single mom and whatever, the devil you know better than the devil you don't, and all of that kind of mess, right?
Yeah,
You got
yeah.
one of them in there. You probably don't have two. That lady is an RN and she don't need you.
Well, she's not a RN, but she,
Oh, she
she could
LPN.
be.
I mean, I'm an
But
LPN too.
that's part of my issue too. Is that it's like when I tried to encourage her when shit was on the up, and I was trying to encourage her, it was like I don't. But that's the thing, and that's one thing. Another thing I want to find out if y'all feel that type of way because it's like she's constantly saying, "Oh, it's the way I talk," and it's like I'm not disrespectful. I'm
Go
not
to therapy
disrespectful.
because you
But,
are being disrespectful.
but
You
wait.
just don't know it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you do realize that you don't get to tell somebody that you're not being disrespectful, right? Like if they tell you you're being disrespectful, you're being disrespectful. You have to
But I
just ask, okay, how would
apologize.
you like me to
Not,
communicate?
not
Go.
only do I apologize, but I ask questions like, do I sound like I'm being rude right now, or
Okay,
am I
yeah,
yelling,
that's a rude
or
question. So
shit
hold
like
on a
that?
second. Hold on a second, okay?
I'm done
So
anyway. So
yeah,
I'm
I'm gonna give you a little breakdown, right? So that you could see this from a bird's eye view, okay? You were
Hmm.
somebody for umpteen years, so you were with
Hmm.
them for forever.
So time
Then,
served matters, right?
oh, wait, listen. So you were there for forever with this person. When you got them pregnant, you got a job that took that you away from them. While
That's
she had while she had a baby and postpartum, which lasts up to 7 years,
that part.
right? You pretty much abandoned her with said child, and then sabotaged yourself and her, and you were consistently inconsistent.
I really wanted
And
to be
now
home
you are mad
anyway.
that she is mad.
No, it's not.
So
I'm not even mad that she's mad. What I'm mad about is that we can't communicate.
Listen, listen.
Okay, communicate.
You are not, so evidently your ability to communicate is not effective at the moment.
I see that.
One of the first things you need to do is you actually need to deal because you did something that I almost never see men do. So this is why you have a fighting chance. You said you feel shame.
Yeah.
A man admitting to feeling shame is like, we found the last dodo bird, okay? Because that shit does not happen. So now that you know that this is an emotion that you are dealing with, that is the first one that you need to deal with when you go to see a therapist, a counselor, or somebody. Because that is the thing that is going to keep you self sabotaging on the regular. That's what shame does to people. It causes them to keep themselves in a shame spiral by keep shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, I
When
get it.
when you are in the process of doing that, you're gonna let your girl know this is what you're doing because you intend to restore her and make sure. But don't be getting mad at her and everything like that because one, she's still in postpartum. Two, her life is precarious. And the person who she like spent all this time with and put, pretty much her life in their hands, decided that they were going to not drop the balls that they were juggling, but freaking throw them away.
Yeah, Denzel Washington the plane for sure.
I don't know what the hell that means,
You
but
talking about in the movie when he crashed the plane, he was drunk. But
yes.
hey, this is crazy. This is crazy. I just real quick. Okay. So you said you were frustrated. Why are you frustrated?
I'm
What?
frustrated because I'm trying. I on a constant basis,
Mm,
like I feel like I have some awareness in my body where I know what I did was wrong, and I try to communicate with her, but it's like she has it's not she's not always angry where it's like, oh well, you did that and throwing it up in my face,
yeah, of course not.
but subtly, like there's certain things that it's like she doesn't look at me like I'm, I can do things even though she knows my history. Like I've been doing shit since my teenage years, and the only reason why I stopped was so called to try to please her. Like
She
I've
she
been
lost
buying.
faith. She lost faith in you,
I
honey. You have
understand
to
that. I understand.
understand. But here's the thing: you don't get to put a timer on the situation and tell her, or make it seem like she needs to be over it by now because
Nah,
it's done, etc.
I'm.
So here's the thing:
Go ahead. Go ahead.
you you killed the trust. You might not have cheated on her. You might not have knocked her head
It
between
might
the
as
washer
well.
and the
It might as
dryer.
well be K. It might as well be cheating.
Right,
It's
but
like
that's what I'm
almost. It's
saying. Like
functioning the
you
same way.
Boy,
you
that's a
fuck
lot
with
of
the
weight.
trust. You fuck with the trust. And what happens with women, whenever we see that lack of trust, that lack of faith, you just gotta allow us to work through that. And I
But let
understand
me
that you say
ask
you're
you this
trying.
though,
But
as a
Wait,
look,
female,
but big word.
why
it's
is
like you
it
can't
that
Wait,
why is it
communicate.
that I can
wait.
talk to y'all about it, but I
But
can't
you
talk to
can't
her about
listen. Here's the thing, baby. You can't listen. You gotta learn how to. You sometimes you gotta eat that shit. Like
it? Ooh, yeah.
when we went through a period in our marriage, very new, where I lost faith in my husband because he was not honest about something. He had to eat that shit, and I'm like,
Yep.
you gonna sit here and eat it for a little while until I feel comfortable, but you have to allow me to feel comfortable again because
So is
at
it a
the end
one
of the
thing?
day,
Is it a one way thing though?
Yes.
it is because
Wait,
you
wait.
Woo.
you feel the
Hold
trust.
on. Let me answer. Let me answer that. Hold on. Yes. Yes. 1,000%, 1,000%. It is a one-way street.
So when
It's
she makes a mistake, I just have to be like,
no,
oh well, you made a mistake. It's
no,
okay.
not a mistake. No, I'm saying her reaction to you right now, her treatment of whatever it is, it's a
Oh
one-way street. Like how
yeah,
you
I get that.
take
I
it.
get that. I'm not gonna fight back. I haven't really been fighting back.
You just
I have to deal
frustrated.
with it.
I'm saying, but you gotta. The frustration is okay. The frustration is A, you're embarrassed because you fucked up.
Hell
B,
yeah.
you're mad at yourself. Definitely,
Hell yeah.
that's two parts of it. And you don't know you. And since you can't punch yourself, right? And since you can't, it's hard to be mad at yourself. Really,
Well,
you're flipping it around and you're trying somehow, some way to transfer the anger onto her. That's what I'm saying. So you gotta let the shit go. Like you have to just be humble, eat that shit, And whatever she say, it is what it is. It is what it is until it ain't. At this point, it is what it
Yo,
is
I
until
fuck
it
with
ain't.
y'all.
And
Honestly,
you say
I
you
thought
fucked
y'all was
up
gonna
5
roast
jobs.
shit out me, and I
You fucked up
appreciate
job.
that you didn't, because constructive criticism and different points that y'all given, I'm taking it into account. It's like I would love to do something to switch the narrative where it's like, okay, we can work together again, but you gotta show me you could do better. I can fucking do that, but I can't deal with the, oh, all right, Pookie, all right, Ruth Ray Ray, like, get the fuck out of here.
No, no,
Don't
Land
you
land
understand?
land
I ain't on none
force.
of that shit.
I'm
You
No,
sorry.
fucked
he's
up.
not
Look,
doing that.
I'm
Land
sorry.
land force.
You
Yo,
fucked up. No doubt about it. You fucked up the bag, nigga.
yeah,
That
yeah,
shit
I
was
get
crazy.
that. I can eat that. I can eat that. I
Cause
fucked up.
Fucking up the
we
bag
trying
is
to love on you.
wild.
But
Thank
we
you.
but we
For
Thank
trying
real.
to
you.
love on you
Thank you.
as your adoptive
Yeah, I
internet
ain't no hate
family.
here. I just
Yeah.
want to tell
Yeah,
you
we
that.
trying to.
Big,
Yeah,
hey,
Thank
this
you.
is
That's
real
all
love.
I'm saying. Thank you.
look, big worm said it's two things you don't fuck with: my money and my emotions. And you fucking with that girl emotions and her money at the same time. That shit is wild. Like, don't do that. That's you got to pick a struggle. Most niggas just fuck with the emotions. Most niggas is good on the money. You doing both? That's
Okay.
crazy.
All right. Well, that's what I needed to know, because it helps me to, whenever I reset, because I have to go on long trips still. Like, I get in my car and I just drive until I calm down, and
You
it
got
helps
gas
me with.
money. How you got gas? You got a job?
Public.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. I gotta do something.
No, I'm saying, do you have a job?
Yeah, but this shit ain't doing nothing. It's
Oh,
nothing. It's nothing like what I was making.
no,
I
I
mean, I
know,
was
but you got
making.
it. But you do got a job, though. Okay, you got a
Okay.
job.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
here's what you got.
I'm like,
Vanity
I
and
hope you
Yellow
nigga
gave you the
driving around
blueprint.
with no gas money.
Vanity and Yellow gave you the blueprint. What you need to do is you need to go to that girl, do what they said, and you got to eat that shit. And then you have to let her know, as her man, I understand that you might not feel comfortable with me today. You may not even feel comfortable with me a month from now, but I'm willing to stay in this with you, and I'm willing to work as hard as I need to in order for you to build that trust and that faith in you again.
Yep.
And you have to ride it out, and it's gonna be a bumpy ride, because sometimes I look at my husband, and here's the thing: the shit he did was real small and it was stupid, and I told he said it was stupid, but the point is, because a woman you already have a certain level of trust issues, and you already have a certain level of, am I good enough, am I doing enough, am I woman enough, blah blah blah, and you're questioning yourself because that's the what society puts on us. You It's already hard, right? And then when somebody kills that trust, it's kind of like, nigga, I don't even want to be with you no more, because if I gotta look over my shoulder, it's kind of like Liam Neeson. If I got to live the rest of my life 3 more movies looking over my shoulder,
Yeah.
just
Ain't worth
just
it.
go ahead. Right, it ain't worth it. You know what
I,
I'm saying?
I got a quick question too. Are you what's the labor like at the house? What you doing? You the house pick and span every day? You cleaning up? You cooking?
Oh man, that's the third leg, like, because she works a lot, right? So she sleeps a lot. So if I don't do shit, shit don't get done.
Okay.
Now, it well, before the baby, yeah, she would cook, she would clean, she would do this, that, and the third. But after the baby, it's like she be worn out. So yeah, I do clean. I don't have a problem cooking. When I first got on, you was talking about how you was chefing it up at like 5 years old. I fuck with that idea. I know how to cook. I just cooked yesterday, actually.
It
It
sound like
it, it what
you
it
like your
wasn't the
work
most
life.
gourmet shit, but huh?
I'm just talking about cooking, man.
Yeah.
Three hot meals a day, regular
Absolutely.
dinner for the
Yeah,
baby.
yeah, we
You make
definitely eat. I
at
don't
least
have a problem cooking. And matter of fact, I developed a love for cooking off of TikTok. I'll be seeing certain videos and I'm like, I'm cooking that shit tonight.
so
And
you a
that's
stay
what
home. So at this point, this is what I'm saying. At this point, you need to be a stay at home mom. You dig what I'm
oh,
saying?
don't say
You
that
gotta
word.
approach the
I don't like
relationship.
that. I don't like that phrase, but yeah, at this point,
Why you don't like it? It's just a phrase. You gotta be
I
a stay.
mean,
I
yeah,
don't
but
mean that in disrespect.
that's
The reason why is because I don't like saying stay at home
well,
dads because
stay at home dad,
they don't
yeah, because
perform as
I
well.
ain't a stay at
But
home
you
mom.
gotta be a stay at home mom. You gotta take it up even a little notch. You gotta be a stay at home mom at this point. If you ain't doing
Stay at home dad. Like I'm not a mom, but I feel what you're
no,
saying.
you
Like,
need to act like a mom. I'm saying I know what you are. I'm telling you, you need to act like a mom. though. You
yeah,
need to
yeah,
be
yeah.
like a
Well,
mom.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that idea either. But the thing is that makes me feel like the shit. the accolades that I had when I was younger. It's like, oh, I used to. Well, I won't say accolades, but I'll just say like I felt I felt proud of myself when I was in my early, well, my late teens and my early
Well, you ain't
20s.
with a kid. What you talking about? You live in glory. You ain't Al Bundy. I don't give a
Well,
fuck about
yeah,
nothing.
but people make me
I'm
feel like
living
that.
for
It's
none of
like,
that
yo,
goddamn
no, I'm saying you
Okay,
washed
look,
up
sir.
now.
all that
You
shit. But
pushing
I don't give
40
a fuck
and all
about
this
that.
shit. But
Hey,
Look,
You
man.
let
a
me
whole
say
grown
one more
ass
thing
man,
to
bro. You 40 years old, dog.
No,
You old as
no,
shit.
let me jump into
nobody
one
in
more
the
thing.
hood.
see, that's
I'm sorry, Yellow.
You old
Nobody
as
in the
shit, my
hood
guy.
wants to talk to the. But wait, nobody in the hood want to talk to the drug dealer who's no longer a candy dealer that say, "Oh, I used to have like 3 box Chevys. I used to have like
yo,
50
I said
what
that shit
50K
in the
in the
comments before
mattress
I
and
even
shit."
got up
What?
here. I was like, yo, I'm a used to be type nigga now because I'm
Yeah.
I'm in my feelings right now, to be honest with you. I'm in my feelings right now, and I don't have a problem with saying it because I don't give a fuck. At the end of the day, I like solutions. I'm a solution based person. I realize I fucked up.
Yeah.
I want to fix it. I'm
Yeah.
trying to do shit, but the problem is based off of my recent work history. Everything wants to take me out of town, and I don't want to go out of town no more. I want to be close to home where I can help raise my daughter and let this woman know that I'm here for her whenever she needs me. Like the last 2 months, I was in Pennsylvania. I just fucking came back just before the new year. I just came back actually right after Thanksgiving.
Can I ask
And
you a
I'm like,
question?
Let me
Do she care if you go out of town?
no.
She just
She's
wants you to
like,
get the money, right?
yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Oh my God. Hey
it's
man.
that part where he was like, dang, homie. Back in high school, you was the man, homie.
That's
Damn sure
What
terrible.
was.
happened to you?
Wheeling
All
that
right,
stick shift and
Land,
shit.
real
But
talk, right?
fuck
I'm
me,
gonna tell you
man.
something that you may or may not already know, and it
Mm,
may not even be true, but I'd bet my next paycheck that is true. All right,
uh,
because women do this.
okay.
When your man gets up, right? When your man gets up, when his stuff is working out,
I bought the Porsche
they,
truck. I was fucking doing it.
so listen. We be talking all kinds of accolades on your name. Like, yo,
Oh,
he's doing it now, yo. My
mm-mm,
baby got it together. Look at my boo now. Yeah, he got this, he got that. And you let it fall and you think you embarrassed yourself, you embarrassed her. Because
mm.
everybody that she said,
Yo, get this. Get off my phone. Go
yo,
ahead. I'm sorry.
everybody that she said that to, she now is eating it.
Yeah.
Because you think you're the only person that was excited about it. But I'm telling you, women do that shit. Especially, and I don't know y'all history, but especially if you ever did anything that would make anybody on her side, friends or family, say, don't fuck with that land nigga, you know he's trash. If anybody ever had that, she was popping her collar and like, look at him now. Look at
Mm.
him now, right?
The
If
only
there
people would
if
know would
she
be the
had
people
any
she told,
haters on
though.
her side, if on her side of your relationship, her friends, her family, anybody was like, nah, land is trash. And she's like, nah, I'm gonna stay, I'm gonna work it out. I know we've been together 8 years and he didn't marry me, but I still love him and he's a great guy. Like, don't talk to me like that. When you got on, she was popping her collar on all of them and you dropped the ball and
Nasty
she's
work.
embarrassed.
Nasty work. I get it. Nasty work.
She's
Oh,
eating
okay.
all of that.
Okay. So with what you guys know right now and what I said, like basically the solution is to just not necessarily put my head down, but just basically like, okay, you was right, and just leave it like that until I do better.
No, that's
Absolutely
the day
not.
to
Your
day.
next step is to go to therapy, start working out your issues, and then start working forward to repair your self esteem, her esteem of you, and your career or whatever it is. So from this day forward, once you get up off this live, first things first that you are going to do is say, hey, babe, I know I dropped the ball and I know you don't trust me right now, but I'm going to make it right. And then you're going to go ahead and find a therapist. that you're going to be able to deal with. If you have to work close to home, take a pay cut, but make sure that everybody at home is eating and the house is clean, and you be the
Yeah.
support system for the minute while you are getting your IT stuff back on, because you're at like Windows 98 at this point in time.
You ain't lying.
You from this point forward, you just keep pushing forward. So you work out that shame. You get out of that shame spiral. You make yourself trustworthy to both you and her, and you keep your family together, and you actually marry that girl.
And I'm telling, and each step along the way, you tell her what she's doing. Number one, also, when you go with the apology conversation, if it doesn't go your way, just accept it and move along. You know, tell her you understand and go. Don't let, like, because you might go in with the apology again, and you might not get back the warmth that you were hoping to get. That's a good possibility that you
Yeah, well, that's the main.
it's okay if it
When you
doesn't
do
go
that,
well.
you playing Mega Man? That shit sound crazy. Hey, real
Yeah.
quick, y'all. I ain't gonna even hold you. I can't. I got it. I appreciate you coming up, Land Forest. I might have to move on though. I think we beat the horse. I think the horse is dead, man. We did what we could do. I hate giving relationship advice, but this shit crazy. The shit you was just telling me right now, nigga. Hey, get the bag back, my nigga. Go. I don't know how to tell you, man. You fumbled that motherfucker. You bloop 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 bloop. That motherfucker fumbled Ruski. You better go get that motherfucker. I would not, man. And you acting mad? That's crazy. Like, yeah, I don't even want to talk about it no more. That shit crazy though.
We gave you real solid advice. Yellow and Vanity laid you out a plan. Public affirmed you as a good dad, like he always does. We loved on you. We ain't shit on you.
Nope.
Get the fuck
Except for
off
the
live.
race talk.
Go eat that lady box from the bike.
And from the back. From the back, okay?
One good time. Hey, apologize while you doing it, nigga. While you don't listen. She think that shit from the bike is crazy. Damn, that shit gonna always send me every single fucking time. It's always going to do it. It don't matter. Like, it don't. Every single time I hear it, I'm a fucking teenager. Oh my God. Hey man, I appreciate everybody, man. I gotta end it. I gotta go. I gotta get ready. The family's here.
It was nice to spend time with you today,
Yeah,
brother.
y'all too. Y'all appreciate everybody. I appreciate y'all.
So I had to clock. I had to clock in for my boy. I'm trying to find your YouTube. You got to send me the link.
It's in my bio. Link is in the bio.
Okay.
I got to say that. Link is in the bio. Hit the bio. Go to my bio. The link is in there. The link tree is in there. Appreciate you, Lex. Go hit please. I need them 50 subs, man, so I could, so we can get it going on YouTube too. It's gonna be even fun. When I get on YouTube, it's gonna be funnier. I'm telling y'all, it's gonna be different. I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be real. I'm gonna make it real spicy. We just gotta get to the YouTubes. Gotta get to the YouTubes. I don't know why niggas always be throwing the S on YouTube, but yeah, I appreciate that, B Melly. Let me get to Philly.
All right, I'm subbed, so good night.
Yes, ma'am. All right, y'all. Good night, y'all. Oh man, from the bike. Damn, homie. That nigga fifth. Oh man. Hey, never forget he made that shit about Ja Rule. Hey, never forget that Wankster is about Ja Rule. That shit top 5 diss songs ever. That shit crazy. Oh my God. Oh my God, that was funny. Damn, today was funny. Y'all had a nigga crying. The comments was crazy. Shout out to the mods. Y'all kept everything going. Oh man. Oh, I know I forgot, but I gotta do it. Look, I know I'm gonna do it. I ain't did it yet. I apologize. It's my fault. The book is done. I told y'all. I gotta do a reading though, okay? I gotta set the slavery comment was crazy. I'm clipping that, by the way. That's getting clipped. That's going. Check for that. The slavery clip going on my pet. That shit was nuts. I gotta do a reading of the book though. I want to show y'all. You know what I'm saying? And then please, You know, I appreciate the people that bought some more. I appreciate the people that bought the books already. I got a few people, so I appreciate y'all. Y'all let me know what y'all think. Man, that was crazy. That nigga said slavery. Yeah, slavery is triggering for me. I don't know about y'all. I don't know if y'all notice that shit. Every single time we talk about slavery, I get triggered. I don't never. I'm always triggered when it comes to slavery. That shit is I'm so upset. A Tale of Consent and Respect. That's the name of the book. A Tale of Consent and Respect. Obviously, it's about consent, right? Because the little boys need to learn about consent. As we can see, because trying to talk to grown men about consent for some reason just don't go over well. We've had many conversations with grown men about consent, and they still be like what? Why don't you understand consent, my guy? So it's a problem because we was never they weren't taught it. They never understood the basic tenets of it when they were little kids. You know, like my son understands consent. He's fucking 7, 8 years old. He understands his body is his choice. He gets all of that shit. So yeah. Amazon, books on Amazon and Walmart. Books on Amazon and Walmart. I think the link is in my bio too. I think my wife hooked it up. Definitely got to start him young. Definitely. Yeah. Oh, you need to make me some dinner.
It's just another day, another episode. I'm hiding under the world. It's just another ray of merciful hope. I don't expect many more. your situation. I just need contemplation over you. I'm not so systematic. It's just that I'm an addict for your love. The only one that holds you. I never ever should have told you you're my only girl. Never should have told you. I'm the only one that holds you. No, I never ever should have told you you're my only world. Just think how long I've known you. It's wrong for me to own you. Lock and key. It's really not confusing. I'm just a young illusion. Can't you see it? Oh, yeah. The only one that holds you. No, no. Told you you're my only girl. Never should have told me. I'm the only one that holds you. Yeah. Never should have told you you're my only world. No, no, no. It's not your situation. I just need